The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Favorites are rounding into form at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Players were locked in and racing to stake their claim at the top of the leaderboard. In the junior girls section, Alice Lee took down co-leader Zoe Tong to claim the first clear lead of the event. The wins keep coming for Maxim Dlugy, getting his third win in a row to maintain co-lead in the seniors. After an all-decisive round, world's youngest grandmaster Abhi Mishra took down leader Andrew Hong to jump into a three-way tie at the top of the junior standings. Front runners are forming. Can they keep up the pace, or will they stumble? Day 5 of exhilarating chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 5 of the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. We are here in Cube Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame. It's the day before the rest day. We expect fire on the board. Let's go back to the studio and follow the action. The St. Louis Chess Club is proud to present the 2023 edition of 3 tournaments in 1, Junior Girls, Juniors, and Seniors, featuring the best of young talent and talented veterans. Our coverage from St. Louis begins now. Hello everyone, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I'm here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Kate, this has been fun, but it's something about the national championships. They're inspiring. They bring out the best in the players.
Yes, absolutely. I agree, Yasser. And we saw the number of decisive games. I mean, they show that players are here to fight hard.
They certainly are. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our broadcast of our 3 national championships. I found yesterday inspiring, especially because of Mishra. Mishra was in trouble. He had the black pieces, pressure on the clock, and he refused to make a draw, and he went on to win the game. His courage was rewarded. Really an inspiring game. Do the honors, Kate. Tell us where we stand after 4 rounds of play. Let's start with the girls.
Right, so after round 4, we have a sole leader, Alice Lee, the favorite of this tournament, 3.5 points. And there is a 3-way tie for the second place. Carissa Yip, Rochelle Wu, and Zoe Tang with 2.5 points.
And in the junior competition?
In the juniors, we have a 3-way tie for the first place. Brandon Jacobson, Abhi Mishra, and Arthur Guo with 3 points each.
And in the legends, or should I say seniors?
In the legends, let's go with legends. We have a 2-way tie for the first place. Maxim Dlugy and Melik Khachiyan with 3.5 points. And then there is a 2-way tie for the third place. Vladimir Akopian and Gregory Kaidanov with 2.5 points.
And Kate, tell us about the format.
The format is 3 10-player round robins, which means that each player plays everyone else in their respective tournament. And the time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and there is a 3-second increment from move 1. Important to know, there are no draw offers allowed. Players cannot agree on a draw. They can only claim, right?
Yeah, and it's more difficult to claim a draw than you might imagine. Through the magic of television, we talked about yesterday. This is a game between Mango and Carissa Yip, and Carissa wanted to claim a draw. The first time around, it wasn't successful, Kate.
Right, and the second time she was really studying her score sheet and then making sure she can claim it. And here we saw the bishop d7, but players laughed about it because it looked like they both want to make a draw. So it was a happy ending for both players.
Exactly, but you have to do it correctly. And once again, tell us about the traditional scoring system.
The traditional scoring is 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
Now tell us about the schedule.
Schedule is very simple. We start each day 1 p.m. Central Time. Today we had round 5, but tomorrow there is a rest day for all players in every tournament. And then on Friday we pick it up again, round 6 until round 9. And if necessary, on Tuesday, July 25th, there will be playoffs.
And tomorrow, that rest day, is a very special day of celebration here in the Central West End. If you're anywhere close to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center, come and help us celebrate our 15th anniversary. It went by really, really fast. There's going to be a lot of fun things to do, and I'm sure the players are all going to hang out to do some signings. But we're very fortunate to have in the studio with us Cristian to tell us all about the big head-to-head clashes coming up. Cristian.
Good to see you guys. Fun, exciting moments here at the 3 national championships. But let's take a look and highlight who the main protagonists are as we are entering round 5 here in St. Louis. And we're going to start with the senior section. We have 2 amazing players that are vying for position right now. Of course, I'm talking about Maxim Dlugy and Melik Khachiyan, who are just having an incredible start to this tournament. 3.5 out of 4 for both of these players, but I have to say back-to-back victories, and Maxim Dlugy has been impressing in the endgame phase of his games. He has been able to outplay his opponents in the endgame. And take a look at this. Today they're actually meeting each other. It's going to be Melik Khachiyan with the white pieces against Maxim Dlugy. This is a critical clash. And take a look at that. They are both ready. They both arrived early at the playing hall, setting up their pieces, getting ready to rumble. And let's take a look at what's happening in the juniors section as we are entering round 5. We have a 3-way tie at the top. Brandon Jacobson, Abhi Mishra, and Artur Go. And I have to say, as you highlighted, Yasser, Abhi decision yesterday to continue the game in those final few seconds, that was just an incredible, a winner's decision. Brandon Jacobson also very, very difficult game, and Artur Go 3 in a row after losing the first game. I have to say, Artur Go is looking good. And let's take a look at the pairings and who are the main protagonists playing against today. Mishra is playing against Jason Liang, Daggupati versus Jacobson, and Artur Go versus Josiah Stearman. A lot of interesting clashes coming your way. Take a look at that. Abhi is ready to rock and roll. The usual intense stare that he has been giving us so many times. Alex was able to get it.
I think she snuck her way in.
Snuck her way in.
I'm not sure she was wanted.
I think Chris Bird did his job on that one. And speaking of Alice, she is leading the event. 3.5 out of 4. Hasn't lost a single game. Only 1 draw. But I have to say, she has been dominant in all phases of the game. She's playing incredible chess. And I have to say, right now, she is looking like the leader that she is. And take a look at who she will be facing today. Another up-and-comer in this tournament. That is Rochelle Wu, who is doing amazing in the event. 2.5, 1 point behind Alice Lee. If she manages to defeat her with the white pieces, she is going to be able to catch her as we are entering the final stretch of the event. Guys, a lot of exciting chess coming your way.
Indeed it is, Cristian. And Kate, do the honors. Tell our viewers what they can expect for round 5 pairings. Start with the girls, please.
Right, let's take a look. So we have in the girls section, we have Tang against Atwell, Wu against Lee. That's the big matchup of today in the girls section. Liu against Yan, Yip against Prasanna. Another, I think, important match here.
Agreed.
And then Mo against Mangalam.
And in the junior section, the key matchups.
Key matchup. So we start with Ghazarian Wang, but then Mishra Liang, Zhu Hong, Daggupati against Jacobson, and Go against Stearman.
Yeah, that board for the all Grandmaster clash, that's going to be good. And of course, in the legends.
And in the legend, we have it on board 1.
Sure.
Melik Khachiyan against Maxim Dlugy. The leaders are facing each other with 3.5 points. And then we go with Ruth against Gurevich, Kaidanov facing Benjamin, Wolff, Novikov, and Shabalov against Akopian.
Boards 1, 3, and 5, all marquee matchups. And these players are fighting hard as we see them getting ready for this round 5. But
And Balaji, I have to say, look, he's been having a difficult start of the tournament, but yesterday's win with the black pieces,
that was big.
that was a good one. That was definitely an improvement to his play, to his confidence as well. Huge result for
And
Balaji.
Brandon Jacobson, he had an important win yesterday
Yes.
against Arthur Rougeux, but a big win because there were some chances for a draw.
Oh, for
Exactly
sure.
right.
Yes.
There we see our girls leader, Alice Lee, but I want to say Rochelle and Carissa, who are chasing her by 1 point. Both Rochelle and Carissa have been very fortunate in the tournament, and you get that feeling when your opponents are not taking advantage of winning positions and you save them. You kind of feel very confident, and Rochelle looking for an opportunity to upset the tournament leader.
Rochelle had a very difficult game yesterday. She was
Exactly.
completely losing, but after that,
Carissa
she, in
did
fact-
too.
And, well, Carissa didn't have a lot of chances afterwards, but Rochelle could have potentially won that game against Liang, if you remember, with the 2 pieces
Yes.
against the rook. So definitely what she's showing in this tournament up to this point is tenacity.
And
She's
games are
fighting.
starting. D4
They're under it.
from
They're off.
Rochelle. Alice is cleaning the board, making sure all the squares are nice.
Right?
C4, okay, normal play so far. What do we expect, C6 or E6?
E6.
E6, okay. And that's one thing that we can see with Alice Lee early on in her career. She's very well prepared in the opening phase, which is atypical for a player her age.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, I mean, I think the players today, their maturity, their knowledge of the openings is
A6.
amazing. It's amazing. I mean, when I was 13, all the way up, I want to say to the 17 years of age, I was flip-flopping in my opening choices. I wouldn't like this, I would like that, and A7, A6, a move that really I want to say has been popularized by Magnus Carlsen, and it always struck me as a very, very strange move indeed, A7, A6. I mean, you're not paying attention to the center. You're basically trying to force white to resolve the tension, because if you allow, black will take and likely try to keep the pawn with
Yeah, then black
B5.
is ready to defend it with b5.
Exactly. So, and one of the key benefits I want to say of the move A7, A6 is if you go E4 takes, knight takes, you're in this bishop B4 check position from the Slav. Instead of having a pawn on A6, the pawn would be on A7, but the C pawn would be on C6, where it stands considerably worse. The pawn on C7 covers the D6 square. So in this position, takes, which comes from the Slav, there would be a pawn on C6. And black, of course, would in this position play knight C6 and
Right.
have a perfectly wonderful game. So the idea of A7, A6 is, on the one hand, to discourage E2, E4, and the other hand, to encourage white to resolve the tension.
And we see Rochelle capturing actually on d5.
Right, C
Yes.
takes, E takes.
I think that's the main line, more
Exactly.
or less. At least it's considered to be the main line. You can play in this type of positions in a lot of ways.
Exactly. And bishop f4 on the board. And what's caught your eye, Cristian, is early moments of round 5.
Well, we do have another A6 early on in this game between Abhimanyu Mishra and Jason Liang, and I think this is particularly aimed against Abhimanyu's Catalan. And we have seen Abhimanyu essay the Catalan. He knows it quite well. That was the game against Brandon Jacobson. You remember that stellar preparation of Brandon. But take a look at this. Knight to F3. This is a little bit different. And now A6. This specifically, as I mentioned, against the Catalan, because if you do go G3, then I can just simply go B5. And this, in fact, is considered to be quite okay for black. Maybe not equalized completely yet, but definitely on track to doing so. So generally, right now after A6, you want to stop the move B5. And the way to do that, which he did, by the way, is the move knight to C3. Now we have D5. And this is very similar to what we have in the Rochelle
Right.
versus Alice Lee, because you can take on D5 and then go bishop to F4, and you will get something very, very similar. But in fact, Abhimanyu, take a look at this. he chooses c5, taking advantage of the fact that the pawn is no longer on a7. With the pawn on a7, it would be much easier to play the move b6, right? Because after c takes b6, you would be able to recapture towards the center. We are always taught that you should recapture towards the center. In this case, this is the way you should be doing it. a7 takes b6. You cannot do that. You will have to take with the c pawn, and then you get this type of structure, which it seems like already with the pawn on e6 is good for white, because you no longer have a good way to get your bishop out, bishop to f5 or bishop to g4, get the bishop over this pawn wall, right? So this is going to be some sort of an exchange Slav type of structure, but I have to say this favors white because he already played the move b6, which in general you don't see in the exchange Slav. You see directly b5. So right. I can see a couple of ideas that would point to the fact that white is better in this position. I have to say I really enjoy this move c5. And by the way, he played b6, c takes b6, and he didn't capture back.
c5.
He played the move c5. I'm looking at the games. There are some games. There's a big one, Vidit versus Mamedyarov. A lot of intriguing stuff is happening early on in the games at the national championships. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. And one of the things that I always, as a competitor, enjoyed is the day before the free day. I thought I could go all out. You know, I'm going to get a day to recharge my battery, so I'm going to put all my energy in these games of the rounds where it's the day before the free day, and tomorrow will be free day. I've got this crazy position in front of me between Kelsey and Ru Yang, Kelsey Lu. And okay, everything's fine. We've got a Najdorf, right? Bishop g5. And there are a couple of moves here. By far, the main line goes e7, e6. But we've seen various stuff, including, don't even ask me why, I don't even want to go there, g6. I mean, but knight b8 to d7, that definitely had a surge of popularity. The whole idea behind this move is, occasionally enough, you haven't declared whether or not you're going to play e5, or you want to toss in a quick h6, and if you could boot the bishop back, even to continue with g5. The drawback of this move had always been considered to be the move bishop c4, that the bishop now has this great square, and Bobby Fischer has proven time and time again how effective the bishop can be on c4. Queen b6?
Trying to capture the pawn on b2, at least attacking it.
But the poisoned pawn, you're not going to be able to capture the pawn on b2 anymore after the move bishop b3. And I'm thinking the queen's misplaced. And if this is a theory, I just am amazed. e7, e6, so far everything's okay. And then I would have thought, okay, with the bishop on b3, nicely pointing at the e6 pawn, the usual idea is to go f4 and f5 and blast open the diagonal. No, she went a4, and I'm like, okay, what's going on now? Because as long as the queen's in front of the pawn on b7, there's no threat to play b5. So you're making a preventive move on a threat that doesn't even exist.
But that's maybe why Ru Yang now plays queen a5.
Right, okay.
Stop that pawn from advancing.
And by the way, just reminding white, there is a tickle across the board there.
There's also knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4, as well as queen takes a5. In all the cases, I think I'm being provoked to play the move queen d2, at least covering. So I was going to say, instead of the move a4, if you don't like f4, you certainly got to like castles and put your king on h1, and then play f4 and away you go. I also want to just, before we leave the girls, I want to go to the game of Carissa and Gracie for just a moment. So this is a Roy Lopez Chicoran variation, and like all players of my generation, you just had to study these positions inside and out.
I studied this also.
Exactly.
Yes.
It was just like
Very
a rite of
classical
passage.
thing.
You got to do it. You just got to do it. So after the move queen c7, I mean everybody, and I mean everybody and their brothers, this is where we studied knight b1 to d2, and the whole point was not to play the move d4, d5. Not to play the move d4, d5 too early, like you sometimes wait for the knight to go back. Sometimes you wait for the bishop to go to b7, and you only shut down the position when black has committed their bishops to b7 or their knight to c6. Otherwise, you keep the tension, and the reason is because of this move, knight c4. The knight on c4 usually will get booted back, but it'll get booted back to the square b6, where it's actually quite useful. It's not useful on a5. And secondly, this bishop is not on b7, but this bishop is actually patrolling a diagonal that's very useful. Oftentimes, as we've seen in numerous games, knight goes to f5. Well, the bishop is ready to meet the knight on b5. So we always thought that the positions after knight c4, b3, knight to b6, knight b8 to d2 were equal, that black had already equalized, and you could play a6, a5, followed by c5, c4, and you had nothing to worry about. Now, the crazy part is you would have, most especially Boris Spassky. You'd be amazed how many times Boris Spassky did this in his career.
Wow, big sacrifice.
What?
Just right now?
What? Like, what? That's crazy, right? And his whole idea was you get these two fluid pawns in the center, like this knight is going to go back, you're going to play bishop to b7, and at first you're very, very confused. You can't understand what black is doing. Then later it slowly dawns on you that, well, it's not so easy to refute, and there is play for black. And again, I just encourage you to look at the games of Boris Spassky, because it was a very confounding piece sacrifice for two pawns, and he did it often in his career. And it's like, unless you've seen it, and obviously it caught you by surprise, it's quite something. But Cristian, I want to jump over to you and ask you, in the other tournaments, what's caught your eye?
I'm looking at the junior section. There is one game in particular which caught my eye because it's quite interesting, and it's something that I actually haven't seen before. Take a look at this. Early on in this Ruy Lopez very main line of the Ruy Lopez, we've seen knight a5 followed by c5, the Chigorian, which we have in the Carissa game. Bishop to b7 is a very typical way of playing it. Zaitsev, knight to b8, the Breyer. You can play, by the way, rook to e8. You can play bishop to b7 followed by knight to d7. You have a lot of setups, right, available at your disposal. But one thing and one setup that I haven't seen yet is bishop to d7. Take a look at this move. Very strange move, but there's some tactical reasons behind it. d4 and now a5. What's the first thing that comes to your mind?
A4.
What if a4, okay, that's a good one. Yes. yes. To my eyes, because I'm trying to compare it to the Breyer, was d5, right?
Okay,
If I force the knight to b8 and the bishop is already on d7, that does make a lot of sense, right? Because this knight usually goes to d7. But what you can do after d5, you have this nice tactical shot with a4. You cannot take, because this is actually lost after rook takes a2.
Wow.
You take on a2, I take back, and you don't have a good way to stop me from promoting that pawn. So very nice variation. Obviously, this seems to be well known by Brandon. And by the way, there's only one big game in this line recently. It's a game between Dominguez and Eric Hansen. I would assume this was probably some sort of Title Tuesday blitz game or rapid game, something along those lines. What else? a4, as you were mentioning, right? Makes a lot of sense. It seems like this line, take on d4.
Played.
a4 is on the board, and we're going to see b takes a4 almost instantaneously. Because we've seen Brandon. He's very good with his opening preparation. By the way, he's been blitzing out his moves. a4, take, and knight to b4, and we get to this position, which seems to be extremely complex, but now we kind of understand why the bishop is on d7. It makes some sense. It definitely has that, well, this is a surprise, that surprise element to it, right? And as you can see, b takes a4 is on the board.
And you know, talking about
see knight b4.
About Brandon, who is playing really fast, let's look at players who are not playing really fast. What about the senior section? I think the main matchup between Melik, Khachiyan, and Maxim Dlugy, there are only 2 moves on the board, 3 moves on the board right now.
They've been taking it easy. They've been taking it easy. Okay.
Wait, what is happening? Is that like a reversed
right?
Slav with an extra tempo for white?
Okay,
What
so
is this?
Melik's knight f3, and Max played c5. So Max is inviting an open Sicilian. Would you like to play an open Sicilian, e2 to e4? And Melik was probably thinking, well, it's an interesting invitation, but what are we going to get? We're going to get a Richter Rauser? Or do I want to play a ready? I want to play with g3. Or maybe I want to transpose back into some kind of a Grunfeld with c4. So there was Melik thinking about, and he says, you know what? Maybe I can get you into a kind of a Slav, because Max doesn't play Slav. And now Max says, wait a minute, I'm not getting my Grunfeld, I'm not getting my open Sicilian. Now what do I have to play? And literally, they had only played 2 moves. Everybody's in the depths
Trying to
of
out-trick the opponent.
Right, and so he said, okay, I'll take the center with d5, d4. Now, this is an invitation to go into an exchange Slav, which, okay, it does have a drawing reputation, but white is the one who has the opening first move, symmetrical position, slight advantage for white. No, said Max, I'm going to play e7, e6, and now you're going to play either a London system or some kind of a Kali system with the pawn on c3. And I love these opening duels where the players try to outfox one another and try to get their opening on the board. By the way, I believe that bishop d7 is the Keres variation of the Ruy Lopez.
Is that how it's called?
I think Paul Keres played a number of games with a5 as well as bishop d7. And more than anybody, he pushed the theory on that one. I just want to go to some of the other key matchups. Alexander Shabalov versus Vladimir Akopian. It's not the Nimzo, Bogo Indian. I used to play the Bogolyubov. Nobody could pronounce Bogolyubov, so we called it the Bogo Indian. Bishop b4 check, knight c3 would transpose back into a Nimzo. Bishop d2, queen e7. I played this as black on a number of occasions. The idea is that I do want to trade bishops and then change the structure dramatically by going d6 and e5. That did not take place. Shaba played knight d2, d7, d5, g3. It's kind of a Catalan with bishop on b4. Normally, I'm used to seeing queen c2, bishop g2 here, but theory is very early. And then again, another key matchup, Gregory Kaidanov. Joe Benjamin, we've been seeing
this variation is
again.
Popular. Wow, we
Suddenly,
had it in
right?
Carissa Zip. Who was the next one? Andrew Hong?
Well, it was like the first, Carissa was
the second.
Yeah, and everybody was playing this, and well, white was doing really well. This was like some strange variation where the knight was going to b4 and the queen was being dragged back to d2. Joel looks like he's just going through the files. Tell our viewers, okay, so you're coming to the game, you've got your preparation, lucky you. Your preparation is on the board, except now you're at a crossroads. How do you remember your preparation? Do you remember it as do you have a mental image? Is it a file in your mind? You're seeing the board? How do you remember your preparation?
That's a very good question. I think I have a visual memory when I was going through it, what was happening, and also the connections. Like maybe here, it's very natural to get, e6, black wants to get the bishop out, knight c3, I'm developing. But then you know that sometimes the queen retracts from f4 to d2.
Right.
But to be honest, I'm not a very big theoretician. My memory is not very good. So sometimes I'm just like, you know what? Let's just make a move that makes sense and hope for the best.
And how about you, Cristian? When you've got lucky you, you've got your preparation on the board, but you're at a crossroads. There's a very, very important crossroads. that you're at, and you know you have a choice between two different variations. Do you see the do you see the file in your mind as a screen?
So if I still have it, right?
Yeah, you've got you. So you're at this position where you could choose A or B. Prior to the game, you thought you were going to go with the line A, but you just want to recall for yourself line B. Do you see it as
Basically, what I'm trying to do is I usually remember the end of the line and how the end of the line looks like. So I'm trying to make my way back to that
Reverse
place, right?
engineer.
Reverse engineer where I have to get to.
Right.
That's one way. Of course, you see generally nowadays you see and you prepare with a 2D board, right?
Right, exactly.
And in general, when you come on the board, it's a 3D board, right?
Right.
So then it comes the question: do you practice with a board next to you, or do you practice only with the computer screen next to you? Nowadays, to be honest, I only practice, especially openings, just with a computer screen.
Right.
And it's very rarely that, even at the elite level, people still travel with a chessboard and chess set with them. They don't do that anymore. They just practice with the screen. They repeat those lines. And this is key. They repeat the lines very, very often. So it kind of becomes a second language to them, their opening repertoire, right? So they have a much easier way. And this is part of being a professional chess player. You have to do that in order to remember absolutely everything. If you don't do that, then yes, you will be forgetting, and then you have to require some tricks such as reverse engineering, things of that nature. And very often you just forget stuff. I mean, that's the way it goes. You forget stuff, and then you play what looks like the best or the most natural move, and then you take it from there and try to make a good game happen. But take a look, guys. I mean, we really need to go to this game, because this one is speeding up to I actually have no idea what. I'm trying to understand the assessment of the final position, as I will show you, and you probably will not understand either. Take a look at this. This is a game between Abhi and Jason Liang. Bishop to f4, bishop to d6. You can also take on b6, but generally after knight to a4, it seems like this gives white some sort of an advantage. I'm going to take on c5. At some point, you're going to have to give me your bishop. Maybe you will restore the material balance, but it's not going to be enough to get full equality. So I like this for white. Obviously, Jason seems to have liked it for white as well in his preparation, and he chose to go for a different line. Bishop to d6. Take, 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 take. And by the way, both of these players right now are speeding through these moves. e4, novelty, early novelty. e3 was played before. Rook to c1 as well. e4, not so much. Take a look at this, 1 hour and 32 minutes. He still knows what he's doing. Both of these players, with a novelty, they still know. And this is a piece sacrifice, by the way.
Right.
d4, e5, queen to b4, knight takes d4, castle. They're speeding up through this. Knight to f5, queen to f3. Take a look at this. Knight to d5, take, take. Piece sacrifice. Don't go rook to b8, try to defend the rook. That's checkmate in one move. So don't do that. You have to give up the rook, which he does. Castle, queen takes a8. Knight to e3. What in the world is happening here?
The bishop needs the f5 square.
I'm threatening some sort of a checkmate. If you go b7, maybe some queen c5, queen c2 ideas, you're in trouble if you don't take on e3. You have to take on e3. Check first. This is a position that we currently have on the board, and white has a couple of options. King to d2 or king to b1. It seems like after king to b1, we get to this position. Bishop to f5, bishop to d3. Maybe bishop takes d3. You can also take on e8. We'll see which one is prepared by black, by Jason Liang. But you can also take on d3 first. At least to my eyes, this looks like the most natural, right? You take, and it doesn't seem like you will be able to get the queen back. Maybe black is just winning.
b7.
No. b7. Now you're in trouble. Well, if you go rook to b8, the most natural, you are in trouble.
Rook c1.
Because I go rook to c1. You have to defend c8, maybe with queen to f8, but unfortunately for you, you're just simply not in time. I can go rook to c3, followed by rook to c8, get the queen back, and that's going to be winning for white. It's going to lead to a winning advantage for white. So you have to do, after rook to c1, first of all, after b7, you have to go rook f8. Hide the rook on f8, rook to c1, and now you have to attack the pawn. Queen to b5, and we get this position, rook to b3, queen takes e5. which seems to lead to some sort of equality. This is equal. I'm not sure exactly why. This is deep stuff, guys. How do you remember this type of opening preparation when your opponent surprises you? Because I can guarantee you, he did not expect this move a6 as early as move 3 from black, right? Yet Abhimanyu knows this idea, knows this novelty with e4 all the way at move 11. Right. And then his opponent, Jason, says, yeah,
knew
sure,
it as well.
e4, no problem. I have this in my file. I've looked at this. I've prepared this. Incredible opening preparation. And it comes back to what you guys were mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast.
Yeah.
This is the round. They're giving their all in, right? In their preparation, all their energy is spent on the preparation and on the game itself, because tomorrow it's a rest day.
Right. And I mean, it goes with the conversation we're having about preparation.
Right.
Both players seem to be
Yeah.
out dueling one another in the preparation.
Look at the
this
clock.
is extraordinary, right? I mean, the position got hosed. The clocks reveal that both players are familiar, but it was this move knight e3 that is a real stunner, because if you go to the position right here, Mishra's just grabbed the rook, said, do your worst. You can win the pawn back on b6, and we'd understand
Okay,
it if
king
you were
d2
to try
he played.
to take that pawn. But this move, knight e3, is the cold shower move, because it's prepping the move bishop f5, like you would just love to take. Queen c5 check, king b1, and very happily put your king in the corner until you realize your queen's hanging. And now you understand why the f5 square was vacated. So this position, he did play king d2, by the way. After queen c5 check, your move king d2 came on the board.
King d2 is just a repetition.
Queen to b4 check.
Queen to b4, queen to a5,
And
both
that's
of them work.
on the board, by the way. And the
Queen
problem is, once again, you can't walk to a light square. King e2.
He
that
went
would
back
be
to
a
c1.
check.
He's going to back to c5, and now you have to go king b1 to continue the game.
Right. Maybe Abhimanyu just like got extra 30 seconds.
on the
so
clock.
like, okay, are you gonna give me a check on b4 or
But
not?
you were showing us this incredible variation, Christian, that went check, bishop here. And I was thinking to myself that, well, gee, this would be dangerous for white if he took the queen, right? You take the queen. And if you took the bishop, then you would just take the pawn, and I have a queen for a rook and a piece.
Right.
You'd probably have to go back into those lines.
First with b7.
B7 takes. We transpose back into this completely, obscure, crazy. I don't even know how you get to an ending through your preparation. It's like, wow.
Just incredible preparation.
Wow.
And take a look at this.
Yes, please.
The line keeps going.
No.
It seems like. The line keeps going.
Okay.
So you get to this position. I think this is where we left it, somewhere around here.
Yeah.
And now you play something like a3 as white.
What?
And now you only have one move as black.
What?
If you go h6, for example,
Which
then I will
looks
go rook to
reasonable.
c8, and unfortunately after e4 you're just lost, because now I have the extra square a2 and my king is safe. You have to take, I go king a2, and then you cannot stop me from
Queen.
promoting. So what you have to do after this move a3, you can do it before rook to c8 or after rook to c8. You can also play a3 at this point. The response is going to be the same. After a3, you have to go queen b8. That's the only move in the position. And now you just basically wait. King to a2, you go g6. Maybe white is going to try to push the pawns on the queen side. But whenever you push the pawns on the queen side, then you have to worry about the king. To my eyes, and probably to the engine eyes as well, the engine of Jason, the engine of Abhimanyu, at certain depth, this is probably just triple zeros. Right now, the engine is saying 0.4, but I would assume that at a certain depth, this is just completely equal, and perhaps Jason knows it. Let's see whether Abhimanyu is going to bite the bullet and say, okay, show me. I can continue with king to b1. Show me if you know absolutely everything. And by the way, we're at move In my analysis, this is move 30.
I don't think Jason's going to have any trouble, crossing that 40 move.
Time control.
Time control. He may even have 2 hours after those 10 moves.
That is amazing.
Imagine preparing a game all the way to move 40. The one time I remember I think it was a game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Sergei Karyakin that went all the way to move 40 with opening preparation. It was just a ridiculous game at the Sinkfield Cup. Remember many years back. So incredible preparation. Everybody knows what they're doing in this competition. Finally, we see, I believe, King to B1. Yes, an invitation for a fight. Show me what you got.
Exactly. Bishop F5 check. They're going to go right into that. Yeah, one of the seniors said, wait a minute, what are these guys doing?
I want to see too.
What are these guys? This is junior chess. What are these guys doing?
This is move 34, guys.
Right.
24, sorry.
One of my favorite stories, it was the Tata Steel Chess Festival that goes on each and every year in January in Vikonsee, Holland, and I had come late to the round, like 3 hours after the start. But I just hung up my coat. In the media center, I saw Boris Gelfand and Loek van Velde, and they were analyzing their game. And so I understood they had made a grandmaster draw. These were the days where draw offers were allowed. So I understood they had made a grandmaster draw. And I came and I was watching them. It was Patrick Wolff. I was wondering what the heck is going on here.
Why do they play so fast?
Exactly. I was watching them analyze, and they were analyzing an endgame. And there was a group of people standing around, and I sat next to them and analyzing the endgame. I thought it was a grandmaster draw, right? So I said, excuse me, Boris, could you give me your score sheet, right? So the score sheet, there's move 46. They played 46 moves in 3 hours, and, there's a draw. So I was going down. It was one of those Grunfeld defenses. Everything looked very, very routine, very correct. It was a wonderful game. 46 moves, draw, wow, okay. So I said to Boris, so what was the novelty? He goes, I think that move B6 way back when, that was the novelty. And there was a guy, Jan van der Mortel, who was just standing behind me. He was a part of the media center. He says, no, that wasn't the novelty. Everybody turned and said, well, what was the novelty? He said, well, the novelty was the draw offer. You were following a game of Ivanchuk that went another 3 moves. I was like, what? 49 move, the novelty was the draw offer.
Yeah, which cannot happen in this tournament because the players have to play.
No draws. And look at, Mishra, and here we go. Yeah, that was the whole thing. After bishop check, take the queen, you have to play b7 because otherwise you're just worse. Now they're going into that line
straight
that
into
you've
that
been
line.
showing us.
Straight into that line,
Wow. By the way, just a big shout out to audience. Thank you so much for joining us. But there is a way for our audience to join the conversation and to stump our panel of experts. That is yourselves, not myself.
That's Yasser and Cristian. Feel free, everyone, to ask us questions or leave comments on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Tag the St. Louis Chess Club or use the hashtag US Juniors Chess, US Seniors Chess, or St. Louis Chess Club.
Exactly. And we welcome your questions. We've been having some really good ones. And we have a tweet. Well, look at that. Asked and answered. Here it comes. Let's see who is this one. This is from Think Like on Twitch. And the question is,
do you think the seniors like the no draw offers more or less than the juniors?
I would say that the seniors hate the no draw offers. I would say that for many of the seniors who have played their whole careers and really based a lot of their openings over when to make that strategic draw offer. And although you didn't see it, before we came on the air, our broadcast, Chris Bird, the international arbiter, has joined us during our rehearsals and said, do you know we have a problem with Dmitry Gurevich? And he said, well, what's the problem, Chris? Well, Dmitry, he likes to write down his move, before he plays it, because
It
that
used
was,
to be okay.
That was, not only was that a rule that it was allowed, it was encouraged. If you, it was Kotov's book, terrible book, Think Like a Grandmaster, where he said, write down your move, think about the move, and then look at it from beginner's eyes. Am I blundering anything? Is anything on pre? And then when you see that nothing is on pre, then you make the move. So the training was to write down your move before you played it. Now it's illegal. That is considered taking notes, and you're not allowed to do that. So Chris is going to Dima and saying, don't write down your moves. I'm giving you a warning. And Dima says, right. And then, of course, he does it again because it's wired.
Then he sees Chris and he's like, I'm sorry.
Scratch. So, I think that the seniors have always had the draw offer as a rule. And so they're a little bit thrown off. What's your take?
I honestly like it very much because
I like this.
I don't have to worry about thinking about offering draw or thinking if my players, if they surprise me. Here he is the chief arbiter. So I don't have to think about it. I know my opponent is not going to offer me a draw. I can offer a draw, and we just play, and I just calculate what is happening on the board. So I'm a really favorite of this rule. What about you, Cristian?
I don't think that's such a deep question that requires 3 answers.
No?
I think you guys covered everything, so I'm just going to go back to chess.
All right.
All right. We're going to get to this game between Kirk Ghazarian and Justin Wang, because take a look at this. Kirk Ghazarian, by the way, had a terrible game yesterday. You remember that? Knight h5, knight f4, knight g6, knight h8. My goodness, what was happening with the dance of that night, that particular night. But take a look at what's happening. And he's shown his expertise in the Catalan in the first game against Josiah Stearman. Right now, also getting a great position out of the opening against Justin Wang. Take a look at this. Bishop to b4, already a step in the wrong direction. And to be honest, I'm trying to understand why he made this move, because immediately Kirk understood that he has to pin the knight, the best response in the position, knight to d7, and now he has a golden opportunity to get a great advantage with the move d5. Ooh. Perhaps this is something that was missed by Justin Wang, because he's been thinking, he's definitely not in his preparation right now. And after d5, you probably have to take, if you take on c3, I take on c6, you're completely losing in that position. So you have to take on d5, I take back on d5. If you give me your light square bishop, you allow my rook to potentially double up with the help of its body on a1 on the d file. I mean, that's going to be really, really bad, right? And I'm getting my pawn back, no problem. I'm going to recapture that pawn, reinstate the material balance after queen takes c4. So maybe you have to go something like bishop to d6, but now I can go knight to d4 and force you to give me the bishop, right? You take on d5, I take back. Once again, you cannot touch this bishop because you're losing the queen. So I'm looking at the position, my knight is coming to f5, my queen maybe will be taking on c4. I have this beautiful bishop on the long diagonal, the light square bishop with no counterpart from black. So, I mean, this is looking like a dream Catalan come true for Kirk Ghazarian. If he finds d5, he has a great chance to bounce back with a tremendous win against Justin Wang.
Thank you for that, Cristian.
Who, by the way, is struggling. Yesterday had a difficult game against Artur Guo. Remember that one, it went all the way until the end, but he was on the back foot from the beginning.
And speaking of pawns on d5, we have another game. Artur Guo and Josiah Stearman. White just captured, pawn takes d5.
Right. I was just going to say that we have a duo of hat tricks. Arthur's one of the duo, the other is Max Dlugy, both players on a roll of 3 in a row. This comes from this line of the open Sicilian with this early bishop to d3. And it's always confounded me, like as a beginning player, I was always told to capture towards the center. That was what we do, is we capture towards the center. And whenever white gives black the center, that black should take it, occupy the center, and have an advantage. So when I look at these positions with the eyes of a beginner, I always say that black is equalized. Then I'm confounded by the fact that in modern chess, we often see white doing this. This is actually a very topical line. And after queen b6 castles, well, what's the only problem that black has in the position?
Bishop on
bishop.
c8.
You trade that bishop off. If you could magically reach across the board and trade off the light squared bishops, no issues, right? Bishop e7, castles. Black has a perfectly safe king, good control of the center, good development for his pieces. He's got the perfect opening. So bishop a6 takes on d5, and this is where the crazy part is. It's confounding. If, for example, you capture on d3, which is the whole idea of bishop a6, you wanted to trade, and if, for example, you capture with the c pawn, take towards the center, well, queen a4 check is going to leave you upset.
Right, because
You know?
Black still, has to worry about the king in the center. You said
Exactly.
bishop e7 castle, but
Exactly.
white is not going to give you the time. White is going to go and attack.
If you capture with the other pawn, well, then you've got an
Rook
issues
e1.
the other way. So you're going to have to take with the knight, and then after knight takes d5, knight to c4, it's like you've got a good knight, but so do I. And this is a position where, well, white probably has an edge, and you sit there scratching your head and saying, well, didn't white break some rules, but he's better? So Arthur, I think he's got a slight advantage coming out of the opening, and we'll keep an eye on this one. Again, I want to just go to the all Grandmaster clash in the junior section, because I'm looking at the position and I'm forcibly reminded of the World Championship match in 1990 between Kasparov and Karpov. It was a Zaitsev variation, and it was this really incredibly beautiful game that Gary won, where he had this exact structure, and he put his rook back on a3 very, very nicely, and he played knight h2. And the rook comes
Clearing the third rank.
Clearing the third rank is a really, really beautiful game. One of the, did you have to do that, or did your coach make you do it, or did you do it yourself? But I made myself go through all of the World Championship match games.
Oh, wow.
I studied every single one of them, not just for the history, but I wanted to know how world champions did it.
I think we picked specific matches and then we went over all the
of them.
games, but I don't think I've seen, it wasn't on purpose to see everything. It was
Every
more
single
picking
match.
certain matches.
Right. How about you, Cristian? Was it a part of your training as you learned chess to go over all the world championships?
No.
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 But why not? These the best players in the world,
Probably that's why I
right?
stayed uncultured. No,
Me too, Christian.
Oh,
I
please,
have
Lord,
better
save me
things to
from
do.
my colleagues.
No, I actually went through most of the World Championship matches later on in my chess career by myself.
Right.
And maybe I don't remember exactly what the coaches were showing me when I was a kid. I started off when I was like 5. You started off when you were quite late.
12.
12, right?
Yes, yes.
I started off when I was 5. So probably whenever I was 7, probably some coach was showing me the World Championship matches. I just wasn't registering it. What I remember doing with my coaches, I had some opening coaches, specifically opening coaches that were showing me only certain openings. That was one of the things, one of the specialization items that I was doing when I was a kid. But no, mostly on my own whenever I went through these World Championship matches.
Well, just on that note, sorry for pressing the point there just a minute, Cristian. You helped Fabiano in 2018
That's right.
as he went up against Magnus Carlsen, a World Championship match.
Yeah.
Do you know if Fabi made an effort to study all of his predecessors' matches?
Leading up to that match?
Yeah.
No.
Just
He
Magnus's matches?
He didn't. No, we looked through Magnus's games. Obviously, we discussed them, but I don't think it was all of them or anything of that nature. And we didn't have any sort of, hey, let's analyze this specific match and see how it went. That kind of went into the general preparation.
Intriguing. I want to turn our attention to the game of Arthur Zhu versus Andrew Hong for just a moment, because there's a surprise move. We've seen this position earlier in the competition, a7, a6, and in this particular game, I think we've seen h3 and bishop e3. But Arthur decided, well, what he really, really wants to do is play the move f4. to play the move f4, you got to get your knight out of the way, which is what he did. He played knight to d2. And then came this surprise
Very
move.
surprising. b5.
I'm like, wait a minute, I stopped you from doing that. I got
like, you did not stop me.
3 pieces controlling that square. I've got the bishop, the knight, and the pawn on c4, and I'm going to play b5 anyway. So take
what
some
is this,
b5.
takes?
So I'm assuming it's kind of like what you might get from a Benko gambit, some kind of a Benko gambit. So if I go knight b6, I'm attacking the bishop. If you take, I'll take the bishop, I'll recapture the pawn, and
you're
I'll
probably
say,
very happy.
yeah, let's say I've got full compensation. I'm assuming the bishop's going to come back. And then I'm going to take, and I'm going to take because, and now the question is, after a move like bishop a6, it's not a Benko gambit, but is it compensation? What's your first initial?
So here you have to move the knight back, right?
Let's
Because
say.
after a4, I will simply capture it.
That's a bit embarrassing. The intention of defending the knight, there's a small flaw. There's a small flaw. Okay, you're right. I'm going to retreat. Okay, I did it. I retreated. And then I'm assuming d5.
d5 looks very natural. I'm
Right.
ready with my pieces. I want to push forward.
Is the compensation worth the pawn?
Well, that's a good question. Let me think a little bit. I feel like we always have to answer so quickly. But
Tick,
I think I would
tock,
prefer
tick.
here black. I always like the compensation. I always like the active
initiative.
pieces, the initiative.
Yeah.
And here, the bishop on c2 is really stuck.
Right.
I guess white has to play something like rook e1.
Okay. Yeah, Vladimir Kramnik's move. We teased Vladimir. When Vladimir didn't know what to do as white, he always put his rook on e1. And I'm not joking. Look it up. Look at his games. They're hilariously funny. If you're just looking for that in his games, he played rook e1 on like every occasion he could. It was very nice. Yeah, but rook e1, I think it's compensation. But again, yeah, it's a pawn. It's a pawn. Let's look at that. And by the way, as I'm going through the games, let's just remind everybody, all of this fighting chess, what are they fighting
big,
for?
Very generous prize fund. In
okay.
the U.S. Girls Junior, we have a prize fund of $20,000. The first place has $6,000, second place $4,000, third place $3,000, all the way to the 10th place $500.
Tell us about the prize fund for the junior championship.
The juniors, their prize fund is $40,000, and the first place takes home $12,000, second place $8,000, and third place $5,000, all the way to the 10th place $1,000.
But very, very big bonus prizes for those two events as well.
Right, very nice champions bonus, because the winners of the juniors and junior girls will be awarded the 10,000 scholarship generously jointly funded by the Dwayne Barber Foundation and U.S. Chess.
And that $10,000 scholarships will go to the player's choice of their college or university, plus the other direct qualification.
Top finishers automatically qualify for the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championship here in St. Louis in October.
And tell us about the Legends Seniors Championship.
The Seniors Championship has a very big prize fund of $75,000, with the first place taking home $20,000, second place $13,000, third place $10,000, all the way to the last place $3,000.
Thank you to the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center for your generous support of the players. As I'm just going around, which event should we go to?
Let's go to the seniors.
Seniors, let's
and
do
the
it.
leaders, Melik Khachiyan against Maxim Dlugy.
That's the marquee matchup as our two leaders. It looks like, it's funny, it's a Moran variation, colors reversed, but it's a direct Moran variation where white is playing black with an extra tempo. You know, you're usually, the queen might be already on the c7 square exactly at this point. And after e3, e4, here we are. Your take first.
E4, so we want to recapture with the knight. So what, black is going to capture back, knight takes.
So if black were to capture everything, well, at the end of the day, you'd have to prefer white because it's sort of like this bishop is rather active, this rook is controlling.
The bishop on c8, unclear where it's going to be developed.
Doesn't make a very, very pleasing impression, which is why oftentimes you do see this move queen c7, the idea behind queen c7, kind of controlling the e5 square. You want to avoid, e4, e5 and getting a cramped position. Still early days in the opening. Let's just go around the horn a little bit. Shabalov versus Akopian. And Cristian, let's jump to you and see what caught your eye.
We have a winning position, guys.
Ooh,
wow.
Kirk,
that was early.
Kirk Ghazarian found this idea with d5, and right now black. Justin Wang didn't respond properly. He played this move bishop e7, which, by the way, looks like the most natural response in the position. And if you don't find the next sequence of moves, then maybe black is going to be more or less fine. But, and by the way, this was played. Anand made the same mistake. In 1996, in a game against Piquet, Lars Bo Hansen, Ribley Zoltan, a lot of grandmasters got to this position, made this mistake, but it's completely losing. Take a look at this. Knight takes f6, bishop takes f6, and now knight to e5. Everything is hanging in the position, the bishop on g5, the knight on e5. Of course, you cannot take the knight on e5 because you lose the queen. If you take on g5, then I take on c6, I take on d7. If you move the rook, then I can just simply go knight to b6.
Oops.
That's going to be an exchange. You have absolutely
Terrible.
no compensation. You don't have the light square bishop to create any problems against my king in the absence of my light square bishop. So this one is looking completely winning. Easy win for white. And what else can you do? You can take on g2, I guess, but after knight d7, this is even worse. You take on g5, I take on f8, then I pick up the bishop on... Guys, this is completely winning. If he finds knight takes f6 and knight to e5, they can sign the score sheets.
Wow. Always, if you can win out of the opening, that's great, because look at the importance of this. Kirk would jump on the trampoline.
Right, and it would catapult him to the lead, together with Brandon Jacobson, Abhi, Mishra, and Arthur Gu.
I think that's, for me, one of the worst things, if not the absolute worst thing in chess. I don't mind losing. That's part of the job. Sometimes you're just going to tip your hat, but I really love it when my opponents played a great game and beat me really, really splendidly. I learn a lot, thank you very much. But when I lose out of the opening, I feel like such an idiot, because my opponent didn't even make an original move. And you said, wow, you mentioned some really great names that have fallen into this opening trap there.
World champion Vishwanathan Anand.
I mean, hello. I mean, one of the great prepared players. By the way,
Here we see Kirk thinking.
I just wanted to turn our attention to the seniors for a moment, because I'm having a senior moment here, and I can't understand what's going on with me. I want to refer to the game of Gregory Kaidanov and Joel Benjamin, and help me out on this one.
Oh, let's see. Knight takes e7. He's not taking on f6.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, he missed it.
the opportunity.
He missed it. Now it's equal.
Oh, no. Oh. Just that extra little thought. And the crazy part, if you had told him, you have...
Standing move. I haven't seen one of those in a while.
If you had done that, if you had said to him, and in this position you have a winning move, you have a puzzle rush, then he would see it.
Like 30 seconds, I'm sure they would see, because you are looking for that winning trick.
Right. I wanted to just refer to our game between Kaidanov and Joel Benjamin, because something really confused me, and I need your help here, Kate. It was just move 9, and Gregory played the move knight c3. Nothing was wrong whatsoever with the move knight c3. You're developing, nothing could be wrong. Looking at this position, I'm scratching my head, and I'm saying, what am I supposed to do after knight g5? I'm threatening mate in 1.
Very quickly attacking f7.
Well, I mean, you got to play knight f5.
Knight f5,
right? Forced. I took it.
You take, I take back.
Right, and g4.
Maybe queen h4 here?
queen h4, and I take.
I take.
Did I win a pawn?
No,
Or did
because...
I-
Oh, you have this...
It's like an intermezzo check. A Zwischenzug, our producer Tom loves Zugzwang and Zwischenzugs. It's his favorite chess terms.
I'm just wondering about your pieces, but you are getting the pawn. So if bishop captures back, just...
Okay, to complete the line.
Yes.
I mean, I think there's a compensation, don't get me wrong, but I saw knight g5 and I go, wait a minute. It looks like such a dumb move, right? Because it's such an absurdly direct threat, this move knight g5. But then I was thinking, well, I follow it up, if I follow it up with g4, then I think after knight h6, somehow life goes on. But I was trying to somehow punish black, knight f7, king f7, and I didn't see an immediately forced draw.
So if I go Yasser, just queen b6,
Queen
just
b6.
kind of trying to be on the diagonal.
Sure. And maybe even you want, well, although I do
No, right now I just recapture back.
You just recapture back. But isn't your king more vulnerable? I don't know. I mean, it's struck me as pretty strange and unusual opportunity. You don't see that all the time. In the game, by the way, knight c3 was chosen, and the players have reached, I don't know if this is a theoretical position or not, it looks kind of like a French defense, but somehow the bishop on d3 is missing. So maybe black is fine. What do you have, Cristian, on your board?
I'm looking at this game between Zoe and Rose Atwell, and Zoe has been doing tremendously well in this tournament up to yesterday. Yesterday she had a difficult game against Alice Lee. We remember that one, but right now she's looking to bounce back. And that's exactly what she's doing, at least up to this point. This move, h5, the last move, allows this expansion with e4, and this is something that black really has to stop if they want to have a good position. After e4, it just simply doesn't look good because you have to start retreating. I'm threatening e5. You don't have time, and perhaps this is what she missed. You don't have time to go h4. If you go h4, e5, this is looking really, really good for white. Queen to e6, maybe knight to e2, knight to f4, things of that nature. I'm not going to take on f6 because you take on g3, but I'm just simply going to push my knight back. So after e4, I'm looking at the position, and the best move is to retreat with knight h7, but this allows me to go e5 followed by f4. It just seems like white is playing, well, the players are playing on one goal, and that is black's goal. f4, f5, the attack is devastating, and black doesn't really have a lot of compensation for it. So I'm seeing this position. She played e4, and Zoe is definitely on her way to potentially bouncing back. Rose is struggling in this event. She came with high hopes, but right now she really needs a miracle to get back into this game.
Wow. Okay, just as we get prepared for our break, I wanted to jump into the game of Rochelle Wu and Alice Lee. That was the a7, a6. I don't know if this has a name. I'm sure it does. It's a Queen's Gambit decline with this early a7, a6. Again, variation popularized by Magnus Carlsen, amongst others. And the players, more or less, they quickly achieved a position of a mutual satisfaction, I would say. And this was a surprise, I think, for Rochelle. When she played the move Queen c2, I think she was being cagey herself. She was saying, aren't I clever? Haven't committed my knight to either e2 or to the f3 squares. I'll first make a useful move, Queen c2, until Alice said, excuse me, I think you made an error.
Yeah, because knight c6 is like
With
a small double attack.
Exactly. The dual threat of knight takes d4, oopsie daisy, thanks to the pin on the king, the pawn is on pre, and also as in the game, knight b4. And you gave up a very crucial bishop, I want to say. This bishop on d3 versus the bishop on c8 favors white. So against knight c6, normally you would like to play a3 and stop knight b4. So Alice, I think, has equalized pretty comfortably out of the ending. And this is an important game for the standings. arcade.
Right, we see Alice Lee leading with 3.5, but Rochelle was chasing right after her with 12.5 points. So if Rochelle wins, she catches up, but if
Right.
Alice wins, then she's really getting a very good start.
A crucial game for Rochelle, and I think Rochelle knows that she's really given up her opening initiative here. I always hate that when you make that one little error, queen c2 premature. But as we get ready for our first break, we like to check in with our good friends at Q Boutique and find out what the specials are for today. And let's take a look. Here it comes. We have the 2023 U.S. Junior Championship polo shirt. This is a limited edition and it's perfect for any chess enthusiast. The pole features the tournament logo on the breast and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the right shoulder. Show your pride for the game in style and comfort. Shop for all your chess needs at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com. And these are very, very comfortable shirts. I've got the senior, the purple,
I've got the
regal.
girls.
You got the girls?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it didn't come in large, for me. It's like my swollen pectorals. They don't have it for me. but we're going to take a break and we'll see you on the other side.
In 2019, the Missouri Bicentennial Commission, along with Governor Mike Parson, approved the building of a life-size chessboard to celebrate the 200th anniversary of the state of Missouri. Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, a lifelong patron of scouting and Great Rivers Council Board member, proposed that the project be built as an Eagle Scout project. Jeannie invited 16-year-old Andrew Dowden of Troop 6, Jefferson City, to take on this incredibly important project.
My name is Andrew Dowden, and I belong to Troop 6 in Jefferson City, Missouri. So my troop, we were down camping down at the sink fields, and Jeannie came down and asked, is anyone close to getting their Eagle or needing a project? She had this idea of the Eagle Scout Project chessboard, and she wanted somebody to kind of work with her to see what we could come up with. At the time, I kind of had a project in line, but when she brought up this idea, obviously I wanted to choose it because it was a lot better idea than what I had started. Prior to this project, I did not really know anything about chess. Once I got into this project, I downloaded an app on my phone and started playing chess, and I took the chess merit badge down at Scout Camp. This was a bicentennial chessboard for the Historical Society of Missouri. There were a lot of people that helped me with this project because whenever I got the pictures from the Historical Society to engrave onto the granite, I wasn't very familiar with the technology needed to engrave on there, so I needed some assistance with that and learning how to do it. And after all that, I'm pretty sure I know how to do it now. So to engrave those edge pieces, I went down to the Lake of the Ozarks Scout Reservation, and we used the Epilogue laser, me and Thomas Yang did. I wasn't really expecting it to end out this big, but as me and Jeannie were working, it just kind of got bigger and bigger and bigger, which I didn't have a problem with. I thought, I can take on a little bit more and a little bit more, and it ended out to be a really, really cool project. So we had a ribbon cutting of the chessboard, and there were a whole bunch of people there, including the governor, the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the State Historical Society, which all helped out during this entire project. Jeannie was there. I had to give a little speech that I didn't really know I had to do, but that kind of has taught me a little bit about speaking too, so I think that has helped me too. This project, it's made me real proud that everyone is enjoying it. Like every time I go down there, somebody's playing, and then they're taking care of it, which really makes me proud because me sinking all that time and everyone else that's helped me sinking in all that time, I like to see people use it, but I also like to see people appreciate it.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischesskclub.org/education. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokarjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area.
Hello? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2023 National Championships. And we have a result in one of our most important games, as Mishra, one of our tournament co-leaders in the Junior Championship, made a draw with Jason Liang. And one of the most remarkable pieces of preparation, Kate, that we're ever likely to say. Mishra sacrificed his queen early, got a pawn on b7, and it's only with perfect play Jason could secure the draw. But guess what? He was prepared for it throughout the whole thing.
I mean, these juniors, they are ready for this tournament. We saw it yesterday. We are seeing it today again. Their preparation is very, very deep.
So here we go. Queen e7, rook b3. I mean, it's unbelievable to find these moves. Queen e7, queen takes e5. Cristian put us through the paces and said, with perfect play, black can draw. But he was suggesting even that white could play on with the move a3
and I
king
really like
a2.
the response here after a3, right? a3 move.
Oh, sorry, a3 move, yeah.
And this queen b8 just retreating back, guarding the c8 square,
right,
and just defending or kind of attacking the pawn on b7.
Exactly. Mishra did not play a3. This was the repetition that what had occurred. Back and forth they went, and a draw.
Yeah, the thing is, after
Remarkable.
queen b8, you don't have a way to make any progress as well.
Exactly.
It's just, that's it. I'm just going to stay, I'm going to wait, but you're going to have to wait as well. Sure, you're waiting from the better side, but it's all a waiting game at this point.
Exactly. Remarkable as that game made a draw. Let's go to one of our marquee, well, the marquee matchup, at least as far as the legends are concerned.
Yeah.
Our two tournament co-leaders are duking it out here in round 5. And interestingly, when we had left it, it was this reverse Murano variation, rook e8.
So you were saying not to capture on e4, right? Not to allow...
Not to capture, but I was saying also you want to control the e5 square, maybe move like queen c7. Rook e8 invites this move, a move that, well, white played e5, knight g4. If you play knight d7, that kind of makes it easy for me. Knight d7, rook e1, and I can defend the e5 pawn as many times as you can attack it. Knight g4, on the other hand, has a dual purpose, right? It kind of makes it impossible for me to play rook e1. And we have knight b3 on the board, bishop b6, and I'm expecting bishop f4 or queen e2, just defending the pawn on e5.
Not worried about some bishop takes h7?
I'm
some
very
tricks?
worried about bishop takes h7. Why
Greek
not?
gifts, sacrifices?
Why not? Bishop
Excuse
takes
me,
h7.
what? I mean, This actually works, doesn't
King
it?
takes
Takes knight
h7,
g5.
knight g5, king back.
Queen captures knight.
Queen takes, knight takes e5, queen
h5.
h5,
I think Maxim
queen
just missed this.
f6. Evenish? I don't know.
I mean, king is
Three, I don't
escaping,
know.
right? So I'm not checkmating, but it looks like white is
Well,
doing something dangerous.
is it because
Maybe not queen h5, maybe
Oh, I'm
queen
sorry.
g3. But yes, if you have to go queen g3, then at least you're not checkmating. Yeah, this is
it's
a completely
kind of a
different
relief, right?
story. Yes.
But it's like you can keep that move in your pocket. Bishop takes h7 check isn't necessarily going away, is it? Can I not begin with queen e2?
But
I think
that
it
doesn't really
certainly
change
can.
anything, right? Like
by the
bishop
way-
h7 is not a threat.
Now that I'm thinking about it, what about if I play knight g5? You have to take, no?
I have to defend my
Right,
knight.
and check.
King
King-
h8?
King.
H8.
Ooh.
Let's say
I thought
h8.
f8.
King. Yeah, I thought f8 as well.
Okay, let's go.
And then I wanted to put the question to the knights. May I just let's pursue this a move or two? You're going to have to go back. I'm assuming knight takes f2 is not a good idea.
Let's try it out.
Why not? So if I
Okay.
take queen f6,
Queen
Then I
f6,
guess
knight
I
d4.
have to-
so they are stopping me then forever.
I think we have to take that.
All right,
Okay.
so bishop captures rook.
Oops, excuse me. Immediately, right? And king takes. So I've got two pieces.
Let's try to catch that, trap that bishop on h7 somehow.
How does it go?
G6.
Trap me if you can, or is that catch me if you can? G6. Wow, you guys are really asking for.
You do have
You're
some
asking for
tricky
big,
ideas.
Big trouble, right?
Yes, you do have some tricky
The
ideas.
dark
Maybe it's
squares
not-
are so
I'm
weak
not
around the
sure
king. I'm
I
a little
would,
worried. So what if we start with check? Queen f6?
And if
King
I
G1.
move my king, at the moment I have two pieces for the rook.
And the bishop on c8 is just.
Yeah,
I
let's
would
see if
love
we
the bishop
can't
to
do
be dark
something a little
square.
bit different. Because this is actually a huge game for our senior section. Knight g5. Now, obviously, it's a dual threat, right? I want to take the knight. I want to take the pawn. And that's why this game is so important. Whoever wins this game is going to maintain at least a 1-point advantage. And if Vladimir, Akopian, and Gregory Kaidanov do not win, it will be a 1.5 advantage, which will seem to be huge.
Very solid.
Now, you do have this crazy move, f5. f5 does two things. It stops me from playing queen takes g4, and it stops me from taking on h7. If I take on h7, which is a kind of a cheeky move, you could turn the tables on me,
Right.
and you're the one mating
Fly
me
with
on
the queen on
h2 and
h4.
f2 and everything else. So maybe f5 en passant, knight takes f6. And why did I play knight g5? I don't know.
And it feels like black is happy now to pursue e5, maybe
Yeah,
e4.
exactly. Very intriguing game going on here, but let me take a pause and turn it over to you, Cristian, as we have a special guest in studio.
Abhi, you came here, you looked disappointed. This is the second time it happens. Your opponent comes with just absolutely incredible preparation and takes the game all the way until the end. Like, what are your feelings right now?
Yeah, I need to stop playing such forcing lines. This line, even the final position, I remember there's some moves I can try, but I wasn't able to remember all the details. And like this kind of position where you're down a queen, like I was worried that okay, I might end up in like some slightly worse. Like at some point in my analysis, like black plays a5. Apparently white goes a4.
Yeah.
And at the right moment, if black goes queen e8, during the game I was worried that maybe I might get into some slightly uncomfortable positions. But of course But yeah, I wasn't able to remember all the details, otherwise I would have played.
And it's
wrong.
just very, very difficult to make any progress at that point.
Yeah.
Black goes queen b8 and just stays like this, you stay like that, and there's not much progress for either side.
Yes. At least my game with Brandon, like, even though he was prepared all the way, it's the fact that he was playing all those moves instantly was actually making me feel better, as I was playing all the top engine moves, even that kind of position, because I remember, like, after I went back and checked there was a game between Nguyen Tai Van versus Ghazarian,
yeah.
and he didn't find e6 bishop f4, so it kind of made me feel better that okay, I'm able to find such good resources.
So that gave you some confidence in your play. And, I mean, you showed it yesterday. In that critical moment, you could repeat the moves with only a few seconds on the clock, and you chose to go rook to e8, get out of repetition, and that actually incentivized the mistake from Andrew. How did you come up with that solution in that particular moment, in the heat of the battle?
Yeah, that game was very interesting. For the first move itself was a very big decision to make, whether I stick with my knight or I prepare something altogether different. And I decided that, okay, my game with Brandon ended like 3 hours, 4 hours early. So I decided that, okay, I have a lot of time. I decided to prepare French from the black side because I knew that Andrew is a very good theoretician, so I decided to take him out of his comfort zone and get a game.
So you prepared a new opening in like a day?
Yeah.
Yasser, how many months did you have to prepare your openings for before you actually play them?
Months? Years? A day? Get out of here.
How about we prepare the French, coach? Let's do that. Abhimanyu, difficult rounds, definitely. You would have liked to get more with the white pieces, but you definitely get some positive energy from yesterday's game as well. And you're still in the lead, most likely, depending on what the other results are.
Yeah, in yesterday's game, it was very interesting. As it like around this point where he went knight f7, I felt that I should be better, but it turns out whatever I played is the best solution. And if I don't, like I felt during the game that like when we both got down to the last 30 seconds, I started playing terrible moves. But it turns out like whatever I did, if I don't do those things, engine already says like +2, +3. It's a very sharp position. And it turns out I played well.
Definitely playing well so far. Abhimanyu, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a couple of days after the rest day.
Thank you.
Mishra, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. First of all, a comment. Thank you yesterday very, very much. I think it was inspiring what you did, courageously playing for the win and eschewing the repetition. But I wanted to ask you about your preparation, because it seems to me that you're putting an enormous amount of study into your opening play. Is that what is required for you to get to the 2700 class, that you're improving your openings?
Getting to 2700 is a very difficult task. It consists of a lot of other things. Other than openings, if you get good positions, you need to convert them. And yeah, mainly I've been trying to work on all aspects of the game. But yeah, my openings, I still need to improve, because as of now, as just about everyone has said, I'm very predictable.
Very predictable. Well, they're not going to say that about you too long if you play new openings after 1 day of preparation. Good luck in your campaign. Enjoy your free day, and we'll see you Friday, right?
Right.
It picks
After
up on
the rest
Friday.
day.
You tell me the schedule all the time, but I got to think in terms of Friday. Draw in that game. Let's just go to the all grandmaster matchup that's going on between Balaji and Brandon Jacobson, because I find it intriguing that, if you know your classics, 60 memorable games, Bobby Fischer, we all grew up with Bobby Fischer. Bobby explained that when you have the central pawn duo against the Ruy Lopez, the place you put your dark squared bishop.
Oh, that's a quiz question?
Yes.
Is, I don't know, B2, F4?
F4. And, I think Balaji just came to that conclusion himself by getting to the position on the board. But I thought that was a very insightful comment by Bobby. Mm-hmm. And at first, I didn't want to believe him. It's like, why would you put your bishop on B4? Wouldn't you want to put it on a secure square E3? Wouldn't, as your kind of gut reaction was, maybe you should just fianchetto, reinforce the queen side beyond the long diagonal, right? But Bobby said, no, you put your bishop on F4, and he goes on and explains it in his 60 memorable games. And then it was only after my refusal to believe he was right and to really analyze it that I came to the conclusion that he was right. It was like,
it's Bobby Fischer.
It was Bobby Fischer for a reason. Bishop F4, C7, C6, and we've caught up to the players. White's enjoying his spatial advantage, but in truth, it's very hard to get at those weaknesses. In fact, the pawn on c6, the pawn on d6 aren't what you would call easy targets. So they're only weak if you can attack them. And that's what Brandon is saying, is I'm going to play h7, h6. I'm going to drop back with my bishop, and in a kind of a Philidor style, you're not going to have an easy time coming and proving an advantage.
And the rook on a4 is interestingly positioned, right? It's like we can bring the other rook to attack the pawn on e5, but we thought it maybe white wants to be fighting in the center, so not necessarily kind of moving the rook to the e file.
Exactly. We'll keep our eye on this. As Cristian, I'm going to throw it over to you. What caught your eye?
We haven't looked at this game much. That's a game between Patrick Wolff and Igor Novikov, and a lot of interesting transitions have happened in this one. Take a look at this position. Knight takes e3, and of course, the general reaction would be to just simply take back with the knight, right? Knight takes e3, you take, and you cannot take the pawn on d4 because of bishop to b5. So that pawn is secure. It looks like a normal middle game position. You can sure give a check, but then I will just simply go king to e2, and I will manually castle. I will go king e2, queen, rook goes to d1, and then I will hide my king to f1. We've seen that quite a few times. So it's a normal position. But he takes with the f pawn. F takes e3, cementing the presence of this knight on d4 for the moment, and then taking on c6, queen to f3, a lot of transitions. I really like how Patrick is using his resources in this one. And now queen to e4, creating some more weaknesses. Whenever we're going to see f5, this is what I'm expecting. Once again, another transition, and this is why I'm talking about transitions. This game is all about it. Queen to e5, let's go into the endgame. But the endgame, I'm going to make use of your weaknesses, newly created weaknesses, the pawn on c6 as well as the pawn on e6. And of course, the bishop on c8 is really struggling. You would look at this position, you hear that two bishops in the endgame with an open center, well, they're going to be better than the knight and the bishop. They're going to be an advantage. Not in this case, because you have too many weaknesses and you have this bad bishop on c8. I really like what Patrick is doing, and I have a feeling he might be on his way to getting his first victory of this senior championships.
Boy, getting that first victory is really, really sweet. I'd like to turn our attention to the game between Kelsey Liu and Ru Yangyan, as this was that Najdorf position with like
Queen
fishes,
d6 and Queen a5.
Queen a5, and the players have reached this position, and White has played a move that Tony Miles likes to describe as tucking the king to bed. Like your king's on c1, you've castled long, and somehow there's always an issue that maybe the queen could drop in on a1. So you tuck your king over, you get off the c file. But
almost in any Sicilian, you like to move the king to b1, even away from the c file.
Precisely. And very important is you prepare to jump with the knight. So the knight, so you don't, queen takes d2, is not met with a check. And I remember I was kind of starting out, 13, 14 years old, you know, I'm at 1200, you know, getting the, I think class E, they called it at the time, you know, I was very, very proud walking around. And I had such a position, and I think I even had a rook on e1 showing my understanding, bringing the rooks into the center, and I played the move knight d5. And I really expected, you know, somebody to come on, you know, tap me on the shoulder and say, "Good job, kid." Because what I was trying to do, and even I think the bishop was undefended, right, was play a Zwischenzug. I was trying to be able to play knight takes f6 check, and after g takes f, and then I was going to recapture the queen. And again, my rook was here, so my pawn wasn't hanging. And my opponent played a move I just didn't see, and my jaw just kind of dropped down. My opponent played bishop to d8, defending the queen, and I was like, I kind of embarrassingly
Never mind,
never mind. Just kidding, just kidding. But that move, bishop d8, unless, you know, it's shown to you, you don't. I mean,
it's not a move you always think about, just retreating with your bishop.
And it was a pretty funny move, an embarrassing moment. But Kelsey did not have such a moment. She went knight to e2, hitting the pawn on d6. And I just wanted to say that whenever you've got this situation where you've got this bishop over here, I do like these ideas very much. I think it's very much in White's interests, even at the cost of the pawn. Like if you sacrifice a pawn on e5, I'll get the d5 square, you know, I get some pressure. So we have this position between Kelsey and Liang, 92, your first initial knee-jerk reaction. Did black come out of the opening okay?
I
Prefer
see
white?
black wanting to play b5, right?
B5.
Really quickly to attack, but
Yeah.
we do have to be careful about the pawn on d6 because
That's
that is
right.
a crucial pawn.
Right.
So I understand your first initial kind of reaction to quickly move the bishop back, defend.
E7. But that is the whole point. If you do play bishop e7 and you do play f5 and you do play b5,
Right, now we are fighting in the center and on the side.
it's
gonna be
big
messy.
fight, right? But the two bishops, as Sicilian, are you a Sicilian player?
Yes, I am.
Yes?
I like two bishops because they're really fast on those diagonals. I think black did not castle yet, so we may be not happy about the king being in the center, but the king in the center is very safe.
For the
right?
moment, for sure.
Sometimes we are like, king safety is very important, but what if king in castle is actually not as safe as in the center? So you want to keep
exactly.
it there and then just launch the attack.
Exactly. My first impression was that I like the two bishops. I like the bishop on f6. Even I can sacrifice the pawn on d6. I've seen Garry Kasparov play such lines. He's one of the greatest Sicilian experts there ever will be, as far as I'm concerned. So I like Yang's position.
And
but
I
then
really like the
again,
knight on c5, right? That's an
Yeah.
excellently placed knight. Usually it's on c6, where it's not doing that much. But here on c5, it's targeting the bishop, the pawn, the other pawn. That is a fantastic knight.
Exactly. Cristian, what do you have for us in the juniors?
Let's go back to the juniors, back to one of the leaders, the co-leaders going into this round, Arthur Go, who is on a roll so far. Hat-trick in the last 3 rounds, just an incredible performance so far. And I think we left it somewhere around here after taking on d5, and we were wondering how Josiah is going to retake. Well, he actually started with bishop takes d3 first, and we will understand in just a second why. He really wants to take back with the c pawn. C takes d5 in this position, queen to a4. This is the problem, and white has to do something, and he has to do it fast, because if black goes bishop e7 and castle somehow, of course, after defending the knight on d7, then black is going to be perfectly fine. Very beautiful, compact structure for black. So there are some strategical pitfalls that white could fall into if he doesn't stop black from finishing his development. This pawn on d3 is not going to be that good in the endgame. So let's see what he did. Rook ac1, bishop to d6. You have to stop any sort of bishop c7, or rook to c7 is a big problem as well. So you cannot do this. Rook to c7 would in fact more or less finish the game at this point. So you have to stop that. Bishop d6. I really like what he's doing so far. Rook to c6, putting a lot of pressure. Again, there's some urgency in his moves, right? Again, if you allow me to go castle, black is fine.
Right.
And this is a big move right now. Big decision for Josiah, but he found the right move, queen to b8. You have to keep control of the c7 square. You're going to give something in return, and that is control over the a3 f8 diagonal, which will allow, as we will see in just a second, after queen to b8, for white to go queen to a3 and stop, at least momentarily, the black king from going castle. So this is a big moment right now. Josiah needs to find the move a5. And this is the big plan. a5 followed by queen to b4, very basic. You just want to get the king to castle. If you manage to do that, you're fine once again. So a5, big move. If he finds it, black is more or less fine. If he doesn't, then he's borderline losing.
Right.
So this is a critical moment for Josiah. For this reason, in fact, instead of queen to a3, a very interesting idea would have been to go rook to a6 first. But you have to think about it. You have to deconstruct the whole position. Rook to a6, then the queen is going to defend most likely the knight on d7, getting ready to castle, and now I go queen to a3. You no longer have the move a5.
Right.
No more a5, so unfortunately you cannot set up black, that is, this a5 queen to b4 stopping the action of the queen on this diagonal. So now it's more difficult to get the castle going. You have to find some really precise moves to not be completely losing. Knight to b8 being one of them. This is the start. It's difficult. But again, if you move the rook, you lose the pawn on a7, right?
Yeah.
So you have to do something. This is not easy. I think this would have created a lot of problems for, at least from an objective point of view, but also from a practical point of view for Josiah. Right now, queen a3, a5, more or less frees up Black's position, and I think he would be perfectly fine if he finds that.
Thank you, Cristian. I'd like to look at some marquee matchups. The first one, I just want to stay with the girls for a moment. It's the game between Rochelle and Alice. This was that knight c6, the knight to b4. We thought that Alice had done quite well and had equalized the game. Queen c3, rook c8, castles, rook e7. There was a trade of queens, and I found that decision a little bit perplexing. If I was in Black's shoes back here after queen c3, I'd probably want to keep the queens on the board. I want to play c6 with the idea that as soon as white castles, to go rook to e8 and queen to h6 and start to menace, you know, sacrifice on h3. That's it. But once the queens came off, I think it's a really equal game. And for Alice, a draw with Black against a key rival, keeping Rochelle down and a point behind her is something that she's going to want. And turning our attention to our seniors, we've got Gregory Kaidanov versus Joel Benjamin, and we left it. I was trying to go knight g5,
and it happened.
Mate on f7.
Gregory, listen to you.
Well,
but a little bit
I'll speak
later.
a little bit softer. You know, might hear us across the street. H5, H4, H5, and Joel basically said, okay, I'll give you the G5 square, but I'll get the F5 square. You can't play G4. Bobby Fischer famously said, to get squares, you got to give them. And White's got a nice square for his knight. Black's got a nice square for his knight as well.
Knight e4 to target the knight on f5.
And then the move G7, G6. This position, to my eyes, is what I try to avoid when I'm Black in a French defense, because I'm looking at knight takes, and I'm assuming you're going to take like this. I don't know if you want to take the other way. The light squared bishop.
Right.
Remember what it's all
Locked.
about? I'm going to castle, I'm going to play bishop b4, I'm going to challenge the c-file. Your h-pawn looks miserable. If you capture the other way, which probably you're obliged to do, and it really struck me, I don't know where you got this, but I got it from Michael Bodvinik. He was annotating one of his games, and he explained in one of his games that I was really young, and bishops of opposite colors. Oh, it's an easy draw. Bishops of opposite colors. And he said, no, the player whose king is the most vulnerable is in big trouble.
Yeah.
Like, you're dead meat. And in this case, Black's king is the most vulnerable, right? And the fact that this bishop is raking this diagonal keeps your king in the center. This is over. I mean,
I was always taught that, you know, when you are attacking their opposite colored bishops, you have an extra piece.
Exactly.
Right? No one
That's
is
it.
going to be targeting those dark squares because they just, you don't have an
a
opponent there.
counterpart. Yeah, exactly. So it looks to me like Joel has misplayed his opening, because in the current position, and I'm thinking, oh, by the way, he did castle. I like messing up my opponent's pawn structure. I'm a pawn grubber, so you got to weaken the structure. But I like knight takes f5. But Gregory has played castles.
Joel is borderline busted right now.
Busted, right? It's just
Borderline busted.
it's a bad position for Black.
Not looking great, no.
Exactly.
Can I do queen
okay,
d6 now, by the way? Sorry, Cristian. Because now I'm kind of stopping the trade of bishop b4 in the future.
Right.
Right, targeting the knight.
Takes.
I'll take with the...
What do you take back?
Yeah, exactly. This is the problem. If you take back with the g-pawn, and if I ever play queen f3, you're not castling, right? So if you take like this, I'm not worried about the b2 pawn. You hear what I just said? I can't believe. Let me slap myself. I'm not worried about it's about the play on the C file,
No,
right?
but let's be more aggressive, Yasser.
E6?
E6. Let's go
Yeah.
E6. Let's do it.
That's the other thing. I can play.
It just feels like
Yeah.
bishop c3, knight h7 once you go rook g8. That king is staying in the center and is not going to get better anytime soon.
Right. And if I capture with g-pawn, I know that the h5 is weak, but
Rook
Okay.
c1, yeah,
Rook
that's the
C1.
problem.
I don't know. I might keep the rook on A1 because it might be useful in the near future.
let's
to
say bishop c5.
bishop. Whoa.
Oh, are you gonna? No, don't do that.
Bishop C5.
I want to put it on d4. That's all.
Yasser
okay.
smells something.
Something
He
has
smells
gone
something.
wrong here. Bishop.
Why not b4? Why don't you
B4?
want to go b4?
Yeah, no, B4 is a very good
don't
move.
know.
I like
Just-
B4.
Right. Okay.
Just
Yeah. This is very uncomfortable for black.
Well-
just the pieces are not coordinated. The king is.
Well,
the king can be weak in the center.
Yeah, but the other thing too, Kate, once we trade the bishops, I'm taking away your plus, which was you had the two bishops. But gosh, look what remains on
Yeah.
the board. Septilicus. Let's just jump around the seniors games for just a moment because there's our marquee matchup between Melikset and Max. And guess what? We did see the bishop sacrifice, although truth be told, it's not really a sacrifice because we're getting the knight, the minor piece back right away. I think, wasn't Cristian saying queen h4 instead of queen h5? Anyway, they have reached this position, intriguing imbalance, but
Don't play knight g6.
and tell
Don't
me
get
why.
tempted. Don't get tempted.
There's a nasty trick, right? Check, and I go bishop. Don't block with the knight because that's mate in one. And you have to block with the rook, and then you're not happy. I'm going to be an exchange up as soon as I defend the knight, like something like this one.
Yeah. I can wait with capturing.
But don't
the
play
rook.
knight g6, highly desired as it might be.
No, that's the big one. That's the big game right there in the senior section. How are you going to stop?
I know. I'm sorry, but I'm just having a brain spasm here. How am I?
So I can play knight c4, right? Can I do
yes.
Okay,
I guess you can
thank
do
you. That does defend these. Boy, sometimes you like you don't see it, right? And you do want to play e5, which is good, and you can even agree to a slightly damaged pawn structure by
Yeah, but
queen
once I get
h6.
e5, I'm very happy. The
Exactly.
bishop from c8 is released.
The two bishops
yeah.
and a three-result game. Let's just jump around the horn. I want to
One
go
question
to the game.
after knight c4.
Oops, sorry.
Can we just stick with that one for once?
Knight
One more
c4,
second.
sure.
Continue this one. Knight d2.
And again, you have to look at this d6 square, right?
You don't have time to take. That's
Right.
that's the key.
I really want to trade queens. I want to go.
And I really want to avoid.
Your knight gets out on c7. Sorry. You can go. My intention was that after knight c4, that I get a tempo. But you get the tempo right back, and your knight does get out on c7.
I mean, even if he
Yeah.
doesn't.
But even
Oh, wait a minute.
yeah, there's
I was supposed to be two pieces. Okay, count. I got to learn to count. So queen f6, knight c4, knight d2, right? So then I guess I'm back to e5 after
E5.
all. Yeah.
Knight takes c4.
Knight takes c4, takes on c4.
Bishop e3.
I'm trying to pretend that I'm not concerned.
I mean,
What are you concerned?
I'm a little concerned
Right?
actually.
Me too, right? So bishop to e3, inviting.
Come on, trade. Let's trade.
Sorry?
Let's trade.
For
I want you to trade on e3.
No. C4. No.
You're not accepting my trades?
G5 is hanging. So you don't get to take on c4. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. Very
But
complex
Cristian,
position, right?
Didn't
Yeah.
you have just rook e1 instead of bishop e3? Captures?
Ooh, that's some tactics, yes.
Ooh.
I
Well.
like the way you're thinking.
But I've now guarded the key square, h7. You're not invading anymore. and maybe the bishop will anchor.
By the way, we have queen h6 on the board.
Let me refresh. And what did you say? Ooh,
Queen h6.
Queen h6. Yeah, there was something about this move that also attracted my eye. In this case, I'm giving up. I'm not sure I like this though. Okay, I'm literally one move away from winning as white. If I could play the move f2, f4 here, I think black's king is toast. So to play f4, I have to, and this is what Bodvinik was talking about, this is what you were talking about, you're a piece up when you're attacking, when you've got bishops of opposite colors, like something like this.
Bishop d8?
And, oh, bishop d8, thank you.
I want to play f6.
You most certainly do. And you're just in time. Oh, I was so close to playing f4 and getting a full grip. Bishop f8. Oh. Okay, you're off the Thanksgiving dinner list. Nice move. I like it. Bishop d8. What do you have for us, Cristian?
Let's stay within the senior section
Sure.
for just a second, because a big blunder just occurred in this game between Douglas Ruth and Gurevich. And take a look at this. Knight to g6, get the queen off the c file, right? You see this rook on c8, there's some knight d4 lingering somewhere, right?
Right.
Take a look at this. He plays knight e5, allowing knight to d4. Which in fact just simply gives black a tremendous advantage, right?
Oh no, that blunders the pawn.
That's
Not
a
only the
healthy
pawn, the center, the two bishops. This is actually not the two bishops, but the pawn on the center. That's enough,
Sure.
right? Enough for
Oh, no.
an objectively winning advantage. Queen d1, knight takes f3, knight takes f3, e5. This one is just play on one go. This actually is close to being over because bishop d3 is not coming because of e4. e4, f5. I have so many ways in which I can continue this position that this one is looking really rough for Douglas. And I have to say, yesterday, what a golden opportunity he had in that game against Joel Benjamin. Knight c2, that was winning in one move. I'm sure he saw that, and he probably beat himself before he went to sleep last night, right? It's tough to recover from those moments because you know you are just winning, one move away from winning an important game against such a tremendous player. It's difficult to come back from those, and it's going to be even more difficult to come back from this particular blunder. Allowing knight to d4, that's rough.
Yeah. How do you overcome that? Because, you know, we've all blundered really badly. And you sit there and go, gosh, how could I do this? I'm such an idiot. You got to forgive yourself. Just go with it. How do you do that?
I mean, it's very difficult. I was really looking forward to listen to Carissa's tip. She was saying watching crying, kids falling down. No, I don't do that. But I just try to take my mind off. So I maybe read a book, do something. But then I come back to that situation. I think I give myself some time to like really feel sorry for myself, really understand what's been happening. And then I'm like, okay, that's it. No more times left. We need to move on. There are other games to be played. The tournament still continues, and I have to get my mind straight.
Exactly. Yeah, to get that correct mindset, though, that's tough. Let's just jump around and go to the girls section. And just once again, I'm going to check in on Alice Layton. Nothing has happened. How about the next nearest competitor? Let's jump to Carissa's game against Gracie. Ugh. No me gusta. I don't like this for Carissa. When we left it, I had explained that with the move knight c4 back in this moment, that the move d5 is frowned upon, premature. That black is fully equalized after the move knight c4, and let's see what has happened since. So c4 makes sense, right? Bishop b2, bishop d7, knight f1, knight e3, g6. By the way, Gracie's doing all the right things as well, right? I mean, she looks like she's played
the pieces.
Yeah, she looks like she's been playing the classical Rui, her whole career. And by the way, the inclusion of the move g6, defending the f5 square, the inclusion of knight h5. This is beautiful play by black. I'm not so pleased with Carissa's play, by the way. I mean, after all, what is the dark square bishop doing? The knight comes.
I mean, the knight is going to be dangerous there, attacking
Right.
g2, h3. This is
Right.
inviting even h5.
And you know you're not going anywhere but forward. Even dropping in on the d3 square so you can open up the c file looks very promising, I want to say, for Gracie. h5.
h5, here we go.
Wow.
Bishop f6.
That's I want to say first impressions are it's a little modest, but okay, nothing wrong with modesty. Rooks belong on open files, everybody. Rook to b1. Bishop f6, king h, king g1. Indication that Carissa's not a happy camper either. King g1, and the knight is on h2, the king is on h1. Black is clearly for choice. Carissa's in
Carissa
trouble.
is struggling.
Yeah, I'm wondering what
Right?
this king h1 move is. So, like,
I think she's prepping something like h4 and g3, or you
It's
know,
just
in
a
order
symptom. She doesn't know what to do, basically. She
Right.
doesn't have a clear plan, so she just is trying to improve her position, potentially maybe get away from bishop takes h3 sacrifices, things of that nature. Make her king safer for the future. But at the same time, it just shows and signals a clear misunderstanding of the position, but also a clear misunderstanding of what to do next. She has no
Exactly.
idea what to do next because there's no good plans in the position. And as you mentioned, put the rook on the open file.
Exactly.
yeah, I like this
B8,
move. I'm
why
not
not?
committing to any plans, right? I'm just
Not
developing a
big-
piece.
Right, but that's what strategic play is all about, is you look around the board and you ask everybody how they're feeling. And
One thing that's good
Rook
for
B8.
Carissa is her
Yeah.
time management.
she's got plenty of time on the clock.
Plenty of time, and Gracie only with 30-something minutes on her clock compared to 1 hour for Carissa.
And we see
Okay.
bishop g7 on the board.
Yeah, again, this is a kind of a modest move. For my taste, you know, I asked the bishop on f6, how you doing? The bishop says, I'm perfectly fine. I go, okay, how about the knight on, okay, the bishop on d, okay. So for me, you know, the rook says, well, I can really be
Yeah.
improved. I'm not 100% sure. Like if you take this, for argument's sake, if I go rook b8 and you take my knight, I'm not 100% sure I'd rather be on g7. Maybe I'd rather be on e5. Maybe I'd rather be on c3. But my rook is
Right.
really a hero. He's saying, I definitely want to be on b8. So
I
bishop
think
g7 is
Gracie
imprecise.
maybe, you know, clearing the diagonal for queen. Maybe she's thinking I may want to go queen h4.
Okay. For me, if I'm in white shoes, I start to look around and I say, well, what pieces need to be improved on white side of the board? Well, I'd rather have my bishop on e3. I'd rather have my rook on b1, b6. Maybe on a really, really good day, I'd rather have my pawn on a5. But for me, it's not easy for white to find the right squares. This knight on h2 also makes really bad impression.
So yes, if we move back, so let's
Yes.
say you get your bishop, yes, here, no, not that back.
Not that far.
So still h5, knight h2. And now you are not happy about bishop f6, so you play rook b8, right?
No, I'm okay with bishop f6.
Okay.
I was a little bit unhappy about bishop g7. I was thinking that I would play rook b8. Yes.
And if I go, let's say, bishop e3,
And I'm thinking
giving
I
you-
want to drop in,
yeah.
say hello, and drop in here too. Maybe,
maybe
apologies, maybe queen a5 just to tag, and only now drop in just to tag.
Right, because this is what I thought is interesting. It looks like black is attacking the king side, but actually black is very happy to also,
To
you know,
attack
play on the queen side.
I agree. And because her pieces are more active, the rook on b8, the knight on f4, black's play on both sides of the board come naturally. By the way, Carissa is really struggling in this, I want to say, the first half, even there's no such thing as a halfway point because you got 9 rounds. But I want to say that yesterday, really a bad position, and her opponent allowed her a 3-time repetition.
Twice.
Rochelle also has been struggling, even though both Carissa and Rochelle have decent scores. It's not reflective of their play, and this game Carissa is not going to be proud of. Cristian, what's caught your eye?
Well, one player that doesn't seem to be struggling is Zoe Tang, and also in this game, she's really taking the bull by the horns. Take a look at this position. You have a lot of ways in which you can continue the attack, and we've been discussing this idea of going e5 and just simply taking space on the king side. That's exactly what she's doing. There is no counterplay being created by Rose on the queen side. She's trying c5. That's not going to lead to anything. If you take on d4, in fact, that's going to help me because I take back with the knight, centralize my knight, get another piece towards the attack, and I don't have any structural problems in the position. So I really like this last move, knight to g4. You're getting ready for things of this nature. Knight to h6, maybe queen to h6, knight to f4.
Right.
I'm starting to look around your dark squares around your king. There's some checkmates brewing in the position, right?
Yeah.
If you try to go knight h7, very often you will have to deal with ideas of e6, softening up the pawn on g6, right? Maybe after queen to h6 and knight to f4. But she found the plan. This is the key in this position. She found the plan with the white pieces. Knight g4, queen h6. Maybe you can even drop back with the knight and then push f4, f5. You have a plan. What's black's plan in this position? I simply don't see it. I see ways in which you can try to defend, but not much more than that. And objectively, right now, white is cruising. A decisive advantage, and Zoe Tang is headed towards a nice bounce back and an important bounce back victory.
And Zoe is also enjoying time advantage. 20 minutes time advantage.
Yes. Again, you can continue with queen h6. You can go f4 now, right? F4, f5. Begs to be played.
Right.
It's just, it's a very sad position for black, I have to say.
Okay, just a reprimand there for Rose. When your opponent's clock is ticking, the rule is hands to yourself. You don't have the right to touch the pieces because your opponent's thinking. Make je do, make I adjust when your clock is ticking. When my clock is ticking, don't go around adjusting all the pieces and keeping your hands on the board. It's my clock that's ticking. So just a little etiquette there. Don't do that. I hate Joel Benjamin's position. Gregory did do what we suggested, which he did capture on f5, messed up Joel's structure, and Gregory is just thinking, would I like to play b4 and followed up with a5 and just improve my bishop? Would I just, am I comfortable sacrificing the pawn on b2? Should I just play rook c1? It really is a very, very nice position for Gregory. Checking in on Max.
That was an interesting move here. So you were thinking about like knight d4, right?
Yes.
And then maybe this bishop d8 move.
Yes.
And Melik immediately went bishop f6.
Which makes a lot of sense in the face of bishop to d8, right? Now, Max, interestingly enough, he went with the immediate g4 here because he could have played your move bishop d8, giving up the two bishops, but then hoping to play f6 in a certain moment. But after g4, where, yes, we have caught up with the players, for me, if I could just, I so desperately want to play f3 and bring a rook to a rover, and then I could checkmate. So from black's point of view, this bishop is too strong. Black would love to get rid of the bishop, either king h7 or e5 and rook e6. Those are his options, right? So from white's point of view, let's say I play the move knight d4. So a dream position, right? So you've got to do something. You got to be quick too, right? You can't dilly-dally. I'm going to play rook a1 to e1 and f3.
And Yasser, what if you, instead of knight d4, go immediately rook a e1? Because
Rook
I can
A E1
transfer
immediate?
the rook through e5, right?
Also, so I've got to get rid of this guy. Can I get rid of the guy? If I can, then Max will be fine. Then he'll repair his position with the moves f6 and e5, and maybe he'd even be fighting for more than equality, right?
So now I bring the knight d4. Is there a difference? Do you prefer the knight to go there first?
Well, that's the whole point. Now my bishop has to move. What I was trying to do with the move knight d4 was play f3, right? So like, for example, this would be a dream. Yay.
Extra pawn, you are extra happy.
But more importantly, I've maintained the bishop. And when you play the move e5, well, first of all, I can't move the knight. Important point. But I was going to use the pin with the move rook e1. It's a very, by the way, rook a1, e1 on the board. Bishop f6, g4, rook. He didn't play knight d4. He played rook a e1 is on the board. He's dreaming.
So maybe the key move here, king h7, just to really go after that bishop, kick it away as fast as possible, and then maybe play for f6, e5.
Does black have a choice, though, even? I mean, if you don't, like if you play a move like bishop d7, I think white is threatening to win the game on the spot, right? Oof.
And if I go bishop d8?
Bishop d7, rook e5, bishop d8. Yeah, but then the whole thing is, why did you play g5, g4?
Right.
If you were going to play bishop d, well, maybe in this case you would be taking. I'm thinking Max is in serious trouble here, but the next move or two will decide. King h7, by the way, on the board. And such a huge game for the senior championship, as both these players have a point lead, 3.5 out of 4. And as we prepare for a break, let's get in our celebration reminder. Tomorrow, everybody, is a free day. And during the free day, we're going to be celebrating the 15th anniversary of the club. Kate?
Right. We will have ice cream, we will have duck chess, we will have book signing, a lot of things happening here in Central West End. So if you are nearby, feel free to come and visit the chess club and see also all the players, because a lot of them may be here. They will have a rest day, so they will be happy to just chill and enjoy chess atmosphere.
Absolutely. Maybe we'll hang out and play some bug house too. I mean, get some bug chess going. That would be very nice. And we're going to see you on the other side of the break.
Vladimir, welcome back to St. Louis. It's lovely to see you here.
Thank you.
I checked FIDE and your rating is 2612 currently, and you were, of course, over 2700 at some point. How do you keep such a high level?
I used to keep a higher level, more higher than that. Okay, I don't know. I used to play on higher level, of course, yeah, and this was, but also that time, I mean, I did a lot of work, yeah, chess. I was working on everything on chess openings. Now also sometimes, but somehow whenever you're over 50, it's already more difficult, yeah. You have some other goals in your life, and so that it's not like, I would not say that. I didn't even know that it's 612, to tell the truth. So I didn't know that it's such a low.
I'm sorry. For me, it's still a very high rating. And what are your goals? You mentioned that after 50 you have different goals. Can you share some?
No, you just not that like you already enjoy your life. You don't spend that much time on chess. And you already normally, if you are like something like this, you lose motivation. Actually, when I was young, I remember that just you should play and you should win and you make everything for that, both preparing and during the game. And now I see you lose, yeah, this like side, this part of but still of course. I mean, nobody likes losing. So if we come here, we try to do our best. It's clear. But of course, something is lost. Mm-hmm. It's completely different whenever you are young. Let's say 20 or something like this.
Okay. So this tournament is kind of new for you. Did you make any particular preparation for it, or you try to work as you would work before?
Mostly physical preparation, because it's already difficult again because of your age. Mostly this, some chess, but not more. Yeah. Again, whenever you are young, you can actually skip that because you are fit normally. But now it's already some problems there already, and so physically, I did. I mean, going to gym and making some like exercises, everything like this. Chess already some second part.
You already have it, right?
Yeah.
Alexander Shabalov also mentioned, and then actually he sent us a video saying that he's focusing on physical preparation more than chess. And probably this is the one thing we can see who's going to handle better, I guess. And how are you feeling about the tournament in general, about your opponents?
It's very interesting, a great tournament. Again, this was a very pleasant experience last year. I mean, I knew that there is such tournament, but you should be 50 to take part here. So that was great last year, and of course this year I expect also. Very very good opposition. Of course, it's not easy. It's not easy. It's very tough. And last year it was also very tough. And this playoff with 5 players, we played the playoff, was very tense. Actually, this year they changed this because last year I remember immediately after the last round, I was just totally exhausted. And playing this playoff after that was very difficult. But now I see that this year they changed everything, and this is of course great. You can have rest after that, and on the next day you play playoff. So they're always improving, and of course this is great. Of course, this is
Very glad to hear that, and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you very much.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Vladimir Tokhrujonova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello and welcome back to our live coverage of the National Championships. These are results in the juniors thus far, Kate.
Right, round 5, we have one result, Mishra against Liang. They made a really amazing draw, very deep preparation.
Remarkable stuff, draw in that game. And in the girls, what are the standings?
So in the girls, we have a sole leader, Alice Lee, with 3.5 points out of 4. And then we have a 3-way tie for the second place, Carissa Yip, Rochelle Wu, and Zoe Tang with 2.5 points.
And in the seniors?
And the seniors. So we have a big matchup today with the 2 leaders who are tied for the first place, Maxim Dlugy, Melik Khachiyan with 3.5 points, fighting each other today. And then there is a 2-way tie for the third place, Vladimir Akopian and Gregory Kaidanov with 2.5 points.
And jumping into the games, I just want to say that the game between Rochelle and Alice, a key game for our standings. Again, Alice is coming in with a point lead over Rochelle. She looks like she's comfortably drawing. I would expect that this game to end in some kind of a repetition in the near future. Carissa on the
hopefully correctly claimed.
correctly claimed indeed. As you just play c7, c6, bringing the king into the center. There's one weakness, but these rook endings notoriously drawn. Carissa, though, in her game with Gracie, we didn't like what Carissa has done, and we think that Gracie is the one who's really enjoying herself. Let's just continue our around the horn. When we left it, remember this game? This was this night. We were wondering, should black drop back with the bishop, counterattack the e4 pawn?
Wow, long castle.
Long castles.
That is somewhat unexpected.
It's truly inviting.
It's another way to defend the pawn on d6.
Exactly. Queen takes d6, bishop takes a4 on Ru Yanyan's agenda. After castles, h4, not the most obvious move. Queen b4. In the immortal words of Nikolai Minev, gift me your pawn. Not impressed. I like black's position. I think she's got whenever I see these open Sicilian positions as black, where you've got bishops on c6 and bishop on f6, give yourself credit. You've done something right.
And black is targeting pawn on e4, ready to capture it.
Exactly.
Also targeting a4, maybe not capturing that pawn right now, but who knows, what the future brings. So I think black's pieces are really well positioned.
Me too. Iris, let's jump over to that game.
She had an important win yesterday.
Game. I haven't been able to fully decipher what's going on. I like the imbalances. I believe the imbalances are favorable to black. First take is, you go bishop g5, bishop h5, f5, f4, and you get it going. It's not so easy for white. Yes, you can play c4 and c5, but you're not really going to go d7, d6 anytime soon. It just looks like that's a nice position for black. I'm going to go quickly just around to Zoe and Rose before tossing it over to Cristian. But Zoe's position for some time, I really, really love her position. She's looking like she's about to break through f5, f4, f5, knight c3 takes d5, the f6 square is weak. Once I play f5 and I land queen f6,
I mean, f5, that's going to be a killer move.
Yeah, it's splat. I don't like Rose's position at all. And that takes care of our girls' championship. What do you have for us, Cristian?
Let's take a look at what's happening in the juniors section as well. This one is a big game, the one between Balaji Daggupati and Brandon Jacobson. And we were kind of looking at the position and trying to understand what's happening. There's a lot of strategical maneuvering going on in the position. Take a look at this. Rook a1, bishop to f8. Both of these players are trying to find the ideal squares for their pieces. Maybe at some point with this bishop on f8, maybe I will have ideas of g6 and bishop to g7. But for the moment, I have to pay attention to the weakness of the pawn on d6. And this is exactly why, and you were mentioning this as well, Yasser, this bishop has to be on f4. That's the ideal square for the bishop. h6. Rook to e3, I generally like this type of moves. The swing of the rook on the third rank, potentially on g3, maybe even on a3, if I go something like knight a4, rook to a3, things of that nature. And now he played the move d5, finally a big decision in the works. d5, e5, and c5. You cannot allow me to stop you with the move knight to a4. You have to do things fast, because otherwise you're going to be in trouble strategically. So he understands that, Brandon Jacobson that is. He plays the move c5 and d takes c5. It's a very complex battle between these two grandmasters going on right now. Still very balanced. Nevertheless, I mean, you know how these type of Ruy Lopez positions can go. They can simplify very quickly. But also, if you make a mistake, you can be much, much worse strategically very, very quickly. So both sides are risking at this moment a lot of imbalance. Let's see what the next few moves will bring. Let's take a look at what's happening in the Kirk Ghazarian versus Justin Wang position. This one has simplified a big opportunity lost by Kirk Ghazarian. When he's going to see that, I mean, he's not going to like it. We know how ambitious this young man is. He's going to see, maybe he's going to see also that Vishy Anand missed it as well, and then he's going to feel better about his own miss. But I have to say that was a golden opportunity. Knight takes e7, knight to e5, pretty much game over at that point. If you find those moves, it's just a conversion discussion, and he would have converted that. Arthur Guo versus Josiah Stearman. Well, the king is safe. So this is big. We know that this is big. He's been trying to get the king to safety for a very long time, Josiah, that is. Let's see how that happened. a5, the move that we prescribed. Queen to c3, castle, rook to c1, knight to e5. It's all about the way this structure looks for black. It's very compact. And that's going to help his case moving forward. a4, queen to d4, knight to g6, and knight to f3. This is what we have right now, still very balanced, but I have to say, due to the fact that you have a weakness, at least to my eyes, on b2, he played the move queen to f4. I like this move. It's asking a very serious question. Do you take on f4? I don't think you want to take on f4. If you take on f4, I take on f4.
No.
That one is hanging.
Check.
Knight e2 is hanging. The only way to deal with that is something along the lines of rook to d1, but now rook c8, rook b8, I'm taking over as black. This is not looking good. So queen to f4 is a good move. He's also putting a lot of pressure on the clock right now. 42 minutes for Josiah, 22 minutes for Artur, and a lot of moves still to go, 18 moves to go. So definitely Josiah is feeling good, looking good in this position. Artur, simplified position, doesn't have that many resources. I have to say he's going to try to find a way to pull the brakes right now and find equality with the white pieces in the position, because right now he's on the back foot.
Absolutely. Let's just jump to the senior section, kind of go around the playing hall.
See what's happening?
For the seniors. Doug Root blundered. He blundered badly some time ago. He dropped his d4 pawn due to a pin along the c-file, and Dmitry's just cruising. He's just got huge advantage, extra pawn up, and this center is just overwhelming. So Dmitry's doing great. I like Patrick Wolff's position against Igor Novikov. Just improving everything. And the problem for black is these bishops. They're just not...
Right.
Ooh, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm just wondering if the queen... No, the queen...
The queen
who was trapped. Yeah, exactly, across the board. It was like, if I could get in just one move, h4, and then play b4, things could be very, very fun.
But
for
h4 looks like a move you would like to make, right?
Exactly.
To target the pawn on g6, to open up your h-file.
Right.
So even if we are not trapping the queen yet, I think it's a very useful move.
Exactly. I like Patrick's position. Gregory Kaidanov, I just think, has a really,
by the way,
huge advantage for Gregory. Sorry.
Staying with that position for a second, I just
Patrick Wolff
peeked at the engine for a second.
Sure.
b4 is in fact winning for white. It's the best move in the position and winning.
Because after queen g5?
Let's try to figure it out. I would assume queen c7.
Queen c7.
Why not?
And now the bishop is hanging, so we are threatening h4.
I think h4 is a big threat.
But we kind of made a commitment there, didn't we? We made a weakness when we played b4.
We did.
Do we have something even more?
Maybe bishop e4. What about that move?
Even h4.
h4 was the move played instead of b4, which is the second best move.
No, I was thinking like b4, queen g5, h4, and just looking at the resulting position.
I mean, positionally, this looks so pretty for white.
I know, bishop to e4, knight to e5, just kind of taking over.
Yeah.
He played h4.
Good move. Still good move.
And I'm thinking b4 is just a killer threat. I have no choice. I have to play bishop a6, right? I mean, everything else, it just looks awful. And I am assuming that we want to play knight e5 to d7.
Bishop d6.
What?
Bishop d6 is making a pin.
Just a second. What? You know, earlier in the tournament, with Ilan, Patrick had just sacrificed a piece. Bishop takes h6 against Shabalov and just went and lost the game. But he did it in a very smooth fashion. Now, when you played the move knight e5 very smoothly, you know, it's all a part of, you know,
H5.
like h5, just the way we had intended to checkmate our opponents. No, I have missed bishop d6, of course.
No,
So,
but I mean, it actually could be the case. And by the way,
I think we have a result.
This one seems
looking
to be
for an
just
arbiter to confirm a repetition.
Threefold repetition, most likely. Yes.
Did we? We think Patrick Wolff is doing very well. We think Gregory Kaidanov is doing very well. Shabalov has a very nice two bishops, as
but
well as...
look at those knights.
Yeah, as well as isolated queen pawn. But yeah, look at the dynamic compensation. This knight on c4, knight on e4. As a chess commentator, dynamically balanced.
Right, and some rook a3 coming.
Hello. You know, I've got...
Make sure your queen has space.
Yeah, I've got activity for does Vladimir.
All right, how do you do it though? So how do you stop that? And all the other threats? Because I have a feeling, I don't know, that rook on d4 doesn't feel very comfortable.
It's not a comfy rook.
Maybe you have to cement it with e3, but...
Not the square that I really want to cement it with, right? I'd much rather have my knight on d4. So let's say I go back. So let's say you go a3. Let's say I go back. I know I'm playing Fisher random. I'm shuffling the pieces, but for the moment, I'd much rather have my knight on d4 than my rook. And
So I have some tactics, right?
Oh, do you? What have I
Knight
missed?
b2.
Knight b2.
Oh.
Who invited you to the party? Knight b2. My goodness, what a move. Uh-oh. Knight b2. I apologize.
That's a strong move.
Well, it's funny because it's just one of those moves that you, how do you say, you don't anticipate because you don't think that the knight is doing that much on b2, right?
Yeah, it's not clear. It's still not clear. I take on f2. Rook f1.
Oh, rook f1. Excuse me. Pardon me.
And we do have a result.
And that is official then. Yeah, as that was the missed opportunity, right?
Kirk, Ghazarian, a very big chance. Justin Wang probably happy making a draw with black pieces, especially after that
he's definitely
difficult situation. But it's unclear whether Justin Wang realized that there was maybe a problem in his position.
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
Somehow I think it
just
was a mutual blindness.
Yeah, mutual blindness. Well, we'll keep our eye on the game between Shabalov and Akopian.
And the leaders.
Yeah, I
right?
wanted to go to our tournament leaders. It was funny. Back to the game. I was actually thinking Max had the best position he had for a long time because I see this position as in like 2 moves is over. Just knight d4 followed by f3. You maintain. If you can maintain this bishop on f6, forget about it. You're done. You're dusted. And from Max's point of view, he got what he wanted. He got rid of the bishop. You know, okay, he's a pawn down, but he's a big favorite of winning the pawn back, right? Rook takes, bishop takes.
Yeah, I really like this e5 move. Can we maybe go back
Sorry?
a little bit and look at that? So f3. F3,
Here.
and now,
F3.
yeah, now e5.
Right.
Because that seems like a really strong response. We are forcing the trade of the bishops.
Exactly. But Melik said he had an idea in mind, and that was related to the move g5. Yes, you can win your pawn back. Rook takes a2, which, by the way, but he's got check. Okay, so now if you take this one, that's a good trade from White's point of view. White's thinking to himself, aha, 2 connected passed pawns. Aren't I happy?
Can I continue? Bishop e6?
Sure. Bishop to e6. Bishop to e6, just a pause. Gosh, that king looks so vulnerable.
You have rook
doesn't
takes
it?
e5, sorry. No, you have rook takes e5. I cannot do that.
Check.
Yeah.
Oops.
But I don't like king takes g5. Can we just go king g7?
Yes, king g7.
Oh, you can play rook f1. No, there's
No.
bishop e6. Okay.
Okay, you're good. The move I would really like to do is knight c1. So my idea is that if you play rook takes b2, you're not forced to play rook takes b2. I want to play knight takes e5. That's a dream position, I think, because black's pawn structure is all messed up, right? And white's...
But it's also very limited, right? The material is very limited. So maybe I can continue even in that position.
Sure.
Like rook c2 maybe?
Rook c2, so you're tickling my little peshki. Okay,
Rook
I'm here.
e7, right?
Rook e7.
I'm just trying to say that you're kind of stuck on that pin.
Better.
Maybe you're not.
Better get off the pin. But you're right. The material, if you were to take and take,
I go up. You take. I take on g5 or maybe rook e2.
Yeah,
I might survive, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Max is probably happy with his position because he got rid of that bishop on f6, and that was huge. Cristian, going to throw it back to you, and as you are Khachiyan.
Well, it does seem like Patrick is, in fact, winning in this position. Once again, decisive advantage after h4. And Igor said, I'm not waiting. I'm opening up that light square bishop with a move e5.
Coming. Yeah.
But the question is, okay, what if I just simply take? I understand you got your bishop out, you can go bishop e6, but isn't my h5 pawn going? h5,
That
opening up your position. You have to go g5.
Strong.
If you allow me to take on g6, you're getting checkmated.
Yeah.
So you have to go g5, and then I can just simply go queen to f4, queen to e4, f5, queen to d4. I'm a pawn up, and the compensation, it seems like. I have the attack, I have a central knight, you have some structural weaknesses.
Sure.
I don't see where your counterplay is as black, right? My king is perfectly safe. So after e5 take, bishop to d6 probably is the way he wants to continue this game, but as you were mentioning, guys, rook takes d6. Okay, let's give it up. Let's give the exchange, right? Let's go h5. Let's try to checkmate. Perhaps this is what Igor is hoping for, but this is not objectively good because you're getting checkmated and there's no way for you with the black pieces to exchange the queens. If you don't exchange the queens and if you don't do something quick, I'm taking on g6, I'm going queen h6, I'm checkmating you on h7.
Right.
You're in big, big, big trouble. And if you try to take, for example, let's make some moves, right? Bishop to e6.
Right.
I take on g6, you take with the f-pawn. Queen to h6, you try to defend on the 7th rank, right? Queen to e7 or queen to c7. Let's say queen to c7 to keep an eye on the pawn, on the knight on e5. I continue, I have so many resources. All of my resources are in fact aimed at your king, right? The knight, the bishop, the queen and the rook, everything, and the pawn, and the h-pawn, right? So I have so many attackers, and very often it's very basic, right? How many attackers versus how many defenders do we have in the position?
Right.
I have a lot of attackers right now. I have 5 attackers, and you have how many defenders? Maybe 2 defenders. Maybe 2 defenders. That's an overwhelming majority for my attack, which is going to lead to a decisive advantage. So this one is looking good. If he takes on e5, decides, he has a couple of decisions ahead of himself, Patrick, that is. To take on e5 and then to give the exchange to continue the attack. But I feel like he's going to go for it. We've seen him generally taking this type of aggressive decisions in the past as well.
I've long maintained that chess is a game of confidence.
Confidence, yes.
Really. And, you know, you look at Patrick's score. He's got 1 draw out of 4 games. His confidence has been shattered. In that game where he played bishop takes h6 and sacrifice for the king's attack against Shabalov, he looked terrible as a result. Now you get this position against Igor. You go knight takes e5, and you know that after the only move, bishop d6, otherwise you're just a pawn down. It's terrible. You know you're going to have to sacrifice the exchange. Do you have the confidence, the internal fortitude to say, yeah, I'm good, let's go. That setback that happened last week, it's ancient history.
I mean,
I'm ready to sacrifice.
It's about confidence, but on the other hand, like if you move back, and you don't take, like with Shabalov, it was a choice, right? You sacrifice.
No,
but
the choice here was queen takes. So, like, if you take my knight, I take your bishop. Now I'm just a pawn up, and you know, but I don't have to sacrifice.
All the attack is out, right?
Well, yeah, essentially, yeah. I still, you know, okay, on a good day, I might have some stuff. So, I mean, I'm saying that I could play it safely with queen takes e5, or I can, you know, risk the exchange sacrifice. But boy, that looks so promising. The attack looks like it's, and here it comes, bishop d6,
and then
there's no choice.
Now you're kind of forced to take it.
I've got to burn this bridge. I've got to give up my exchange.
I burned the bridge already.
You burned the bridge with knight. But that's what I'm saying. It's the confidence. Sometimes you've had a bad score and your confidence is shattered, and you're playing the safety move over the right, and you know it's right to sacrifice. You know it's good for you, but you just don't have the confidence at that moment to follow through. And well, here it comes. Patrick ready to do rook takes. I just want to check in again our marquee matchup between our 2 tournament leaders. We do have rook. the move that you like to play, king g7. I think that king takes g5 was just too risky.
Too risky, right.
I wouldn't want to go into it either. And king g7 on the board, and Max on the back foot, but
I really like your move knight c1 here, because the knight on b3 is doing nothing.
Exactly,
and just
really
like
is.
I'm giving up the pawn on b2, but transferring the knight to d3, attacking that pawn on e5.
Exactly. And, really, you ask the knight on b3, which is a lousy knight, where would it like to be? Well, and you kind of go, well, I got a rook on f6. The knight on e5 would harmonize with the rook on f6. So, yeah, I would like to put
the
knight
knight will
on
tell you,
e5.
I want to stay anywhere but here.
Right. Get me out of here. Look at this. This is terrible. I can't go to a5 or c5 or d4. Get me out of here.
Right. Plus, like after rook takes b2, I'm really forced to go to c1 anyway.
Exactly. So we'll keep an eye on this all-important senior matchup as, again, tomorrow's the free day. Boy, whoever goes in, if Melik were to win this game, he'd go into that free day confidence soaring.
Yeah. 4.5 points out of 5, and you have a rest day.
And what's happening in the Carissa?
And by the way, he played that move, knight to c1, that you were recommending.
Exactly. And what about Carissa? You've got her game on your board, an important matchup, Cristian.
That's right. Carissa is doing well. I have no idea how it happened. But she's a pawn up. All right, I'll show you how it happened. Yes. Rook to b1. And now, for whatever reason, Gracie decides to play rook to b8, giving up a pawn.
What?
Take, knight takes c4, queen to c7. Mm-hmm. My guess is that she thought that the only retreating move with the knight that makes sense, of course, you don't want to go to e3 because that actually gives me the pawn back.
Right.
Queen takes e3, cuts the defense of the queen. And if you go knight d2, maybe she just wanted to go bishop to h6. Makes sense. Which, in fact, it gives you quite some compensation in the position. The problem is that you actually go knight b2, which was played. Carissa just played this move. The knight is protected. Everything is protected. You don't have entry squares.
c4, c5.
c4, c5 is coming. c4, queen c3, c5, something along those lines.
And white is really happy
threats.
the king is no longer on g1, right? Otherwise, there will be some queen takes c3 tricks.
Oh, yes, very nice. So let's show that. Let's say you go something like this, you go like this. Very nice, yes.
Oops.
Long time ago, she played this move, king to h1, and we were wondering, why in the world did she play king to h1? I said that, well, she just doesn't simply see a different plan, right?
Right.
But perhaps she was seeing in the future. That's exactly what's happening right now. Knight to b2, pawn up. Carissa is in the driver's seat, and I have to say, despite the fact that she's played badly. Let's just put it as it is. She's played badly this game.
Right.
She was worse with the white pieces out of the opening and through the middle game. But in the last few moves, she's completely turned it around, putting a lot of pressure on the clock as well. 16 minutes for Gracie Prasanna and 44 minutes for Carissa. Carissa is feeling good, and she needs a victory, right? She really needs a victory to keep pace with Alice Lee.
Exactly.
And Alice Lee, by the way, is probably going to be a draw in that one, right?
Exactly. I've got the game between Alice and Rochelle. Rochelle Wu with the white. They're in a rook ending. If I'm in Rochelle's shoes, I'm playing b4, a4, a5, basically using my minority, my queenside pawns. I'm going to block the majority, Alice's majority, and that's going to leave 2 versus 2 on the king side, and that's going to be a draw. Carissa, if she does win, then she is going to be a half a point behind, and we were talking about the rivalry at the very start of the tournament, and it's living up to our billing. A rare thing in our commentators' curse.
Given the positions she had, to be only half a point behind Alice, that's great. That's amazing.
Exactly.
But what happened here?
Ru Yangyan, after it was this move queen b4, we were just saying we really liked what Ru Yangyan was doing. These 2 bishops are making a great impression, and after the move rook e3, Kelsey said, "Do you want my h4 pawn?" Yes, I'll take it, bishop. By the way, we haven't been talking about this. Is this pawn hanging? Knight takes b3.
Knight takes b3, pawn takes. I mean, we have to be careful about some discovered attacks.
Exactly. I think that Kelsey was trying her best to set a nasty trap.
And lure black into capturing that pawn.
Yeah, the squares a4 and c4 are mined. You step onto this royal fork.
Yeah.
Knight b6,
But,
check.
okay, we had amazing knight on c5. This kind of sad bishop on b3. We don't even think
Right.
about capturing that.
Exactly. You said it very well. The sad bishop. Pawns on f7 and e6. Formidable barrier, closing down the diagonal. And, well, okay.
That's a healthy pawn.
Very healthy pawn. I'll take it. Munch, rook takes, bishop takes. And, well, not much going on here. It's time maybe just to come back and
Say,
just
good job, bishop. You grab a pawn, let's just...
let's consolidate, let's be like the caveman, you go out, you grab some food, then you bring it back into the cave. Bishop e7, and definitely black is for choice. And I wanted to go Iris, yes.
Oh, we were saying black was for choice here?
Yeah, she's using her majority. White is doing her best to use her. Ooh.
Don't play g3.
Oh.
Actually, I'm still recovering after g3. Luckily, I have knight e3 there. But
No way. This is one of those moments where it's like Bent Larson would say, nobody believes you. You're just barely hanging on.
Are you going to be like sneaky with some rook e5 and bishop f4?
Right? Okay. Thank you.
No, don't do that.
I mean, wow! Look at that. Yeah, you won my heart. Rook e5, bishop f4, and rook h5. Yeah, I can tell you've been doing the summer camps. You've got those chess attacks and those tactics on your mind. No, this looks overwhelming, and f3 is oof.
This is dangerous. I mean, if you don't play g3, I capture queen h3, bishop f4. I mean...
Wow. Okay. I mean, f3 came, and that's going to come with massive force. Cristian, tossing it over to you. What do you have for us?
Well,
shocked you with you were mesmerized by f3 and queen h3. It's like, whoa.
You threw a hard ball. This one, Zoe Tang versus Rose Atwell. I have to say, Rose has the best position she's had in a very long time, despite the fact that she's on exchange down. Forget about it. That's okay. You're still losing, completely losing. But you have some ideas, some tricks in the position. For example, if you take on c5,
right,
you would be asking, why not take on c5?
Give
right?
me the
That's
pawn.
a pawn. I get back with my queen to f2. I'm defending everything around my king. Bishop takes g2 comes on the board.
Oh, man.
And actually, this is just, seems to me like a draw. If you take, I go h3. Don't go. If you go to g1,
queen
then
g2
queen g5 or queen to g4, and now I go here. You cannot go to e2. You have to go back, and then we get the perpetual.
Nice.
Beautiful. That's the best you can get in the position. And you might get tempted by the fact that, hey, what if I go to g3? It seems like I'm safe, right? But in fact, you're not, because you cannot touch this pawn. Don't take it. That's a checkmate in one move. So you have to drop back, and basically we're getting the same thing. I'm checking you on the f file, and you cannot go on the e file or the h file. So that's a trick in the position. That's the best thing that she could have hoped for, I have to say, because her king was in danger, right? All the way here when these pawns were going down the board, and it was looking really, really bad. And somehow she managed to just give up the exchange and perhaps get some chances, at least some practical chances. I like what she has done. Bravo to Zoe. She didn't take the bait. Defend that pawn on g2 with rook to d2. Good move.
She's not joining Yasser's club of the Pawn Grabbers
Association. No. Just turning our attention to the senior championship for a moment. Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir Akopian. Both players have their trumps, and I thought for that reason that a balanced outcome is to be expected. We got to this position, and after the move b6, b5 by Vladimir, Shabalov dropped back. I didn't like the rook on the d4 square. I wanted to transfer the knight to the d4 square. Well, guess what? Knight b2, rook d4, knight c4. And it looked like a peaceful draw was in store for us, and means an early dinner and all that good stuff for us.
And getting ready for a rest day?
No. After rook d4, rook d1, it was Vladimir that said, I don't want a repetition. I think I have, my trumps are better than yours. Yes, you get your knight to d4. I'll play the move queen b6 and tell me why you're so happy with the bishop and so forth and so on. So I just thought it was intriguing that in the judgment of Akopian, he wanted to play on. Did he make the right choice?
That's a good question.
You can't wait for the answer. Right?
I'm very happy to see my knight on d4. I was worried about the rook being misplaced there.
Agreed.
So now I understand the knights are still pretty strong on e4 and c4.
Right.
But I don't see a direct kind of attack, so maybe we can do something like rook d3.
Rook goes back to d3. Yeah, it's sort of like, okay, I'm not a big fan of the queen, so I would love to transfer the queen maybe to f4 or f5. How I'm going to cross the barrier, I'm not really sure. Rook to d3 with the idea of rook to d1.
Maybe I would also love to play like f3 and bishop f2, but I'm scared of weakening the e3 square.
So kind of defending it before you weaken it kind of thing. I would ask Cristian to break the tie, but I know if I ask him,
he will say it's a draw.
No, he will say only time will tell if Vladimir made the right decision and declining the draw.
If I remember correctly, the objective assessment of that position, he is slightly better. Now, black is slightly better.
Okay.
Yeah, slightly
so
better is not much, right? It's still a very complex middle
Yeah.
game position. You have your trumps, I have mine.
Right.
Of course, strategically, with the isolated pawn, you could be at some point in trouble as black, right? So you do have to have some sense of urgency in the position.
Right.
At the same time, I'm looking at the clock. I'm looking at the fact that I don't see a clear plan for white either. And I say, okay, why not? Let's try it out. I'm 2.5 points, 1 point behind the leader.
Right.
So I need to catch up to them, get some ground back.
By the way, knight from d4 back to b3, intimating that he's ready to either go knight to a5 or maybe on a good day take this knight and go knight to c5 as a way of getting rid of these very, very powerful knights. I wasn't sure myself. I actually like white's trumps in the position, but for me the question was, could I play the move f2, f3 immediately or not? Because if I could get you to play knight d6, knight f6, I don't care. Just please, just go back. You can figure out later how far back you want to go. And then I was going to go bishop f2. And this is where I'm getting my transfer that I want. I want to bring my queen to f5. I'm not a fan of my queen being on b1. And now that you see what...
But I was worried after f3 to go knight d6.
Okay. No. Knight d2. I think you're in
Cristian
trouble.
doesn't approve, because here one knight is going to e3, the second one is getting ready to jump to c4.
Well, are you getting the second one to like, okay, could I was trying to force you to take on g2 and play bishops of opposite color, but Cristian's clearing the cobwebs. I'm playing f3 with the dream of getting your knight to retreat. You're not retreating.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. Now I'm making this pin.
That's
attacking the knight.
That
Rook takes e2.
That's nasty all the way. So f3 didn't work. Knight b3 on the board, and again, from Shabalov's point of view, he may be thinking, okay, I can sacrifice a pawn, knight c5. I could play for knight a5 just to close the a file and so on. Big fight going on there. Checking in with Max. And
what happened here? So
no, this is just this. He did play the whole knight c1. I mean, they went down the whole pathway there.
I think we had this on the board, right?
Right.
Cristian was saying rook e7.
And I think I was trying to play with the move rook f1. By the way, Dmitry's cruising. I mean, it's just
wow, d3 pawn.
Everything has gone his way. And Dima, boy, I tell you, he just the last two rounds. with the white pieces as well.
I mean,
he had a bad.
you retreat bishop to f1 and knight g4 and game over.
Yeah, no, Doug
He
had
actually
seen
just
enough.
won
He
his game.
resigned.
He resigned.
He
yes.
resigned. That was. Yeah, the tragedy came.
94. Oh man.
Right here, and it's sort of like you have this blindness that you say to yourself, "Oh, my pawn is so well defended.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
there's nothing to worry about."
Except.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Now, excuse me. That was the, but it was missing this knight takes d4 moment. Whenever I get these positions as white, I quickly play rook to d1, queen to
hide
d1,
the queen.
hide the queen on the b1 square. I go.
And
rook
then
to
you
d1.
don't worry about the d4
And then I don't
because
worry about.
there is this pawn chain.
I mean, because of this type of a tragedy can befall anybody. I mean, I've fallen for this more than once. I can assure you. And Cristian, what do you have for us?
Well, I'm looking at Josiah Stearman's game, and this one is completely crazy. Take a look at this point, and I think he's in big trouble, in fact.
Uh-oh.
Arthur has a golden opportunity, but how did we get here? And we were discussing about the fact that the d-pawn is not that good. We have the better structure with the black pieces. But take a look at what happened. Queen to f5, knight d5, rook to c8, and I feel this is already a step in the wrong direction. Queen to a3, and instead of knight to g6, just get this knight away from this diagonal.
Right.
Rook takes c5 came, but this allows d takes c5, and perhaps what Josiah is looking for with the black piece, allowing this type of things, is just some sort of counterplay. But this was completely unnecessary. Queen to c2, a b4.
He's missed b4. That's the whole
Good
point.
move. Yes,
Yeah, he was going to play rook b8 on his next turn and take the b pawn.
Have some fun, yeah.
And but b4, cold shower.
That might be the cold shower, though immediately after b4 he played very quickly rook to b8.
c6 on the board.
Is it on the board?
On the board.
That's the money move.
That is the money move.
That is the money move, and right now Josiah is in big trouble because first of all you cannot take. You take rook to c1, game over. So you have to do something else. You have to create your own counterplay. If you allow me to go rook c1, c7, b5, good luck. you're done.
Right.
So you have to go d4. It feels like knight to c8. I don't see this move happening. Forget about it. This is not practical. Almost no human plays the move knight to c8 to try to create some sort of blockade, knight c8, knight b6, and then rook. I don't see that happening. I see d4 coming on the board. And then rook to c1. This is something that Arthur will have. Still some big decisions along the way. Take a look at this. Queen to e4 or e2, let's say e2. c7, I go to c8. And now you have to continue with b5.
Wow.
Right.
Hitting the knight on e7.
That's the thing. I'm looking at the position, and I don't think it's that difficult because you take on e5, I take on e7, and the thing is you cannot touch this pawn because of queen to d8. You're just simply not in time.
Right.
You're one move away from being okay, but you're not, right, because of queen d8. So the game is over. Big moment right now. A lot of details to calculate, a lot of lines to calculate for both sides. I see that Arthur is down to his last 10 minutes, so that's an encouragement for Josiah. Nevertheless, the position is not. Right now, the position is borderline losing for black.
Wow. c6. So let's go again. It was d4.
d4, yes.
Rook c1.
Only move, by the way.
Queen e2.
c7. Yes.
c7.
Everything, this is normal,
b5.
right?
Rook c8.
And b5.
b5. And I wanted to play the move knight to d5.
Is the only move.
To stop b6. I mean, I'm dreaming that you would play knight c6.
Once again, perhaps this is what he missed. Now I go b6. I continue
oh,
b6.
you go b6. Oh, sorry. Because
it's not over.
I was dreaming knight c6 and like, hey, I've
I
got
don't
a surprise.
understand b6. Why is it so
not
spectacular?
Over. Yes. b6, and now knight takes b6, queen d6.
Okay.
Queen d8 is coming.
Queen d8
So
is a
this
threat.
is on tap. This is on tap.
Difficult stuff. Very, very difficult stuff. I'm not going
Do
to
I
lie.
have to go king h7 to stop queen d8 check?
Well,
I don't know.
what if I take and I go queen? No, I cannot go queen b8, so I probably have to do something else.
That's a cute point, by the way. How embarrassing would this be?
Very.
I mean, the X-ray, right? I mean, it's sort of like, oh, thank you very much. No.
You can promote, but I'm going to grab that queen right away.
Give me back my.
But I
move.
can perhaps just simply go.
Say it.
You can
Queen
capture on
B7?
d4.
Capture.
No, I take.
But then
You
I'm
take.
fighting, right? I'm fighting. I'm still.
Can I take?
Take on B6?
Take on E5 and Queen B7.
Yes, that's a fair move.
I mean, you still have Queen G5. I think is the only move. But then I go F4, and you don't have a way to get to E3.
Wow.
So I think that's over.
Yeah, that's a strong sequence.
I mean, I think it was Elianov, the Ukrainian player, who once made this maneuver where he gave up a whole rook, and they took like 3 quiet moves, and it was a perpetual check. It was like just like one of the most amazing combinations I've ever seen in my life.
And
I'm
now
rook
Queen
down,
H8,
and you're
yeah.
going to promote, and I still get a perpetual check. That's crazy
But no,
stuff. It's crazy. I know it's
you
not
should
a-
show the continuation, because we
Just
actually
Queen-
have a guest in house with us. No, keep going.
Okay.
That's the position, and we have a guest in house
Yes.
who just won his game and wants to propose some moves. Go ahead.
Okay, you can play Queen H8.
Dima's going to be a commentator.
Queen C2 check, and rook should win. One single rook should win in the endgame. But
Queen
he
H8.
But he will play King G6. But and be careful, because you make a queen, and all of a sudden some perpetual check. So it's not over yet. But
And
we can
This is
see-
very nice. This
we
is
can
very
see
nice.
Dima was
in
saying that he
the
won't
position.
take your queen.
You'll
Here
run
comes
away,
King
King G6.
Well,
Maybe I can go F5. I have no
probably,
idea what's
probably
happening here.
F5.
By the way, maybe I should go Queen G8 first.
Queen G8. Well, King G6 anyway.
Slight improvement, making sure we
Oh
are
my
targeting
God.
F7. Yeah.
So that way, when you
Yeah, I'm
play
sure
a
Rook F1 is
F5
winning
check,
as
I
well.
don't.
Rook F1 must be winning.
Here, Rook F1. Or
Yeah.
Queen E3.
You guys are having too much fun,
no,
but let's
first
introduce our
F5.
guests to
Exactly.
the show. Cristian, you're
Yeah.
with Dmitry Gurevich.
Absolutely, Dmitry. First of all, congratulations!
Oh,
a very
thank you.
nice game.
It was a gift. It was a blunder. So it's not even a pawn; it's a central pawn.
It's a central pawn.
Yeah, which
yes,
is much worse.
this moment.
Yeah.
When you saw the move Knight G E5, what was your reaction? At this
I saw it in advance. I saw he cannot do that.
yeah.
I
And
saw
when
it.
he made it, what?
Well, unfortunately, Doug blundered. Also, this is not a big problem for really senior players. Well, he's not that senior than me. Is blunders, because everything else is so understandable. Yeah.
And
But-
you're talking about the blunders. I remember that game against Maxim Dlugy. You played that move G3, Bishop E3, game over. But then immediately you showed
no,
King F2 was making a draw. You were
yeah.
showing on the board.
Well, it wasn't. It was a draw position, but it wasn't that simple. I looked over. It could be some traps, and I played badly. He outplayed me very nicely. I had a great opening at some point, and then we got equal position because I played a couple of bad moves and a really bad move. And then he started playing for win, and he outplayed me very brilliantly, and definitely he deserved to win this game. Yeah, he was winning before, one move before
Right.
it was a position. So.
But
it
you
was a-
came back with black pieces.
Well,
and
yesterday I
you
played
delivered.
also. Melik had a great game, can be in a book. He crashed me. And he told me he played it already. I got into his variation, but I didn't play correctly. So,
Yes.
yeah.
And after you took on D4, you executed the attack perfectly.
It was some. Well, first of all, he had a move which was better than what
At
he
what
did.
point?
Yeah, I mean, it's lost position. C4 is not a good move.
Okay.
C4 is not a good move. He should play Bishop D3.
Okay.
Well, it's a bad position, but
Right.
it's not resignable.
No
if you
good
take on
moves in a bad
C3,
position,
you
yes.
take with a B pawn.
With a B pawn, okay.
Because the other one is probably something else. It's like I don't remember. E4, Bishop D5, maybe. Bishop takes F3. Just yeah. This is all. Yeah. This is
you take
no,
on
no BC3. It's not over.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not over. Well, I mean, it's a lost position, but it's definitely a playable.
But this is what you
don't
thought that
have
he
to
should
resign.
do, right?
Yeah.
Create some ideas, some chances in the
yeah,
position.
of course, yes.
No, makes
And
sense.
then
Makes
later
sense.
also it was a moment when he attacked on F8, and I could probably sacrifice, I could probably play e4. But I looked a little bit, I didn't see immediate win, and it is dangerous to go for position which is not winning. And then you think, why did I do that? And or to spend too much time, you know, to make. So you have to play solidly.
It's
Of
not
course,
practical. Yeah, I
it's
mean,
not
you have
practical,
pawn up, you have a winning position.
Yeah, you have two central points, of course. It's, if you don't see immediate win, then
That's a
just,
great lesson, by the way. Yeah. Never complicate when you don't have to in a winning position.
Yeah. If it's no problem, I feel it's something like Murphy's law, but not Murphy's. If it's no problem, you don't try to solve problem which doesn't
That don't exist. Very
Yeah.
nice, very nice.
Yeah.
And he resigned at this point. Dmitry, you've been here in St. Louis. You've played in St. Louis. How are you enjoying the atmosphere, seeing your old friends as well, playing chess? You don't play that much. You're mostly a coach nowadays, right?
Yes. My best results are from my students. And I enjoy them very much. I was working with Viktor Korshny in the 80s and the 90s, a little bit, but I'm also tremendously happy that it happened in my life. And it was his results, he won at Arizona, I was helping him in 1987, long ago. My student Sam Schmeichel just got his first GM norm. I'm tremendously happy.
Very nice.
And of course, Alice Lee, it's a star student, studied a few years, was great. And she's amazing, and I hope she'll go much higher. She'll become world champion, and whatever.
So you're seeing your friends. You're also seeing some of your students
my friends
as
here.
well.
Mostly, yes. My friends, many people I know from the 80s.
Yes.
Some from the 90s. Gregory Kaidanov I know from the 70s. So I enjoy to see them. They're great players, great people, and that's very enjoyable. You know, St. Louis is a unique atmosphere of what we have here. Great conditions, and to see wonderful people, and great comments. Yasser, thank you for not playing, but for me, it's
Thank you for not playing. That's a good one.
Dima, Kate has a question for you.
Yeah, congratulations on your game today. You seem to be really enjoying, chess, your games, but you are also the winner of the 2022 U.S. Seniors Open Championship. So are you looking here to win the tournament, not just enjoy the atmosphere?
I don't hear so.
She's saying that you won the U.S. Seniors Open Championship in 2022.
That was another miracle. It was a real miracle. Jesse Cry played fantastic. He had 5 out of 5. He beat 2 grandmasters. One is my student, my best student. He's now my teacher, Alex Fishbane. And also he beat Alex, and he beat another Alex Yermolinsky. So he had 5 out of 5. I made one draw with Alex Fishbane, and then last round I just had to play for win. I had no choice. So I tried, and at some point I was lost, and I won. It was a miracle, yeah.
And she's saying that you won that one. Do you have ambitions of winning this championship as well?
Oh, what do you mean? This Senior Open?
This one, yes.
Oh, Senior Open.
Senior
I wish I could play there, but it's going right now. It's going to be this weekend, so I cannot play both. Even if I had the rocket, I would have to go back.
Got it.
No, but it was a miracle to win it then, and I don't think it's... because I'm senior, but other seniors are like juniors to me, like Jesse Cry. In this tournament, Vladimir Akopian, I remember when he was a teenager, and now he's 50. He looks still very young, looks junior to me. Yeah.
Congratulations, Dima.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you, yes,
and
thank you
I like
much.
this. Another miracle. Another miracle happened. Nice. Again, I'm just going to check in on our tournament leaders, Melik and Max Dlugy. When we left it, the knight had been transferred to e5, rook e7, and now here was the moment where we had been looking at a move like rook
F1?
F1 to kind of, well, I want to get off this. I hate being in these pins. But more importantly, to capture on f7. Alex said, you know what, I really like this bind, and I'm willing to give up my c3 pawn to continue my attack. So he's sitting there saying, look, I've got ambitions. I want to go h6 check. If I can force your king backwards, then I can go g6, and, we could be talking.
And there's rook, there's knight. I mean, there can be even some checkmates.
Exactly, some checkmating patterns. So we have h5 on the board. I don't know if clocks are a factor. Hard for me to tell. by looking at them on my monitor.
So we see Maxim Dlugy, he has 13 minutes, and Melik has 16 minutes.
13?
13.
13 to 16. So, okay, and they're on move 31. Something to look out for. And
No, Melik is definitely looking good, but take a look at what's happening in Patrick Wolff game. Maybe you can see it on your board.
Wolff. Yes, I'll bring it up. This was where he sacrificed the exchange.
That's right.
And he did it. This was way back in this moment. There it goes, thump. And
H5, right?
and
Immediately opening that file.
going for the checkmate. Well, that, by the way, that's pawn number 2, right? So we've already got 2 pawns in the pocket for the exchange. Ooh, this is he's cruising, right?
Everything is crumbling, yes.
Oh, everything. Oh,
Wow, knight d8, fork.
Oh, ding, ding, ding,
And
ding,
bishop
ding.
b3 could be there in the future.
That's exactly what's going to come on the board very, very soon.
Oh,
You can take on f7 maybe first, right?
Yeah. You want to do it with style, you know, like flash.
Yeah,
What's
bishop
the
e3.
expression? If you got to flaunt it, you know, like flash, right? Queen f6, flaunt it. And
Is there any way to save this?
No.
There's no
So
saving
knight
this.
d8, there's no saving this one, and clocks are definitely not a factor. Now, of course, you could always, you know, knight takes f7, but I think bishop b3 is
Yeah.
really a sweet way.
This may be the first win for Patrick Wolff, but deserving win, we have to say. This was
Absolutely.
a great game so far, very attacking. There's another really attacking game. Can we go to Alex Shabalov and
Sure.
Vladimir Akopian? Because Vladimir just started to run with his h-pawn.
There's no h-pawn. There's no running
it's
with
not
some
there anymore.
h-pawn. When we left it, there was this dynamic balance going on, and I kind of liked what Shabby did. He put his knight on c5 and said, okay, look, this is your best piece. You know, please do me a solid, get rid of the, and I will play bishop to e1, b4, win an
tricks
exchange. Not interested, said Vladimir. I don't want you taking my bishop, which I found to be an interesting decision, by the way, rook d3, keeping as many pieces on the board, and
Alexander is rerouting the knight to back to d4.
yeah. Well, somehow he's achieved something, and from Vladimir's perspective, from Black's perspective, he's got to do something soon, because there are the 2 bishops. Long term, if white might even be thinking rook d1, rook takes, sacrificing exchange. So,
But also
h5.
since the rook moved to a7, now Black was maybe even threatening to capture the knight on c5, right? To just get the pawn.
Yes, exactly, which is why he dropped his knight. But rook, and again, kind of intimating, it's, I'm not forced to, but I definitely don't think that the rook has perspectives, shall we say, on the c-file. I like the move rook c1 to d1. h4, I like capturing this pawn, not just because I'm winning a pawn or anything like that, but I don't want to see a weakness occurring on the g3 square, and maybe, I don't know, still, it feels to me like it's a 3-result game, and crazy things is going on. What's going on, Cristian? Oh, you have the other juniors.
Well, let's take a look
game.
at the juniors,
Yeah.
right? And we're going to start with one of the co-leaders going into today's round. Arthur Go is beating on Josiah Stearman right now. Take a look at this. c6, knight f5, already a bad move, bad direction, already a difficult position, and I have to say I cannot blame Josiah too much for not missing the next move. After knight to f5, queen to c1 came on the board, completely unexpected, but right now that's going to support from behind my c-pawn, and you no longer have the knight back into play. So this one is really, really urgent for Black. Knight to d4 and queen to f4, and I have to say I'm looking at the position. Probably the best way is to give up a couple of pawns like this. Queen takes c6 is going to come. This one is completely busted. Rook f8, queen takes c6. 2 pawns up. I'm going to retreat back to e2. Maybe I defend with rook to e2. Not looking good. This is over. Right. So what's happened? And by the way, Arthur Go with a victory in this one.
4 in a row.
He's going to be 4 in a row.
Hello.
That's absolutely amazing, and he might actually go into the rest day as the sole leader, because take a look at what's happening between Balaji and Brandon. And we were discussing this type of positions, and we were saying that so far, so good. It's very balanced. But if any of the sides will make a slight mistake, it can go bad very quickly. And that's exactly what happened. Take a look at this. Rook to g3. I really like what Balaji is doing, trying to set up some traps against the king on the g file. And knight to a4, and I believe this was the move that Brandon missed, by the way. Instead of king to h8, the best move in the position was knight to e4. Not easy, because right now you're basically giving up a pawn. But of course, I cannot take it because I take back the pawn on e5, and in fact, on the g file, you don't have enough resources to continue the attack. And in fact, my pawn on e4 is more valuable than the pawn on h6. So he played king h8, knight to a4. I really like this move. Rook takes a4. And it's all about, where are my pieces? Are they on their ideal squares as white? And the answer is yes. Where are your pieces? And where is your counterplay? And the answer is nowhere to be found. Because the knight on b4, not doing much. The rook on c8, beautiful, but where are you going? At best, you're going to give me a check on c1. But that's not even going to happen. Knight f5 in this position, it just comes naturally. I have so many attackers against your king side, and it's just not looking good. Bishop to f8, knight to d4. I'm not really sure why they're repeating, but they are repeating. Right now, if he finds this move, knight to d6, objectively, Balaji is winning. This one is a win. We were expecting this one. Bishop to b3, finished the game for Patrick Wolff.
And by the way, what an important victory that was. When you're scoring a half out of your first 4 games, you're feeling really bad, you know, what am I going to... And you come back and you play a really wonderful game like this. And
then you're like, I'm back. I won the game, and now I have a rest day, so I'm ready to do better in the second half of the tournament.
Exactly. And looking at the position of Arthur Go versus Josiah, and this last move, Queen f4, wow. I mean, that's a real visual move. It hits the knight, it hits the pawn on f7. Yes, I agree. I invite knight f7 and knight check, but boy, when I pick up that pawn on f7, I've got everything going in my favor. This just looks like Arthur is in cruise mode and, winning 4 in a row. I don't care what national championship you're playing in. You're just like, woohoo!
Yeah.
This is
Cloud9
marvelous
right now for Arthur. After losing the first round, I mean.
Yeah, and especially after losing the first round, to come back with 4 in a row. Very impressive.
So what if we go now to the girls' tournament? I feel like we did not visit them for some time. What is happening there?
And by the way, no results whatsoever in
Yeah,
the ladies.
they're
all fighting. Rochelle and Alice,
process.
we just check in on, because again, that is our marquee matchup. Alice having a point lead over Rochelle. Looks again like they're heading towards a draw.
Really?
You can just
Do you see this going badly for
a draw?
For Rochelle?
Do I
I
see
understand it's a draw objectively, but can you see this going badly for Rochelle? Because I'm starting, the pawn is not on a5 for white, the pawn is not on b4. I haven't closed shop on the queen side. It just feels like.
I'm saying that.
You want to close with
let's
g4.
imagine I go here.
A4.
And I don't know what you're supposed to do. I'm just going to say, okay, now how will your king ever close?
It's not. It's not.
Come into my camp.
So maybe instead of h5, I go king f5. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's promising too much, but I can try. If I can get to e4, never mind.
About to play scram, you bother me.
It should be an easy draw.
But Carissa's game, when we left it, Carissa was up a pawn. Oops, no, that's Carissa's game, that's the Yuya. Carissa was up a pawn, she was about to play c4, c5.
You see those pawns on the king side?
It's like, okay, but no,
who is attacking now?
It feels like this attack for black is not really much of an attack at all. It looks like c4, c5. This is actually play on one goal. I'm ready to munch. I'm ready to play h4, undermine this knight.
Okay, so I'm not going to capture your c5. I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to capture on e4.
Well done, right? Knight c4, let's go.
So I'm giving up pawn on e5, on d5. I don't know if I want to take that.
I was thinking that if you did, I was going to go queen takes e4 and queen g6 check.
Okay.
Just giving you fair warning.
That's fair.
There's
so
a
let's,
storm brewing.
all right, bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Okay. Eventually, I am going to take something, aren't I? Ooh. Okay, let's just continue with my idea of taking something. At the moment, knight takes, by the way, queen takes g5 is awkward, to say the least.
Right, so
Awkward.
I will go
Nice word.
queen d8.
I'm afraid you're suffering a position that really is not is not there's no joy. there was an expression that I just fell in love with. There's no joy in Mudville. You know, like it's just a terrible place. You just you don't want to be there. So queen, I'm looking at this, looking at knight e3, your extra pawn. Ugh.
Okay, g4. Not
Gosh,
giving
you're
up
not
yet.
giving up.
Not giving up
Look
yet.
at you. I can't get no Jedi mind tricks for you, huh? Not giving up. Okay, let me go after this guy, bishop. And I will take this. My bishop on d1.
Okay.
I may not have done this in the most easiest practical manner.
Okay, I go back. Bishop c8. Everyone goes
And
home.
I want to.
You take.
I want to promote this pawn, so any trades would probably benefit me, I want to say, if I can get this guy. Sorry.
No, I like that. What you
Oh,
did?
you did?
I
You,
do.
oh, I'm sorry.
I need, let's say, bishop a6.
Bishop a6. Wow.
Yeah,
just
but it
feels
looks- it looks
very,
bad.
very, very, very good for Carissa. Let's just continue to the Ru Yang game. This was where she...
Well, how many
did
pawns?
the rook get... Yeah, but how did the rook get to b4? There was a queen on b4 when we left it, I swear. There was a queen on b4. Okay, we left it around these parts. Let's just quickly catch up. Knight b4. So the rook swung across to c3.
King b8, very logical.
Very logical.
Getting the king to safety.
Rook to c4. Look at this, the rook. That is like, if you had told me, like, how the rook on h1 gets to b4 like 5 moves ago, I would say, you know, you're a genius. You know, like, I didn't see that coming. e5 takes, and, well...
Okay, now you are targeting b7. And it's no joke. I cannot play bishop c6 because I'm still attacking, what is still attacking it 2 times.
Right. So she's defended the f-pawn, and she said, okay, there's a storm, but you know, we've been lauding how powerful this knight on c5 is, and it really is. It's doing everything. Can we play something? No, we can't. I want to play rook takes d7. I want to make an illegal move. No, I can't do it. Oh, sorry. I was about to say, let's play knight f5, so that I can play after captures the knight. Do me the favor of capturing the knight, so I could capture the bishop. But bishop c6, just
Yeah.
that ends
Intermediate
that closes
move.
the door. Yeah, that shuts
Unless
out.
I have,
Oh, sorry.
no, I thought queen c3, but I don't have that rook takes b7 because you were captured with that knight. That knight deserves a medal, you know?
Exactly. Great service being provided. We think this is going very well for Ru Yang Yan and Zoe and Rose. That was the exchange.
And one more game, we have Iris Small
Sure.
against Shreya Mangalam.
What's going on there? Oh, that was the f3 game, and we thought it was completely busted. f3, oh, sorry. f3, bishop a4. How about that? Forcing me to play the tragic queen g4. And you like the rook e5 too, right?
Oh, queen c8. Okay, that's...
This game
What's happening?
isn't as clear cut as we thought. This is
I mean, white is
bizarre
surviving.
work.
The king is safe right now. You
Right.
have no knights around giving checks. The light square bishop is never going to give check to the king.
This is bizarro world. This is not clear. I would say
Something was missed there. right?
something happened that yeah. And by the way, is the clock times a factor? I see 17 minutes.
Yeah, so
for
Iris has
Shreya.
less than 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 20 seconds, and Shreya has 17 minutes.
I think you guys should check the juniors section.
Okay,
because
let's do it.
There's some crazy stuff going on in crucial games in that one.
Oh, I see.
The Brandon
Balaji,
Jacobson
Daggupati.
one versus Balaji. I mean, Balaji went absolutely berserk with a peace sacrifice.
Right.
Bishop takes h6, and right now Brandon is trying to figure out what in the world is happening in that one.
What just happened? Berserk, indeed. So we were seeing the back and forth happening, right? It
And
was
Cristian was saying knight d6, right? Winning
yes,
here.
knight d6 was, but what? Help us out, Kate. So, take.
Yeah, I don't know if I can help you. I don't know.
What are we missing? We're missing. What
So probably
is
knight
his
d6,
intent?
Knight
right?
What?
Probably knight d6, right?
Okay, thank you. Whew. It's like, otherwise doesn't make any sense. So bishop takes on d6, queen takes h6. We got that part. Yay. We're also threatening, kind of, knight takes f7 check too, right? So, excuse me, just boldly pointing out what the threats are. Now, rook to c2.
No, rook to c2, that's knight takes f7.
Yeah, I just wanted to see that. Knight takes f7, king to h7, queen here? Am I seeing
Rook
this right?
b4, perhaps.
I thought rook takes b4 maybe I can do.
Recommended by somebody that we have in the studio with us.
I was dreaming. I think
What
we
is
saw
that
this in one
dream?
of the games. It was a bishop c5. Remember? It was a knight e3.
Knight e2.
Yeah, knight e2 check and bishop c5. Here's a kind of a
Similar trick.
similar pattern. Okay.
By the way, he didn't take it, huh?
we have a special guest in studio, and then bishop h6, rook e5 on the board, by the way. He didn't take. Rook takes e5. Crazy stuff. Cristian, over to you.
Patrick, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Difficult tournament up to this point for you, but you were just simply not giving up, and finally it paid off for you. Tell us about your initial feelings after this victory.
Well, it feels really nice, of course. I mean, it's much better than being a punching bag, I'll tell you. And being on the other side of the punching is better. And I feel like it was a pretty good game. I mean, I'd need to check it, of course, with the engine, but I think the position out of the opening was pretty good for me, and I didn't feel like I ever lost the thread.
No, and I really like this moment when he took on e3, and you could have taken with the knight and have a normal
this is
position.
theory to take with the,
oh, this is still theory.
Yeah, this is still theory. The theory here is very interesting. Like, this position is known, but it's not very well worked out. So the Alapin is like that. It's really, really kind of fascinating to me. It's very complicated. It's like you've entered some alternate universe.
Because not a lot of people play it, right? Maybe.
No, although I've noticed that some like Nepomniachtchi has been playing it some, and people are starting to play it. But I mean, there's lots and lots of games with it, and there's lots of theory, but it hasn't somehow been fully worked out. And so a very strong player like Igor, I didn't know how well prepared he would be. I knew if I played against his Najdorf, he'd be very well prepared.
Right.
So I figured this was probably a better idea. I knew that he played something like these systems in the games I found on him. So I figured probably something. I had no idea how well prepared he'd be, but I think it goes to show someone as strong as Igor, as well prepared as he generally is, didn't seem to really know how to play the opening.
That's right.
Which gives you an idea sort of how tricky
this can be.
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly.
No, and it does seem like you already have some sort of an advantage. And I have to say, this long castle, queen e4, very forceful moves, very concrete moves.
Well, what's really interesting about this position is there's two ideas, and you really have to work both of them simultaneously. So one is, of course, the attack against the king, but the other is there are a lot of endgames that are very good.
Right.
And so this is actually like the secret to this position somehow is like you have to be willing to take the endgame, and you have to use that.
Perhaps something like this.
Yeah. I mean, all oftentimes, whenever you can trade the queens in a pretty good, like oftentimes this knight versus, like the light square bishop is really bad. Yeah, the c6 pawn is really bad. You've got the d file. So long as you sort of hold control, it should be generally pretty good. And so, of course, queen e4 pokes g6, right? So now there's this big weakness. And now queen f4, and now maybe this was not the best move. I don't know. I saw the eval bar go down, but
I like it.
But well, the computer knows better than all of us.
Maybe
but,
queen f4, by the way, it's the best move.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
It
good.
is the best move.
But now, like, he has a very difficult choice, right? He can go into the endgame, but that's a really painful endgame to play.
Yep.
Or he can move the queen away, but now he's created this big weakness with g6. So now the attack is always going to be much stronger.
Yeah, yeah. And
well, how was bishop c2? Is that a good move?
yes. No, bishop c2 is fine. Best move in the position.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, opening up the d file, maybe hinting at knight d6. Very nice.
Oh, so it thought b4 was that. That's interesting.
Yes.
Hard move to play.
I don't believe in it too much.
That's interesting. I wondered about b4. I couldn't bring myself to do it, and h4 just seems so natural.
And if you go queen g5, you have to understand that this endgame is just like really, really bad for black.
Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
But h4, I mean, kind of plays itself almost, right?
Well, you know.
And
Yeah,
then-
so e5 was a mistake, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, it's so difficult to play this position with black, right? It's so difficult because the best moves still leave you with a very bad position,
Yeah.
and it's very natural to try to get active. But the thing is, actually, my knight is very strong. Well, I mean, of course, taking on d6 has to be correct, right?
Yes.
Like to give this exchange. I mean, his dark squares are terrible.
Nothing else. You're kind of forced to play the best moves at this
Yeah,
point.
exactly. And then the knight but that knight was really a hero, right? It went knight a3, c4, e5, c6, d8.
D8,
So
yeah.
I thought that was very funny.
No, indeed. Tell us a bit about your routine, because I've been seeing you quite a few times at the gym. You're working out. Tell us about your routine.
I'm
during this
55 years
tournament.
old. I wouldn't call it working out. I would call it trying to just stay healthy and be active. But yeah, I like to go to the gym in the morning. I try to stay fit. It's very good for tournaments. Very good just sort of to wake yourself up and, and then I just try to prepare. I mean, I like to think of myself a little bit like Rip Van Winkle. I mean, I've been asleep for 20 years and I've come back, and a lot's changed, and I'm trying really, really hard to catch up. And somehow, like sometimes I have like opening knowledge like in my computer, but it's not actually in my brain.
Yeah.
So I'm trying as hard as possible to like put it in my brain.
Do you do any coaching on the side? Do you help some of the juniors at all, or?
I haven't, although it's something that I think would be nice to do. I don't teach professionally, but I really don't do anything in chess professionally. But I mean, it would be nice to be a mentor, but quite frankly, I'm looking at the juniors here, and I don't think they need my help.
They're so good. They're really good.
They're really good.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, they're so. By the way, what on earth was that game that finished really quickly?
We saw you looking at.
What was going on? What was that? Is
some
that theory?
insane preparation. No, some insane preparation from Jason Liang. Yeah.
Was that new?
Like 35 moves of theory. Abhi came with the novelty, but he was ready for the novelty. 35 moves deep, basically.
Holy, you see? Like, maybe they'll mentor me. That would be nice.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Patrick.
Thank you.
Guys,
Thank you.
any questions?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Patrick, congratulations.
Thank
on a
you.
very nice fighting game. I'm curious, a few days back you had this game with Alex Shabalov where you sacrificed the piece and then it didn't work out. Today you sacrificed again, this time an exchange. How did that feel? Did you think about that previous game, or did it not cross your mind?
Yeah, that game was painful. It's interesting. One thing I've noticed as I've come back is part of what I need to do is get it back into the rhythm, right? Max and I were having dinner the other night. He was talking about how for him he had to get back into the rhythm, and part of it is using your time. But part of it, I think, is managing the emotions and the energy of the game. And there's an old expression, maybe you've heard it, when you see a move, sit on your hands, right? And there might be a better one. And so this game against Alex, well, bishop h6 was the right idea, but it was the wrong move. The right move in the position is queen e3. And then when black goes king h7, then bishop takes h6, bishop takes 6, g5. And in that position, all three results are possible, right? And what happened in that game is I played the opening poorly. Alex just outplayed me. but I still had an okay. I think he missed like one shot to have a really big advantage, and then I still had a normal position, but I felt under a lot of pressure. And when he castled, I thought, oh my gosh, this is my chance. But I didn't think, right? This is an incredibly important moment in the game, and I should have just thought more carefully, and I didn't. And afterwards, I realized, like, part of what I need to sort of get back into and manage, it's not just the opening preparation, it's also just the rhythm and the emotions. So to answer your question, this time, sacrificing the exchange, well, of course, it's much easier when you have a good position to start with. And I think I did a much better job of just sort of like thinking carefully, bishop c2, like I had a long think, queen e4, queen f4, like these moments I took, I think, the right amount of time and was able to figure out good moves. And for bishop d6, I didn't see it all the way out to the end, but I saw rook takes d6, queen takes, and h5, and I analyzed that enough, and I just figured, I mean, this has to be really good. So it felt very different, and I think I did a better job. But of course, I was helped by the fact that I got a good position out of the opening.
Our congratulations once again, as we have two results in the girls' competition.
Kelsey Liu lost to Yang Yan, and Zoe Tang won against Rose Atoll with a really nice tactic.
Yeah, no, the finish was great. Zoe's finish just at the end, I mean, it deserves a diagram and a visual. And
maybe
here,
viewers can think for 3 seconds what to do for white here.
Yeah, a chess puzzle rush a tactic. White to move and win, and Zoe found a zinger.
Yeah, rook takes f7.
Check, and takes and resigns.
Game over.
Very nice. And then you said Ru Yang Yan also won.
And
we have
another result.
What happened in the...
Balaji Daggupati against Brandon Jacobson?
Brandon Jacobson lost. He got checkmated.
What?
Wow.
He blundered mate in 2. Oh,
he played knight c6, guy. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
unfortunate for him because he was the leader of the tournament.
Rook takes...
One of the co-leaders, yeah. I mean...
So we left it here, and it was bishop, rook takes e5. We thought he was fine.
Mm-hmm.
But then what happened?
Oh my
Take,
goodness. Knight c6,
rook h4, the rook from one side all the way to the other.
Oh.
That rook that was just like chilling on a4 for the whole game.
No.
It was just waiting for its opportunity to cross the board, and that's what happened.
Goodness.
And it was mate on the spot. Check king, and he didn't want to see rook d3.
Guys, Balaji is back into the tournament. Two out of 2 in the last couple of games.
Really back-to-back victories. But hold on, are we saying Arthur is going to win,
Not
right?
winning anymore.
What?
Not winning anymore?
Not winning anymore. Arthur blew it. And right now is just a draw.
And he has 1 minute on the clock, but they made the move 40, so
Yes.
he has
Oh
actually
my
still
gosh!
30
When
minutes.
we had left it, we'd
blew it.
seen the
We
position.
were singing
Queen F4.
praises for all the moves.
She should have taken on f7 first.
That was an easy win.
Take on
no.
f7 first, yes.
How can you not take a pawn with check? I mean, it's sacrilege, no? And now a perpet.
Wow.
Yes. Let's take a look at the Hong game also.
Sure.
Arthur Zhu and Andrew Hong.
Whoa. It looks like
Results are coming in hot
Black is
right
doing
now.
great. Black is just doing great here.
There's just an extra piece.
For sure, right? And next move is d3, and that's all she wrote.
That, in fact, is just about done.
As
Resignation
soon
time.
as- Yeah,
I mean,
as
it's
soon as
also-
Andrew plays d3, I think it's time to give it up.
Or knight
D3.
takes e4.
Knight takes e4. He's going to take the pawn.
Let's just take the pawn.
Pawn
Yeah,
grubbers.
this is...
Then I'm going to play g6, kick the knight away, and knight g3 checkmate.
Right.
I think d3, rook a1 is nice.
I am expecting g3 here.
Easy win going on here, but I do want to
D3,
turn to
okay.
the seniors because it was Maxim. Melik said.
We're just going to see the mate on the board.
And here it is. Rook a1, checkmate, handshake, and Andrew Hong has another important win.
Wow, by the way, I think Dlugy's is completely losing as White's pawns are like space invaders. They're coming up the board.
We're going to see another shake of hands in the Stearman Guo game. Perhaps we can move on to that one just to see the handshake.
Okay.
Because
That's
I
the
believe they
perpetual?
have repeated already 3 times.
Yeah, that's the draw. Wow, for Arthur, he'll be really sad that he let one get away here because
Never mind, I guess he's still trying. Okay, let's move on from this one.
Let's go back to Melik, Khachiyan against Maxim Dlugy.
Okay. Yeah, because I was just saying that it looks like, from White's point of view, if White could go King F5 and G5, G6 and promote the H pawn, that's all she wrote here. King.
By the way, I think we had a couple of results that we missed. Zoe Tang won her game.
No, we already identified those 2 wins.
Okay,
yes.
got
yes.
Zoe Tang had a really nice tactics. We looked at that.
Can we see my pick?
Yes,
For
go
winning
for it,
the
Yasser.
senior? When we left it, Vladimir had gone whole hog on the king side, H5, H4.
Oh wow, H5
5.
pawn. Stopping rook G6.
And check this out. The rook on G3, that is a solid defender.
It's suddenly White who is attacking, you know?
Wow, talk about, now everything's, it's like a flower. The petals are opening up. This bishop on E1 that was doing nothing, suddenly massive attacker, and guess what, H4? Oh my gosh, no, this is all going, well, it's over. I mean, Shabalov, he was just gifted a victory here because everything's working. The rook on G3, the pawn on H6 is useful. This is dropping. Blunder alert. Something happened here for Akopian fans, and it's over.
Vladimir has less than 2 minutes. He has to make 2 more moves.
But it's the position.
Yeah.
It's gone. It's gone. So Shabalov will knock off our tournament favorite. But Cristian, we have a guest in studio.
Zoe, difficult game yesterday, but an immediate recovery in today's game. First of all, congratulations. It was at this moment that it seemed like finally, after the move knight H5, you got the move E4 on the board.
So G6 for black isn't the best move. I think it's supposed to be some bishop D7 or some C5
All the way
things.
here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because G6 kind of weakens the king, so I didn't really see the point to it. And so then I had some extra turns to play the F3, E4 idea.
Yeah.
Once I get E4, and I think I'm better already.
You are, yeah.
Yeah.
Not only better, maybe just winning, objectively
Really?
winning at this point.
I thought after she played C5, I was kind of losing my advantage, because doesn't she have some sort of F5 later?
Perhaps, but it seems like the
Right.
computer always said that you're in control.
It looked difficult during the game.
In fact, at this point, it felt like maybe she's getting some tricks in.
Really?
It
Here was where I was like, oh my gosh, I'm up in exchange, I must be winning.
Did you see this idea of bishop takes G2?
Did
If
I?
you take
I don't think
the
so.
pawn on C5.
I didn't consider taking the pawn. I was just like, rook D2 is sort of with tempo, threatening rook F2, it's safer.
So you felt the danger in
Yeah.
the position. Very nice. Rook to D2. And after that, you finished quite nicely, in style, with rook takes F7.
Yeah, rook F7 was nice. I didn't see it until the move happened.
Zoe, tell us about your ambitions, because so far you're doing amazing in this event. Sure, a difficult game yesterday, but you're still in this tournament. You're here to win it. Tell
My
us a bit.
ambitions are still the same as the first round. I still don't want to embarrass myself. I want to play good chess, and I'm not too concerned with results. I mean, I start off, 5th seed? It doesn't really matter.
Right, 3.5 out of 5. Quite a very good, decent result so far, guys. Any questions for Zoe?
No, well, for me, congratulations, and the final position, the final combination was a real visual. It was a beautiful finish, Zoe. Well done.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And a lot of results. They're coming in thick and heavy, hot and heavy,
We
as
heard-
Alexander Shabalov has won his game. At least I've been told that. Is that true?
It looks like they're talking kings are
Yes.
on the white squares.
Oh, E3, if he did play E3, he probably played E3 and resigned at the same time because he
Queen
suddenly...
G6?
No.
Oh, even that,
That-
bishop takes D5.
With a check. You don't even think that you're going to get a check or anything like that. So and Gregory Kaidanov, Joel Benjamin, that was a game I couldn't make heads or tails of this one, because it just seemed to me that when we left it, Gregory had such a overwhelmingly good position right here. Like, just everything. Black's king is stuck in the center, but somehow Joel saved the game and made a draw.
Right.
Remarkable. And which means that we have 3 decisive games in the seniors, 1 draw, and we're expecting that, well, in the matchup of our tournament leaders, Max is losing at the current position. And Cristian, over to you. What do
we have another guest in the studio, Liang. First of all, congratulations. We haven't spoken to you in a long time, but finally you got that crucial victory. Tell us about this game. It felt like you signaled from the beginning with your opening choice that you're here to fight.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna like try to play some other stuff, but I just kind of gave up prepping. So I played like what I usually play. And in the opening, like, I think A4 was really unexpected.
Very ambitious.
Yeah,
by her, yes.
I had never seen this before.
Did this surprise you
Yeah.
a lot? And what did you base your reaction on?
So I kind of like used like my previous knowledge of position, like White usually plays like Queen D2 at long castles and like F4 and stuff.
Yeah.
But like I figure like this move would kind of like weaken the queen side a little. Like if she wanted to like long castle again, it would be like much weaker. And I have like B5 breaks later on.
Yep.
And yeah, and I just chose like let her play A5.
And that's exactly what happened. It feels like combining both long castle with A4 is a bit
it's a bit
dangerous,
weird. Yeah.
right? And after that, when did you feel like you're finally gaining full control of this game? By the way,
So
she
I
had
think
this
I could.
move,
Yeah, she had knight
CB5.
CB5.
Did you see
I
this
realized
one?
it like right after I played it, and I was like, oh crap, like you know.
How do you keep your poker face? At that
So I have to play queen takes D2. I was calculating queen takes D2, rook takes, knight D6.
I would assume knight
Yeah,
D6,
knight D6,
right?
yeah. King C7, rook takes, and then I was gonna play like knight, king takes D6, or like a knight
Knight
E6.
takes
I was like
C6.
evaluating this position.
This is wild.
Yeah, this
wild
is,
stuff. I mean, you
king
have to go
C6.
here, she gives you a check, you have to run A5, is that it?
Yeah, I think A5.
Or knight takes C5.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I had like. I mean.
Okay, but this is some sort of crazy line, yeah?
Yeah. This is crazy.
Then you can go to A5 and who knows what's
Yeah,
happening
yeah.
here. Yeah, we're not even trying to
I think
to
I was
understand.
like during the game, like instead of king takes D6, I was after rook takes D2.
Yes.
Like 20, yeah. I was considering knight takes B3, but I wasn't sure.
Okay, knight takes B3, yes.
Oh, rook takes rook takes B3, king D6, and I don't know. I thought like I could do-
Wild position,
yeah,
right?
computer's getting rook takes B7, but I honestly don't think.
And she played queen to
E2.
A2.
I was really relieved when she played that.
Yeah, for good reason. You picked up the pawn and nothing bad happened to
Yeah.
you, so that's a good thing, of course. And after that, it felt like your conversion
Yeah, I think
was
this
quite
was
smooth. You never let go of the advantage. Very nice. This must feel like a relief after the last few rounds.
Especially
Finally
after yesterday.
especially after yesterday, finally getting a victory. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Liang, and we'll see you after the break.
Our congratulations as well. Nice finish at the end too. I like that very much. Queen D1 check and queen takes E2. And
we thought the knight deserved an award.
Yes,
Right, on that C5, that knight was just
a
fantastic.
medal for services beyond the call of duty. That was a great night on C5. Just wanted to say that Rochelle, Alice, that is a game that, well, we've been expecting a draw for some time. The players have been shuffling back and forth, expecting a draw in that as soon as Black plays the move King A6, we always meet King A6 with King A4. We've also got a B5 check when we need it too. So expecting a draw in that game, and Carissa is, well, we've known that this game has been in her favor for much of the way. Her last move, Queen E7, hitting the pawn on G5, prepping.
Hitting on C5, even that pawn.
Hitting on C5, prepping D5, D6, maybe even knight to D6. Everything going Carissa's way. She's saying to her friend Rochelle, just make a draw over there. Let me close the gap a little bit with Alice, And back over to you, Cristian, with another guest.
Balaji, a huge victory for you, back-to-back victories right now. You're fully back in this tournament, but this wasn't straightforward, and especially this move, bishop to d7 early on in the game. It definitely felt like it surprised you. It surprised everybody. Tell us a bit about this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this was such like, this line has been played for hundreds of years, and suddenly to like make bishop d7, which I've never seen before, so I was definitely surprised. I felt it should be a bit dubious, but I thought maybe later it wasn't so without reason, because trading off those bishops really helped him later on, as usually his light squared bishop would be worse. But in this case, I definitely think I maybe forced things too much. Maybe I should have just played slower, because as soon as this knight got into b4, I felt that this was super annoying. I couldn't figure out how to get rid of it. And here, by already, I feel like he equalized without too much trouble.
You thought that he equalized here,
Yeah. And it was not
And
easy.
I think you objectively, you were definitely right, but
Yeah.
you still had some tension, maybe that favors you, right, in the position.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't
bishop on
see...
f4, pawn on d6.
Yeah, I didn't see anything too easy to play with, so I was just trying to like slowly make moves, trying to see, because I knew he has to go, d5 seemed like the critical line all the time. So I was waiting for him, just trying to get ready for d5 as much as possible, and trying to get this type of structure and trying to figure out, okay, how do I want to play after he plays this? And the way I dealt with it, maybe it's not the best, but it at least kept some play on the board.
I liked it. I really liked this transfer of the rook on g3, and this was the critical moment when he played this king to h8. Better would have been knight to e4, but the position already gets a little bit dangerous, yeah, with so many pieces swarming around the king. King h8, and you came up with this idea.
Yeah, I don't think it was
Bishop
the cleanest.
takes h6.
I don't think it was the cleanest.
What was the critical line that you...
I mean, I saw g
calculated?
takes, h6 has to be, knight d6, queen c7, and what I forgot about was queen f4, queen c1, take, and I forgot it's check still. I thought I can take the rook on e8 and that it's just full rook, but no, it's check, and so he gets away, and this is just winning for him.
Yeah, and in fact, I think the best move was king h2.
Yeah, I thought about king h2 and rook a1. I wasn't sure what I was going to play yet, because I did see this. I didn't see that after rook takes e5, I saw he can cleanly grab this pawn, and all this stuff after knight takes, queen takes, and queen d4, he has f6, which is very important. Oh, knight c6, actually. Okay, yeah.
Perhaps you can take on a5 first.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
Queen
b2,
first.
that's probably more accurate, yeah.
Still a complete mess.
Yeah, I mean, this is very playable, so I wouldn't say like one side is better. I think it's unclear anything can happen here, but I would probably choose white in time trouble at least.
Just because weak king.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it definitely felt like completely crazy position. He spent a lot of time, took on e5, and after that, this moment came.
Yeah, I mean...
When you saw this move, knight c6, what was your reaction? Because he still had time. It's not like he was in a huge hurry to make his move.
I mean, honestly, I wasn't... Okay, of course, I was a bit surprised.
You saw it immediately. You saw the check.
No, I saw this beforehand because I thought knight c6, he might play this, because if there's no rook h4, it's a very logical move. You don't want to put your rook on 8, which looks very... Yeah. But sometimes it's just like a blind spot forgetting you can go all the way, and especially after such a sudden change in position, whereas like it's literally like terrible for him to suddenly like, it's really hard to defend such a structure. I think a sudden change and probably all that just in his head kind of just made him forget rook h4.
Well, he lost patience, and you definitely took advantage of that. Congratulations for this important victory, Balaji.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Yeah, our congratulations and welcome back to the tournament.
Yeah, congratulations on a very important win.
Absolutely.
I mean, you won with one of the leaders. My question is, what are your plans for the rest day? Now that you kind of caught up with maybe the major players in the field?
I mean, I wouldn't say I have anything too special planned. It's more just resting and getting ready for these final 4 rounds, which will be very crucial, I think, because this tournament is definitely opening up, so anything can happen anymore.
Okay. Great. So
Absolutely.
wish you good rest during the rest day and for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Let's take with so many results suddenly in the books, let's take a look at our standings and results.
So we have the standings here for the juniors, where all the games finished, I believe.
Right.
So standings after round 5, we have a 3-way tie for the first place. Abhi Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Guo, all with 3.5 points.
Exactly, 2 decisive games, and maybe Arthur is going to be, and results for the girls.
So far we have 2 games that finished Tang won against Atwell, and Liu lost to Yang.
In a crucial matchup, Wu versus Li, we are expecting Alice to make a draw with Rochelle, and we are expecting Carissa to win. And in the seniors, what's happening there?
In the seniors, we have a bunch of results here. Still the leaders are playing Khachiyan against Dlugy, but all the other games are done. Ruth lost to Gurevich, Kaidanov drew with Benjamin, Wolff won his first win against Novikov, and Shabalov won against Akopian.
Absolutely, and the last game of the seniors
Look
are
at those
deciding.
pawns.
They're going to decide. Is going to be decided very, very shortly, as the move G6 has just been played with this massive killer threat of knight F6 check and G7. You can give a check, but at a certain moment you're going to have to take. And let's just take a look at what happens if we take right away,
Right.
shall we?
Takes.
King takes. And now it's about playing check, right? And if you play bishop E8 check,
No,
well,
very sneaky sacrifice.
exactly, takes, check. Now you can't go after the knight because this guy's going to go home. And if you go after this way, takes, looks like you're queening.
I'm going to play H7, make sure the king does not escape,
H7,
Yes.
make sure the king does not escape.
and knight D6.
And knight
Now,
D6.
let you to promote to a queen.
I'm going to under-promote to a rook. Under-promote to
And knight F7, a very beautiful checkmate.
Indeed. Okay, so that's what's on White's agenda. Is there anything that Max can do to avoid it? I don't think so. I think that this is just, it's very, very straightforward. Again, whether or not we start with bishop d7 check, and I wouldn't imagine why you would want to put your bishop on pre. We're going to have to take, and well, could I play d3? Shall I? Have a
Sure.
look? Let's take a look.
Take a look.
Here I see the problem. You're going to land a rook on h7 mate. Check. King. Rook. Oops. That one plays itself as well.
Right.
The mating patterns are too brutal. I don't have any timing as black here. And, well, that's just a huge, huge win for Melik, as he would be our clear tournament leader, 4.5 out of 5. Again, let's go to the girls, as our tournament leader, Alice Lee, has been repeating moves for some time. I know they're not allowed to offer to draw, but they can at least claim, right? 3-move repetition. Is time a factor? I don't think so. And, well, just marking time, I guess. King A3.
King A3. And after King B7, I feel like Rochelle can claim a draw. But maybe they're going to play a little bit more around just so they know that this position is just a draw.
And they've made time control. So again, time's just not a factor.
I want to go
Carissa?
to the game Iris Mo against Shreya Mangalam. Because we were thinking black is winning, then it's unclear. So what is our evaluation now?
Last move was bishop. Okay, we've got, finally our majority is doing something, and with the move b5, we're ready to go
that
a6,
pawn is ready.
a7, and queen. So bishop to e8, and it just feels like black has gone backwards. I don't know. The problem is there's still a pawn on g2, right?
But white is, I mean, black is one pawn up,
takes.
right?
Check.
Two
yes.
pawns up. Actually, black, no. Yes, 2 pawns up.
Right, and so I see there's a problem, right? Bishop takes c6 and rook d1 check on the back rank is a problem. I really don't want to expose my king by taking the pawn.
Because the other rook will go to g5.
Yes. So let me just take a pause and drop my rook back in order to defend the first rank. But this is a bizarro position for me. I don't know what is going on.
I wonder
But-
if I can do something like queen h3, threatening rook h5, forcing you to capture on g2, so I always have rook g5 skewer.
Okay, I get that. I can maybe chase you away.
Then if I go some kind of queen f3.
Or queen f5. At the moment, I don't know what I'm feeling, but aren't I supposed
I mean,
to
that
be
one is a little
playing,
scary. But now I capture on c6.
Okay. Now you have a rook check.
Yes.
Yes. And that I have to take. But that's a very forceful and a clean check, to be sure. And if I start with, a6, then there's rook h1.
Rook h5.
Yeah, I was thinking that if I go a6, and you go rook h5, and I go queen g3,
Oh.
defending the pawn on h2, you pick up my rook.
And rook h1.
Oops.
Lucky that I have this trick.
Yeah, very, very important. Jump in, Cristian, and tell us what you think is going on in this round 5.
Well, I think we should be looking at Carissa's game also,
Okay.
right? I think that's the one that matters in the junior girls section quite a lot. And Carissa has been coming back in that one. Maybe we can look at it on your board.
For sure. Well,
Yasser kind of called this game already, right?
Yeah,
He's
well,
like,
I thought it
Carissa
was,
is much better.
But that's the
For
one
sure.
we need to analyze because
Yeah.
she is much better, but it's not there yet, right? Like we have to figure out how to finish black in this position.
Well, all the threats are on white side of the board. And queen takes g5, knight takes f5, and d5, d6 are 3 massive threats that black is facing. And what can black do?
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean,
Okay, let's just. I'm gonna close my eyes and go g4.
g4. I'm going to close my eyes.
Oh no,
and
there's a
think.
bishop. Okay, I can't do that. Never mind. I'm gonna keep my eyes open now.
Aw. But actually, we were talking about it, and you were telling me how blindfold chess and visualizing the board blindfold was a big part of your training. Knight e3, yeah, just too many threats that Carissa has. What move number are they on? They made
45.
they made the time control. And Cristian, you have a guest in studio.
Alex, an incredible game, back and forth, strategically very complicated from the beginning to the end. Tell us a bit about this game. Specifically, let's start with this moment when he decided to play c5, change the structure, and then you spend some time here. You're trying to figure things out and decided finally to go for a3.
Yeah, I wanted to get to bishops one way or another, but against such a classical strong player, that's just a small advantage. And
what were your worries about the position after take, rook to e8? You have the 2 bishops, you're playing against the isolated pawn. It doesn't seem like he has a big attack against your king.
That's
what were you
true.
worried?
Yeah, but I also know myself. I'm not really good at those technical positions where you need slowly to grind your opponent down. And that's exactly what happened, I guess. He slowly, gradually grabbed the initiative. And I really didn't like my position because I almost was out.
It was getting a bit uncomfortable here.
Yeah, somewhere around here I was almost running out of moves, but then I finally realized that for as long as I can keep my knight on d4.
Were you ready at this point to make a draw?
Oh yeah, he could.
You were ready.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. No, I was worried. That move h6 to Vladimir I didn't like. After the game, he said that even though in a lot of lines the back rank is an issue, maybe rook a3 instead. He suggested that was the idea after knight d4 to interlace it with one of the knights goes to d2, probably the c knight. Probably the other one, yeah. So we keep f2. So
Queen to b2 right now.
Rook b2.
Rook b3, right?
Oh, whoa, okay. Yeah, no. Gosh. Still
Crazy stuff.
going, right? Yeah.
Still going, yeah. Rook takes b4.
Yeah, maybe.
Forget about it.
Yeah, fundamentally, white's position should be fine because of bishop on b7, but yeah, that's so much tactics. I really felt uncomfortable. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, but everything could change, right? And everything did change, in fact.
As soon as two bishops will get some squares and diagonals, yeah, the position might become real unpleasant for black, and he basically self-destructed with h5, h4.
Yeah. It felt like a bit too ambitious, right?
My problem was my rook on the third rank had no squares to go.
Yeah.
And the reason I took on h4, finally I got the square on h3. So that's why I wanted to, to get rid of this pawn on g3. And also, yeah, he absolutely blundered this idea of takes, and rook g3.
Rook g3.
And suddenly the bishop on e8 is unprotected. Yeah,
Alex?
No, he didn't play e3. I know why this move appeared, yeah.
Maybe you guys analyzed a little bit after that? Or
we just talked. Yeah,
probably that's the reason.
What can I say? It's every half a point in this tournament coming as a gift. And today I got like a great gift from Vladimir, the whole point. Totally undeserved, but it's good before the rest day.
Exactly. Welcome the gift before the rest day. Congratulations, Alex. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well, as that was a very nice finish there. The bishops just took over the position. One game remaining in the senior section, as Melik said, versus Max and Dlugy. Max just played a move, frankly, it's so obvious, but at a certain moment right here, in my mind, I had chalked up the win for white because I saw that white is ready to play rook to e7, rook h7, and, well, it's just checkmate, and the pawn is way too slow. Max played the move bishop. I felt like an idiot. Well, I mean, he's still kicking. I mean, if you can play bishop check, defend the h7 square,
right.
Okay, right? Like, blindness, bishop a4. Put me out of my misery. How should white finish things off? Is it time? Is there a nice finish?
I mean, if there is one, I'm not seeing it right now, to be honest.
Well, you would love to just like g4, g5, g6.
Maybe
queen, right?
if I go g4, I will be happy if you push your pawn forward, right? Because that's going to block the diagonal.
Right.
And no checks for you.
And then you're ready.
Yes.
Then you're ready to jump. So
not that easy, huh?
Not that easy, right? So if you go bishop check, and if you go king f7, I'm not going to push. I'm going to keep giving you checks until you go to the h5 square.
I'm actually going to push.
And then
no, I'm going to push myself.
I understand.
That's actually better for black.
I get you. I wanted to kick the king out, though, and play king to h5. And, well, this is not so clear. So jump
first,
in, Cristian.
Let's put the rook on e7, right?
Well, how do we do that?
In the game position.
In the game position.
Let's start with rook e7.
Okay, check.
And now we can pretty much realize that that bishop is not going anywhere else. The pawn is not moving. The d pawn, the one that matters, is not moving. So what I have to do is probably just get out of dodge, king g5 or king h5, and then just push the pawn, right?
So the idea, what Cristian is saying, is that as soon as we play d3, we allow mate in one very much, like what happened here.
And you don't have a lot of good positions for the bishop.
If I go rook f8, you're just gonna...
Rook f8.
I like that move. Kicking.
Kicking and screaming. All right, now I go back. King g5.
King g5 again. I can't. Don't reach for the d3 pawn.
Don't touch it.
Don't touch it.
All right, I'm gonna run with the other pawn, b5.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, let's
kind of
pick up the pawn.
Oh,
Why
yeah, but
not?
you're gonna.
Let's pick up that pawn too.
All right, now I can play d3.
Finally. And now maybe rook d4.
Let's go d4. So we've managed to munch the two pawns, and with the threat of rook to d7.
It's a bit frustrating for black, right? Because you really want that pawn to finally cross the island, go to d2.
So what if I'm going to be very passive and I will just play rook b8? Yes. I know it looks super weird, but I just don't want to
Now
give
I
up
go
that
g4.
pawn.
Now it's time to push the pawn.
Okay, I go b5.
Who's first?
Not even
G4.
close. White is ready to mate.
But what you can do, right, is give a check first and then go back. And say that, wait, I don't have how to
Where?
get g6 first.
Bishop d1. No, g5.
No, no,
g5
at
good.
the end. Yeah, keep going.
Oh, sorry.
In the king h5 line.
Yeah. No, rook b8 here.
Okay.
Yes, then we are in the good line. g4, b5, g5, and bishop d1 check.
Bishop d1 check.
And then go back to c2.
And go back. Yes. Holding on to the light squares.
Hoping.
Hoping.
Praying.
Praying for a
Hoping
draw.
And praying. And
Praying for
wishing.
something. I'm not sure what I'm praying for, but praying for something right now.
Yeah, this looks terrible though.
But how do you finish me? Because look, if I get a couple more moves in b4, b3, then
Okay,
I'm happy.
I think I can pick one. Let's say I go knight to g4.
Wait,
Just
what? Okay.
want to go
Can
b4.
I, maybe even d3 now that you allow me. Do you have any threats?
The idea was that I didn't think you could play d3 because of g6, and I wanted to go check and mate. Yeah.
Okay.
Check
And rook
mate.
f7.
So if you go d2, let me just show Cristian what he missed.
No, I didn't miss it.
That's the continuation in that chapter.
I didn't miss anything. No.
So this is, it's not the Arabian mate, Cristian, but it's one of those mates.
So I'm going to go b4. No, d3 I was just testing you.
Okay,
Yasser. I was just
so
testing you.
bishop c2, I didn't know. I want to play g6, but if I put my knight on e5, I can play for g6.
So now I go b4.
And now
I go b3.
Right, and
Now I go b2. Show me the mate.
show me the mate. Okay, let's show him the mate. Where is the mate?
Where is the mate?
Check.
It's a good check. I have to go there.
Check.
That's another good check. I have to go
And
there.
a7, h7.
Or do we want to play knight f6 first?
No, h7.
h7 first? Okay.
One move away.
Oh,
I get my queen.
You do. You queen first.
That's not enough.
No, not enough. Yeah,
That
it's
might
not-
be it. That actually might be it.
But it feels like there should be a setup that we really like. I'm going to refresh the board because we've made some moves for all of this. And bishop a4 on the board. I liked what you were saying. Put the rook on the 7th rank. Keep that pawn honest so that the pawn can never cross d3. So you've
I mean,
got
to
check.
give credit where it's due, Cristian suggested,
Rook
rook
b8?
e7.
Okay, sorry. Rook, yeah, but I liked it. Put the rook on the on this rank.
I have another idea.
Yes.
I'm going to start with rook f8.
Well, the bishop is on a4.
No, keep going.
So rook e7.
Rook e7, bishop c2, king h5, rook f8, so that I force your king, or at least I try to say that I'm forcing the king to g5.
And yeah, we do.
And
have
now I
rook
go
e7.
rook b8 back. Now I'm saying that maybe we'll do the same thing, but with an extra tempo for me. Do I get that extra tempo?
So he's put his king on g5 anyway. So he basically, White is saying, I don't need the g-pawn. Whatever I'm going to do, I'm going to do without the g-pawn. Sorry, let me just refresh my board. I get it messed up. And we're expecting rook b8, right? And we're saying we want to slowly push our pawn up the board. Where does this bishop belong on this long diagonal? Where is this bishop going to be?
Nowhere. On c2.
Just on c2.
Like if I just tickle the bishop.
Okay. b1.
Rook to b1. Tickle the bishop some more?
Oh, you're serious about attacking my bishop?
Yeah.
Bishop a2.
Now I can go to a2. I'm not worried.
Yeah,
about
I wanted to show that bishop d3, I pick up this guy. Okay, so Oh, sorry, bishop to d3, rook to d1 is what I wanted to show. Bishop to a2. Okay, bishop to a2, rook to c2. Now if you go here, I'm trying to hunt down this bishop and drive it back, but maybe I've done it wrong. Maybe your bishop is happy to go to the g8 square,
Right.
covering h7 from this angle. Intriguing.
I mean, this is going to be interesting endgame. I think we're going to come back to it. But
Sure.
let's look at Carissa's, because she is about to promote to
Absolutely.
another queen. And that is the key matchup in the girls' junior championship.
Exactly. By the way, Alice and Rochelle made a draw while we were interviewing one of our guests, and we left it here. Let me just refresh. Yeah. Gracie, okay, sorry. Yes, takes. Yes, this is, no, Queen B8, 93. This is where we left it. And Gracie defended her bishop.
Yes, not like, unlike me who just played g4.
Closed eyes. Carissa said, okay, I've got a passer. Let's push. And we've caught up to, well, just everything, right?
Bishop c2.
Bishop c2 looks like one way.
Bishop takes h5, another possibility.
That looks like a really, really strong move as well. I mean, you're setting up for queen f7 check and give me this bishop. Yeah, Carissa's got her choice of winning moves, I would say. Even queen e8 check.
I think bishop c2 is the easiest.
Yeah, I think so too.
Pick
I'm
up
with
the
you,
pawn,
Chris.
the bishop on f5, and that's
Agreed.
it.
Bishop c2 looks really, really good for Carissa. And for Carissa, a victory here would bring her half a step closer to Alice Lee, our tournament leader, who only drew today.
Okay, I saw a way to mess it up.
Please.
So we go bishop c2.
Yeah.
Queen d2.
Okay.
Now we take on f5 with the bishop, let's say.
Okay.
Queen e1.
Okay.
Now we forget that we have knight f1 and we go king h2.
Knight f1 would win, right?
Yes,
Okay, but we forget about it.
We forget about it.
And then we mess things up after bishop check.
But I was trying to figure out, is this...
Is this losing?
It's probably losing. You keep it up and you might, yeah, but knight f1,
I think it's winning, even this.
I mean,
No,
you
it's
have to
winning
play
for black.
g3, queen takes f2.
Maybe not, yeah.
Don't go here. But your knight f1 was sufficient. That I'm sure.
This was a great way to mess it up.
Yeah.
By the way, bishop
Genius.
c2 is on the board. Carissa played bishop c2 and queen d2 is on the board.
So this is the current position.
So don't capture on f5.
No,
right?
you
Oh,
can
capture on f5.
You just
but
have
then
to
Oh,
play
knight f1.
Knight f1.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, you can take it, no problem.
Yeah.
Just don't go king h2.
The last trick in the position is foiled. Knight f1, and that would be.
That's it. That's game over. Carissa, man, I mean, look,
She's had a bad first half.
Her
but
play is
somehow-
shaky.
Somehow, despite her bad position,
She's half a point behind.
she's right there in contention for the first. And remember, these prizes, I mean, it's just really, really wonderful scholarships and invitations. Although I must say that both Carissa and Alice would get an invitations to the Women's Championship, regardless
Right.
of whether they were
Their
women.
rating is really high, so they will qualify just
Exactly.
based on rating.
Exactly.
All right, let's see. Let's see if Carissa
She has
has
so
the
much
courage
time,
to
more
take
than
on
30
f5.
minutes.
Yes,
Grabbing
she has
that
the
bishop.
courage, of course.
Bishop takes f5.
And now after queen e1, she will blitz out knight f1.
Not allowing bishop e5 check.
Don't give your opponent any hope.
All right, we see the
Right.
check. And
Yeah.
knight f1. Here it is.
Right.
Of course. And I think that's it.
And
And
there's
we
the
see a handshake.
Well done, Carissa. I didn't like her position, but boy, she keeps fighting back. That leaves us with Iris and Shreya. That's a crazy, messed up game. But now it does look like black is for choice. Much safer king
Enjoying that one pawn advantage.
Exactly, the extra pawn, and the A pawn is not the scary monster it was when we had a light square bishop that was supporting the promotion square. Going back to the juniors are all complete. It leaves us with just
2 games. This one and the big one in the seniors.
Right.
The clash of the leaders, which I have to say, I mean, Melik is really doing an amazing job in this game. He didn't get much out of the opening, but in that endgame, he managed to completely outplay Maxim.
He did, absolutely. Rook e7 check, king g5, b5 on the board, not rook b8.
So Maxim is not worried about the pawn on b7.
Well, maybe he should be.
Maybe he should be. True that.
Why not? Let's take it.
By the way, maybe the most accurate is rook c7 here. Just asking the bishop where it would like to go. Because, again, that diagonal, it's not so many not so many squares.
And once you play d3, we have a checkmate in 1, right? Rook h7, game over.
Exactly.
So here we force either to d3 or b1.
Right.
And Melik just grabbed the pawn.
Okay. No subtle, improved nuances at all. Just give me the pawn. You're not threatening d3. Go ahead, play b4 if you'd like. Not worried about that one either. So.
I mean, what a tournament so far for Melik. 3.5 out of 4, and now playing the other leader of the tournament and having very good position.
Exactly.
So
I loved his interview where, I think it was with Begum, where he was saying, I played last year, was feeling really good, expected to be on the podium. I took last. Now I came to this year's tournament saying anything that happens is all going to be good. I'm just having here, I'm going to enjoy myself, and it's all going well. And let's take a look at the girls' results thus far.
Yeah, a lot of results. Only 1 game is remaining. Tang won against Atwell, Wu drew with Lee, Liu lost to Yan, and Yip won against Prasanna.
And in the seniors?
In the seniors, we have, again, all but 1 game done. Khachiyan still fighting with Dlugy, but Ruth lost to Gurevich, Kaidanov drew with Benjamin, Wolff won with Novikov, his first win in this championship, and Shabalov won against Akopian.
Exactly. And with all the results known, we can get the final standings in the juniors.
So the juniors, after round 5, we have 3-way tie for the first place. Abhi, Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Guo all share first place with 3.5 points. And
Brandon, due to his loss, he tumbles out of first place, and Mishra's preparation, that
that was.
I don't even know what to call it anymore. That's just crazy stuff that was.
I liked how Patrick we were asking if he would be coaching some juniors, and he was like, "No, after that preparation, they can coach me."
Yeah, exactly. Is Melik playing this the best way, Cristian? Because we were looking at rook c7.
No, rook takes b7 is fine as well.
As well?
Yes.
Why?
Yes, no problem.
So after rook takes, actually b5, no. I hate this.
We will just refresh it.
I hate this. Rook takes b7, rook d8 on the board.
Correct.
Okay, and
push the pawn, maybe.
What? H7?
Time to push the pawn. Not that one. not that one.
I was kind of surprised. Are you going to try checkmate with a knight?
G4?
No. Push the one that matters.
Okay, b4?
Okay, b4. What if I go king h5 now? Things are getting a bit dicey though, I have to say.
King h5?
King h5,
so
yes.
b3?
Yeah, g5.
I guess I got to give you a check.
You really have to, yeah. King h4 or
And
king
I've
g6.
got to, because g6 and rook h7
Let's
are
go king
gonna-
g6.
King, pardon me, king g6?
Yeah, why not?
Because I give you check again?
Yeah, this is, again, it's not easy. I have to go to f7.
g6, g7.
Right.
That's scary.
But you have to calculate all of these things. You have to be very precise.
Right.
Wow.
And I have a feeling it's a one tempo type of calculation. So you miss something, you count wrong, and you're in trouble. So that's why Melik is taking all his time right now.
He has 20 minutes, more than 20 minutes, so
Plenty
he
of time
really
to figure
can,
it out.
You know, analyze everything there is.
Sorry, just refresh the board. So g4, king h5, g5.
Yeah, one thing that you should probably avoid is taking on b5.
All right, so if I take, you can play d3 suddenly, right?
Correct, yes.
And I'm no longer threatening rook h7 mate, so the pawn gets across. Could I ask why he didn't play rook c7?
At what point?
Instead of rook takes b7, why he didn't play rook to c7? What did the engine say?
Both of them lead to a very
Well, I'm just
good
asking which is more
advantages.
precise.
Both of them are exactly the same assessment. Rook c7, bishop d3. Kind of the same idea. Bishop d3, and you take on b7, and now I go rook d8. We basically almost end up in the same position.
Well, I put the bishop in front of the pawn.
Right, but we are at least defending the pawn on b5.
I
think
got an
that's what
idea for
Cristian-
us, guys. Why don't we take a break? And the games will continue, and we're going to see you on the other side of the break.
See you soon.
Hello, Brandon. Welcome back to St. Louis. It's nice to see you here.
Thank you, yeah.
What are you busy with these days?
What am I busy with these days?
Yeah.
Well,
Besides chess.
besides chess. Well, I can't really tell my competitors that, but I've been doing a bit of soul searching. I haven't been home for more than a week at a time since February. So I've been traveling quite a bit and just exploring and enjoying myself. So it's been nice to take a bit of the pressure off my normally pretty fast-paced life and sort of relax a bit.
You have a lot of tournaments usually. You play a lot of tournaments, and I can see whenever I open like any American events,
Right.
you're there.
Yeah.
And then how do you see your future as do you see it as a chess player, professional chess player, or do you want to do something else which is connected to your degree?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, for now, I'm sort of trying to go along with both and see how things go. But for now, I'm enjoying chess and seeing where it goes. So why not continue with that?
Awesome. And it's your last year in this tournament. What are your expectations?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like when I was younger, I thought, okay, well, I have maybe 3 or 4 more chances to play this tournament. I'm sure I'll win one eventually. But now I'm in my last year, and all these young kids are passing me. So it's tough being the oldest. But I don't really think I have any expectations anymore. I think I'm just trying to have fun with it and enjoy my last year here.
Perfect. Are you looking forward to play young kids? All these young kids,
I don't think anybody would say yes to that question.
Maybe you would.
No, I think whenever somebody comes to the board and they see their opponent is, less than half their height, we immediately start having panic attacks. So I'm pretty sure that's a pretty universal answer.
Yeah. Okay. And do you expect to win the tournament in general? I know you said you don't have any expectations, but let's say as a goal, is that your goal, or just to gain some rating points?
Well, I mean, okay, I think I'd be lying if I said my goal wasn't to win the tournament, but I think it's kind of tough to think, but especially because everybody is so close in level, I think it's mostly will come down to who's in the best form. So it's kind of hard to say. And I think if I had to guess, the winner of the tournament will only be at +3 or something. So it won't be a crazy margin. So I think it's really anybody's game.
Perfect. And good luck. Thank you, and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Bigim Tokhurjanova. I will be doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships. Follow us in our social media and get more exciting behind-the-scenes action.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hello, I'm Women's Grandmaster Begim Tokarjanova. I'm doing social media for the US Juniors and Seniors Championships here in St. Louis. Follow us for more exciting behind-the-scenes content.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akopian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the National Championships. Here are our standings for the juniors after 5 rounds.
Yeah, after round 5, we have three-way tie for the first place. Abhimanyu Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Go all having 3.5 points out of 5.
As Brandon Jacobson suffers a setback there, walking or allowing a mate. And in the seniors' results thus far, with 1 game remaining.
Right, we have the big matchup still going on, but we have Ruth against Gurevich. Gurevich won, Kaidanov drew with Benjamin, Wolff won against Novikov, and Shabalov won against Akopian.
Again, we're being treated to so many decisive games, 3 out of 4, and we suspect 4 out of 5. And in the girls' results thus far.
So the girls, we have only 1 game remaining. So Tang won against Atwell, Wu drew with Lee, Liu lost to Yan, and Yip won against Prasanna. And we have Cristian with a guest.
Carissa, another victory for you, but this one, I mean, you came back from a very difficult position, I have to say, out of the opening. And we discussed a bit off air. You said that this move, knight to d2, was not in your preparation, or maybe you missed something, you forgot something. What was it?
Yeah, so she's only ever played c takes d4, actually. She's had like quite a few games.
At this point, in this book?
So yeah, c takes d4, and so most of my prep, like most of me memorizing my prep, was like in this line, and some deviations from it. And so I wasn't expecting queen c7, but you know, I had this cover too, and I had d5.
Yeah, normal move.
Yes,
normal
and I believe here after knight b6, I was supposed to play bishop e3, where white just has like a pretty comfortable position.
And perhaps after.
And then knight d2 is coming, and everything works out.
So what's the difference, Carissa? Why is bishop b3 so much better than
Yes, I think after knight d2 c4, my bishop's kind of forced onto b2. And it just kind of sucks there. The bishop should not be on b2. It's like locked in by its own pawn. And black's the one with more control on the queen side. And so kind of at this point, I was like, screwed something up.
You weren't really happy with your position.
Yeah, and allowing this knight h5 thing wasn't great either.
Okay.
But I was hoping for some sort of play with like the weak c4 pawn. And we did some shuffling pieces around, just hoping to trick her. And you know, this position is kind of like the same 10 moves ago.
Right. Not that much has happened.
Yes.
A lot of shuffling, but one thing that was happening is Gracie was getting lower and lower on time, and you were still keeping up pace, definitely maintaining your time advantage. Was that part of the strategy? Try to get her down to her last few minutes?
Yeah, I wasn't really sure how she was as like a player. You know, if she thinks a lot or she's kind of more chill with it. But once we got to around this point, she had like, 20 minutes left, and I was feeling pretty good about the situation. I felt that maybe it could be time to start looking at some breaks.
Create something in the position, and that's, well, she actually helped you with this move rook to b8 to create those breaks in the position, because finally the c4 pawn is not only hanging, but is being lost.
Yeah.
What do you think she missed?
I think she just missed that it was hanging all together, and she was just trying to play quickly to make it to 40 moves, and that just ended up being a blunder.
Yeah, and you found this nice move, knight to b2. If you go knight to d2, she still has some compensation after bishop to h6.
Right.
But you played it quite quickly, and I have to say, after this, it was all you in this game. Nice break. Carissa, good victory for you. A very important victory, especially before the break. Alice drew her game. Now you only have a point behind her. Tell us a bit about this dynamic right now in the tournament. How do you see it?
I mean, I'm pretty disappointed with my results so far. I had like a really bad game yesterday. This one also wasn't ideal, but I'm hoping with the rest day I kind of can collect myself. And also, as for the tournament standings, I think it's still anyone's game. As long as I'm not trailing by too far, and I can sort of keep pace until we play, everything's still in my hands, and so I feel pretty good about that.
What are you going to do during the rest day to ease your mind, maybe get some walks in? What's the plan?
I don't know. I'm probably just going to hang out with some friends in the tournament, spend some time with my dad, just relax a bit before we have to get back into the grind.
Congratulations for your victory, Carissa. Guys, any questions?
No, just our congratulations. Improve your play and, enjoy the experience of the Girls' Championship, Carissa.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As we only have 2 games remaining, this game of Iris.
We thought it was about to finish in the first 2 hours.
It really is one of the strangest games. I mean, when we go back to a certain moment, and it's kind of a hilarious moment right here. When you see this move f3, you think to yourself, that's it.
White is getting destroyed. The 2 bishops there, queen ready to fly into the king side.
Exactly. Queen g4, queen. No, I'm calling this one. And then the strangest thing happened, that after bishop a4, forcing us to realize our threat, somehow from this position, we've got the current position, and you think to yourself, there's no way that white would ever survive, and it's ongoing. It's amazing. We have seen some tenacity, but this maybe takes the cake in terms of hanging in there.
I mean, black is still enjoying an extra pawn advantage, but
and
again, everything
king.
black had before.
Right.
White may be happy to be getting a break, and white has this pawn on a5 that can possibly push. Like, white is happy they survived.
To begin with, just to be here it's amazing, and wow, defense wins championships, right? And finally, the seniors. It's great when the 2 leaders are facing off against one another. It's not the last round of the U.S. the championships, but the last day before the free day, and it's Well, it's a nervy, right? Because this dynamic of the passed pawns. And here I think we've caught up with the players finally, and Max is just hoping against hope that he'll be able to settle his bishop on the g6 square and follow it up with a d3. If he can get that, that's the dream come true.
And that's
Can
the
he do
problem,
it?
right?
Can he do it?
Well,
Yeah,
the
Cristian.
problem is that you have a clear plan, and I have a clear way to stop you. I can go king h5.
I'll go check.
And now king g6.
Ah, this is the we had looked at this before.
Right.
The
Tracking
transfer to f7.
right,
Yeah.
so that we can play g5 and g6.
And that's the problem. Yeah, it's just too easy. Because I know what you want to do, I know how to stop you, and stopping you is actually the right way to continue this game.
Exactly.
It's the best way to continue this game.
So from this current position, we understand that Black's dream is to blockade the pawns, drop back with the bishop on g6 so that he can then play d3, and we can stop you from
Okay,
doing
can we
that.
look at some fantasy lines?
Sure.
All right, let's look at some fantasy lines. What if I go rook b7?
No d3 for me. That would be checkmate in one, so I have to go back.
Now I go rook g7.
Rook to g7.
And I run d3.
All right,
Yes.
you run. Now I take.
I run.
You run again.
Check first.
But then
That's-
there's checkmate on g8.
No, there's checkmate on g8. I was trying to get the king to h5, so I made. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Not yet.
Not
you
yet.
can do it next move.
But
And now check.
So now I cannot go d1 because that's fantasy. All right.
Yeah.
Check
One more check on
again.
d3.
Spike check.
That's about it.
No, not much of a fantasy. He
No.
did play rook to b7, by the way. That is on the board.
Oh, are they actually going into that?
Yeah,
line?
that
And
is
Maxim Dlugy has only 3 minutes on clock. So he has to make his decisions fast.
Well, bishop g6, rook g7. If I have to move the bishop, then g6. So
I was so close. One move away, come on.
just one move away.
One more move, coach.
Strange, no stalemates, right? Like if you go king here, push. I mean, you want.
Well, you still have
So-
the d pawn. That's the problem.
Yeah, you want to. Nah, it's
Okay,
all
I have an
wrong.
idea. So what
Please,
if we go bishop g6?
Let me just.
Okay,
Bishop
it
g6.
happened on the board.
Let
It
me
is
just
here.
refresh my board. Apologies. I'm right back. Yep. Bishop
If you
g6.
go now
Rook
rook
g7,
g7,
as intended.
I'm
Kinda
going to go
forced
bishop
also.
f5.
Okay. G6, threatening mate in one.
And I thought I'm going to take it now and push, but
Okay, but there is a stalemate, but the problem is you're not going to be. You can sacrifice your rook, but you can't sacrifice both the rook and the pawn to get a stalemate.
okay, so I give a check.
King g5.
Or h3. You just go away. Threatening mate. Threatening mate.
Too many threats.
Yeah, too many threats.
Yeah.
Now, if you wouldn't have the d pawn, rook h4
Right,
would
exactly,
be...
exactly. That's the whole point. You can't get rid of the. You can get rid of one of the pieces, but not both.
It's kind of very study-like, because rook h4 is actually just a draw in that position.
Yes.
If you don't have the d pawn.
Exactly.
King g3, rook g4. You know, it doesn't
The
matter.
mad rook, yeah.
It's completely mad rook, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you take it with. You can take it with king, knight, rook. It's still a stalemate.
You were saying that Max is down on time, but I'm just curious as the engine's assessment. Is it like +9? Is it forced mate?
Plus infinity, probably.
Plus
yes.
infinity?
It's 10, mate in 10.
Mate in 10.
Mate in 10, yes.
Yeah. Nothing to be done. For Melik, what
Wow.
I mean,
What a
from-
great first half of the tournament for Melik.
Can't get better. 4.5 out
It's
of
a
5.
wild card.
D3.
I mean, I think it's perhaps a good time to see those predictions. I don't know. I mean, I'm just
You're throwing
thinking
it
out.
out
I'm
there?
just throwing it out there. I'm just thinking out loud. You know.
Uh-huh. Well, my guy, Shabalov, my horse came through for me today, so let it roll. let it roll. Alice
Okay,
Lee?
Carissa,
Okay,
yes.
well, I mean, you know.
I'm doing good.
Good job, Yasser.
Good job, good job. It's 3 versus 2.
Let's
We're
get
in
to
the
the
minority,
seniors.
but
Let's
we're
get to
holding
the
in there.
seniors. That's what matters.
Uh-huh, the
Yes.
senior. Mishra,
Juniors is
okay,
fine.
we
Okay, no
kinda-
problem.
I'm fine with Jacobson. He's going to catch up.
You're shouting. I kind of feel pretty good about my choice, but okay, it's the all-important seniors.
All right,
Thank
Cristian, be happy.
Wow.
Thank you, thank you.
Wow, you and Begum both. Look at you
So far, so
guys.
good. You know,
Wow.
it's been a
Wow.
difficult event so far, but you know.
Right. But Shabalov had one. He had that. Well, he's had 3 wins and 2 losses, because he had one setback that was really, really painful.
Right.
He might have been in there with 4 out of 5, because he's a.
And
a
we see
boy.
Melik, rook g7 threatening, rook h7 checkmate.
By the way, did h7 win as well? It did, right?
So we had this position.
Ooh, nice point.
Not that it matters. I mean, it actually really doesn't
Last
matter.
check for Maxim.
I think king h2 and we see the resignation. Yes. That's it.
No way of stopping checkmate.
That's it.
Well done.
Wow.
Bravo. Bravo, Melik. Wow. Wow. Just a point that that Cristian was making here was rook takes, push. I think everybody plays rook to g7, but there is a point there that h7 is also pretty comfy win. That leaves us with 1 game remaining in the girl section. Iris, and what? I'm predicting that this game's going to go for another 4 hours.
It's going to be a fight because
the tenacity that White has shown to even get to this position, wow, remarkable. And let's see what has happened when we left it. The other problem that White is having is the vulnerability of her king. She's missing a little bit of the pawn shield that usually she would need.
But we see the players are also getting low on time, right? And that's the moment when blunders happen. So
Absolutely.
Iris, she's the youngest participant, together with Alice Lee in the juniors girls. She's barely 13 years old, and now she's been playing for a really long time.
Exactly. Well, the exhaustion's going to be a factor here. Queen takes a5, can't do it because of the pawn on g7. But I really like what White has done. She's doing her best, I want to say, at tying the opponent down to g7. She's setting up all of these tricks that whenever you play rook d1, sorry, I'm going to play a6. Whenever you play a move like rook d1, you know, to trade off and go into a much better position. I've got, whoops,
Yeah.
you know, the old sneak attack. So it's not easy for black to just, you know, trade off the rooks or something like that. But you, for sure, you're
But then I take on
enjoying-
b5, right?
Yep.
That's
You're
the
enjoying
problem.
you're enjoying being a pawn ahead.
And now I just sit and wait. I guess.
Exactly.
Just rook g3 maybe. Or rook g4, just to attack you on e4.
You know, it's funny. It's almost like I'm not even sure you want to take that pawn
Which
on
one?
g4, because what did we just do? We went a6, queen here, rook, or you wanted to try rook g4, right?
I
It's
wasn't
like,
sure, no.
You, like, if you could take that pawn, would you want to open up the diagonal to your king, right? So if I pass, right, and I take, would you want to do that? Oops.
I mean, I can put queen on g2, right?
That is okay.
Triple on the g
Well,
file.
okay, let's say I go here. So and
Oh,
if
you're
you
being
went queen
sneaky.
G2, you're over here.
You're being sneaky.
Well, with all of the games of the seniors completed, let's take a look at the standings.
Right, so after round 5, we have sole leader Melik Khachiyan with 4.5 points out of 5. What a first half for Melik
Bravo.
in this tournament. Incredible. Then we have a second place, Maxim Dlugy, clear second with 3.5 points. And then there is a two-way tie for the third place, Gregory Kaidanov and Alex Shabalov with 3 points each.
And once again, a big day. Tomorrow is the rest day, but we will be celebrating the 15th anniversary of the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center. From 3 to 8, there's going to be a lot of festivities. You had me at ice cream. I didn't hear the rest.
Ice cream, face painting, duck chess, Yasser. We're going to fight that.
That's what I'm missing.
Kiddie pools with ducks there.
You know, I haven't had a good face paint in a long time.
Tomorrow is your day.
Lucky day. I'm all for it. So, and ducky chess as well, in waiting.
Here they are. They are printed with Chess Club, St. Louis Chess Club logo, and people will be able to take their own duck home so they can play duck chess.
Right.
So I look forward to. Oh wow, they are just so beautiful with different colors. Really amazing. And we are always inviting you to join the conversation, to have comments, questions. And I have a question for you, Yasser.
Stump the panel. Let's go.
So you are the 2 times U.S. junior champion,
Right.
4-time U.S. senior U.S. champion.
Right.
What about the U.S. senior championship?
No,
Do you want that
champion.
trifecta?
No, I'm going to leave that all to Joel Benjamin. Joel Benjamin is a remarkable U.S. champion because literally from the elementary to the middle school to the high school, he won all of the national championships that you could. Then he won the U.S. Junior Championships. Then he won the U.S. Championship as well. So he's literally won all the titles, and there's no way I could catch him. I can't go back in time and win the elementary or the high
But come on,
school.
Yasser, we want to see you compete.
Right.
So when can we see you in action?
Well, you see, this is the point. When you look at the players and you can see that it's not that they don't understand chess. Patrick Wolff understands chess perfectly well. It's the rust factor, right? I mean, you come to the game and your clock is ticking, and even though you know what the right moves are, you're not used to it. You're not used to it anymore. So it's like you really have to get yourself in shape. And I feel like there's a lot of rust to scrape off, and it's not easy getting into shape these days. You know it yourself, Cristian. You just let yourself go for 2 months. 2 months, that's all.
Yeah.
And then you're really out of shape.
I never thought that I would be taking this type of breaks, but I have to say during the pandemic I took like 2 or 3 years, close to 3 years of break. So that was very difficult to dust it off. I managed to do so. I actually played here at the St. Louis Chess Club, and this is pretty much the place where I enjoy playing the most because you get the 1 game a day, you get great conditions, great competition. It just feels good to play here. So whenever I play, I try to play here, but I recently played an open tournament, and I have to tell you, I mean, these kids are wild. They know absolutely everything. Patrick was mentioning that as well. They know everything, and you can see that. 30 moves of theory. I played against a 2300. This was in Spain just a few weeks ago. 2300 that won in that tournament 70 rating points, and in the next one another 70 rating points. So you play these like sandbagging young kids, just up and coming young kids that haven't played in forever, but they have studied chess for so long, 8 hours, 10 hours a day at home. And I'm not studying that much for myself. I study it for my students, right, for the most part. And that entails a completely different set of skills.
Right.
Well, Yasser, I respect your decision, but I hope you reconsider because I think you have so many fans, me included, who would love to see you play, to actually fight in on the board and go and try to be that U.S. senior champion.
I have another story to share. It was one of the last tournaments I played in. It was there was a jubilee in Holland. We have this tournament, Vlissingen. It's on the coast. It's very, very nice open event, and they were having a jubilee, let's say the 20th or 25th. They said, Yasser, you have to play, you have to play. Oh! So I got dragged into the tournament. First of all, like there's 2 rounds in one of the days. And through my first 8 rounds, the average of my opponent's ages are like 21. Everybody's youthful, and I'm just feeling like, oh, this is terrible. All of these young kids, and like they know all the theory, and somehow I'm actually doing pretty well, and I go into the last game, and finally they gave me my 9th round opponent, Evgeny Sveshnikov. And I thought for the first time in the tournament I was a young man again, like Sveshnikov himself, the great practitioner of his opening. It was fun. It was a fun tournament. And after the rest day, it's going to be a sprint to the finish.
Yes, we will
Kate.
have round 6 on Friday. Again, every day we have rounds starting at 1 p.m. Central Time.
Right.
So 1 round a day, and if necessary, there will be playoffs on Tuesday, July 25th.
And looks like, well, I don't know, playoffs, because we are seeing some clear leaders, but I tell you, that rivalry between Alice Lee and Carissa, if they went to a playoff, I'd be okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. And of course, lots of chess still to be played this year.
Wow, amazing upcoming events here in St. Louis. So we have the Chess 9LX, September 7 to 11, then US and US Women's Chess Championship in October,
Right.
St. Louis Rapid and Blitz,
Grand Chess Tour, baby.
Right, and Sinkfield Cup, the big event of the year, also November 19 through December 1st.
Just to clarify for those not in the know, the Chess 9LX is the Bobby Fischer chess. Chess 960, we took the Roman numerals for Bobby Fischer random, if you will, and the best players in the world are going to be here for that.
I remember the first time I was reading it, it was, I thought it's Chess 9XL, so I thought some giant chess
Extra
sets
large,
playing.
extra large. You bet, that's exactly what it is. But yeah, Fischer random, wonderful. Again, 1 game remaining Iris game. You can stump us with any questions. How about you? You asked me, what are you going to play in now? It's right back on you, young lady. What's on your professional schedule?
So far, I don't know, but it's a different story. Yeah. So you are in the chess world, doing all the commentary, focusing on chess. I'm just finishing my academic year,
Congratulations,
my school.
Doctor.
Thank you.
Dr. Kate.
And I don't know what's ahead.
Don't
I
know
will have
what's-
to think.
Yeah, we will have to think about it. Okay. Well, we would love to see you also playing professionally. And when's your next tournament there,
I have no
Cristian?
idea.
Oh, come on.
I truly have no
I'm
idea.
going to commit you to the Chess 9LX. What do you think about them apples?
No, I'm doing commentary for it.
Oh.
So I'll see you in the commentary booth. Yeah, sir.
Safe. You're safe.
Look,
They won't be hunting you.
I'm retired. I always tell my students, I'm already retired. I'm just playing 1 tournament per year. And that one just kind of keep in shape and make sure that I can put to use the things that I teach my students as well. But as you were mentioning, it's all about that cadence, and Patrick was also saying those type of things. You have to find that cadence, you have to find that rhythm. And I have to say, whenever I take this type of long breaks and I come back, the first few rounds are so difficult. After that, slowly you get back into form. But the first few rounds are absolutely brutal, and it's not something that I necessarily enjoy. Not a feeling that I necessarily enjoy.
Well, it's nice when you have the feeling that you belong, that you're in the good shape, that you've come prepared. You've got some ideas.
Yes.
You've got this confidence that it's going to work itself out. But the moment you have a really unfortunate setback, like just think about the game of Mishra today and the amount of preparation that those 2 players have put in to this tournament. And if you mess up they're walking a narrow path, right? You make one mess up where you don't remember your preparation exactly, you're done.
Right.
You're gone.
Crazy.
It hurts.
Let's take a look what is happening in the last round. So we do have Iris Mo against Shreya Mangalam, the youngest with the oldest in the tournament.
Is that the matchup? The
Yeah.
youngest and the oldest? That's interesting. Okay, there's been a trade on g5. She snipped off the pawn and went queen g2. We cannot, and I want to emphasize, do not take this pawn and allow check. That would not be what we want. So I'm assuming her
But you
idea
can, right?
is...
Like you actually can.
It's a perpet.
You get some perpetual at the end.
So
if you want to have fun, if you want to risk
I mean,
your life.
Shreya was
Just
fighting
take
the
on
whole game, having advantage. And we
Oh,
see a
she
queen
took-
trade.
Okay, to be honest, I think that's kind of an invitation
King
for
takes.
a draw.
King
Then
takes.
rook a7.
Well, I think her idea is to check.
Right,
Sorry.
if you
Sorry,
makes sense.
check and do it this way.
This way.
Okay, still it's should
Yeah,
be
king
a draw.
f4. That is an easy draw, right?
Easy draw, right. As, but this has been a really bizarre game. If you had asked me what was the shortest game of this round, and you pointed this game to me, I'd say, yep. I would not have expected this to be the longest game of the round. It's
We are
really
expecting
good.
check on d2.
Check on d2 or rook. Yeah, rook a7 makes some sense, but check just.
Yeah, and go
Probably
after
the best.
the a-pawn, yeah.
This king has to be brave now because that's the difference compared to middle game and end game. In end game, you do want to activate your king, bring it to the center. And
You go after the
pawn is
a-pawn,
the-
I go after the e-pawn, and
Right.
and that's it.
We make a draw. Yeah.
And
there we
king
go.
f4.
Absolutely. Check, king f4, you take this guy. Take
And
this
suddenly
guy.
material is equal. 2 pawns and 1 rook each.
Yes. Yes. It's funny how the dynamics of the value of the pieces change, right? The openings of the king are weak, but in the endgames the kings are strong. But we have a special guest in studio with you, Cristian.
Melik, another day, another victory for you. This is a dream first half at the Nationals here. Tell us about your feelings right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm so pleased. Thank you, Cristian. It was a difficult game. I had difficulties to prepare because I wasn't sure what to play, like e4, d4, and then I studied a lot of Sicilians. Then somehow I didn't like the positions which could appear like from Scandinavian. I thought, oh my gosh, too much stuff. So let me play something simple, something like just for the game, you know.
And then you guys started thinking as early as move 3.
Right, because I think we both, firstly, I haven't expected at all his move order, all right? I never thought he's going to be playing that way.
C5 first.
Yeah, C5. For some reason, never crossed my mind. It should be, because he's a Sicilian player. And then when he invited me to play London, I said, okay, if I play London, that's what he does every day, you know? So there is no way I can play London. And I played just Stanislav reversed, you know, I played a3. And I said, okay, so no advantage, but let's play on.
This was the first critical moment.
Yeah, I was surprised,
almost, right?
Cristian. I thought after e5, it's supposed to be like an invitation for me to, like, you know, to attack. I'm like, yeah.
And it seems like everything comes with tempo.
Exactly,
also,
yeah,
right?
exactly. And then when he played that g4, that b3, bishop b6, I couldn't believe. I spent so much time here, but I couldn't find anything decisive.
Right.
Perhaps it wasn't decisive, right?
There was nothing decisive.
Oh,
No,
okay,
no,
okay,
no,
so,
no.
yeah, that's why.
No, I think this is 0.1
I
or
see,
something like that.
I see. Yes. Then I found this idea with knight e5, queen h4, queen f6, bishop f4. So my initial plan was to meet bishop c7 with capturing queen e5 and playing f4.
Yes.
Yeah.
This looks good.
Right, yeah. I thought that's what I'm going to do. And then I said, okay, but what I missed, I told Max as well, I thought when he plays bishop queen h6, I saw the move. I thought I'm playing queen h6, g8, knight e4.
Yes.
Then I realized he does a very nasty move check.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, and I'll take, e5, and then I'm kind of got scared.
Oh yeah, for a good reason. I mean, king h7, rook g8 is coming.
Right. I said, no, I'm not going to play that. I mean, particularly against the Max, because, I mean...
He loves this type of sacrifices.
Well, he's an amazing blitz player, right? And all blitz players are very strong tactically, so I didn't want to deal with that.
Yeah.
Because my initial plan for the game was to play dry chess today, just solid positional chess.
Make sure you're not risking too much.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah. So HG bishop f6. I was hoping for bishop d8, obviously, but he didn't play.
Right.
So here, rook e1. Yeah. Actually, I thought king h7 is an accuracy. I'm not sure.
Yes.
I thought bishop d7 was better.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, bishop
Just
d7.
much faster, right? Because he
exactly.
has this
Yeah,
big threat.
I was so concerned about bishop d7. I was honestly concerned.
Did you miss it during the game, or?
I missed when I was going for this position. I missed it. Yeah, but then I saw bishop d7. I think I was going to do knight d4 actually here.
Knight d4 here.
Yeah.
Okay. And if it takes.
Oh, I was fine with that. CD.
Take and bishop
rook
e5,
e5.
something like rook e5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So I was hoping for that. I mean, but bishop d7 was definitely the best move. I was scared.
Now you're starting to have something to play
yeah,
for something,
well,
right?
I was kind of okay. Now I'm fine. Now I'm
not only fine.
Yeah. I'm not worse. So e5 take fg, g5. I think that's the only move, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, I can't play slow. Because this is
go
like
a3 actually.
This is the way how I teach my students. In complex endgame, always play for threats.
But don't worry about the engine too much. I mean,
I don't care
G5
about the engine. Yeah.
Is the most natural way of playing, right?
Yeah. G5. Yeah, check. Yeah, king G7. Yeah, here. Yeah, this is the critical moment of the game, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Before H4, I could play rook F1, right? But this is a boring draw.
We were actually looking at specifically this line.
Yeah, it's boring draw.
Just like take.
Yeah, whatever.
Or like take.
Yeah, take. Yeah.
And then take.
I said this is like just draw. I don't want to deal with that.
Luckily, it seems like it's
No, but there's something else. I saw it. It was kind of a line with like equality. So I figured, no, I'm going to play for H4. So rook C3, H5. But I thought they only move rook G3 here. But maybe I'm wrong. This is at least what I was focusing on. And my line was H6, king G7, not F7. I mean rook F7.
King G8.
Yeah, king G8 and then rook F7.
Okay. Rook
F7, then take, rook E7 check.
And rook E7 check, and okay. Now you're probably.
Yeah, but it's supposed to be drawn.
It's a draw. Yeah.
But I thought he must play that. But apparently the computer will show something else. I saw it, right? The bishop B5 move.
Bishop B5. Okay, but this is.
Yeah, but.
Computer.
But I was very happy when he played because he has lower time than me, and he was lower time and he played bishop 8. I was super happy because this is what I wanted. Take king f2. He has actually. I'm not sure if you see this. When I played king f2, it was always trick with knight f7
instead of king f2. Or
no, king f2.
Yes.
The idea was, let's say, if he does anything else, I play the knight f7.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So.
Very nice.
He had to protect the back rank. But I think check is bad.
I think the position is already extremely difficult for him, right?
So what did I miss? I mean, it says mate in 15. That's what Andrew Hunk told me, my kid.
Tuck, and maybe rook e7.
Yeah, he said, coach, you missed this mate. I'm like, what?
Now you're threatening check, knight f6, and rook h7. So
I'm too old for this. I'm too old for this. And you're supposed to be the mate, but.
Okay. King f4 still wins.
Yeah.
I don't think you missed anything. The advantage was still within grasp.
Yeah.
King g5 was a good move.
Right.
And after that, I think nothing actually happened. This.
No, I mean, any game, I knew this was winning. As soon as I had this set up, I knew this is like lost. I had to make be like a little bit, careful, obviously, not to like blunder. But
obviously, Melik, your shape is amazing right now. How do you maintain that for the second part of the event?
Well, I made changes before coming here. I mean, last time, I think, when I came here, I prepared a lot, I kind of chess-wise. And my brain wasn't, I guess, good enough to actually capitalize what I had to analyze before coming here. This time, I took absolutely off for 6-7 days. I went to Mexico just to chill and vacation. My wife told me just try to use this laptop. I'm going to divorce you. So and it worked out.
That always works.
Right. I mean, I spent time with kids, kind of feeling out of energy, and and obviously, honestly, luck, because if I would lose to Novikov, you never know what will happen. I got very lucky against Novikov, so I guess somehow it starts on my side.
For a good tournament, you always need some luck. So
exactly, yeah.
That's always the way it goes.
But honestly, I'm pushing every day. I mean, every game, even against Novikov, I could probably play for draw with a6. But I thought, I wanted to fight. I wanted to play.
Yeah, you're definitely bringing the fight to the tables. Congratulations on a great
Thank
victory. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Our congratulations as well. Enjoy the free day, as we will as well. We've got a celebration of the club coming up, 15th anniversary. We have one game remaining, and the players are just trading off. As far as I can tell, we've got Rook and Pawn versus Rook and Pawn.
That one is still going, huh?
Yeah, but somehow they're not playing for a repetition.
I have a feeling we can expect repetition now.
I thought Melik is going to take us over the line.
Exactly.
He didn't. No.
Check,
All right,
check.
King F7, Rook B7.
They start looking at the score sheets. And
I think
it's probably
Shreya
time.
is thinking like maybe I can claim now.
But why don't you make it like 5 more times so that you're sure about it?
Right.
It's not like White is going to do something different, right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
It's a very easy draw.
Check.
Nobody's going to try for anything more at this point.
And by the way, we were having this discussion at the start of the broadcast. Well, in fact, rehearsal with Chris Bird, because Chris was telling us that at the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb, he was having a conversation with Nepo, and Nepo was saying that, he didn't want to make a draw claim because he felt that he only had so many chances of claiming a draw, and he didn't want to use one of his chances. And
in case
Chris,
it's inaccurate claim.
Right. And Chris was saying, no, you can always claim a draw. You can claim a draw once, twice, thrice. I mean, the draws may be disallowed, and your opponent may get the awarded bonus time, but you can keep doing that. There was there's no restriction.
Nepo, I think he wanted to claim 50 moves, no pawn
Well,
change,
he had asked, what move number is this? We can't give you that information, it was told. And I guess
And
they haven't made the repetition?
No, there was a draw claim.
Yes, that we would.
And we see someone is getting time.
Right. It wasn't enough moves. Yeah, it looks like somebody is getting a...
Somebody is actually getting extra
Why
time.
didn't they just play like five moves repetition?
Look, this is a lack of experience, guys. Come on.
Exactly.
Oh, but the clock is still...
It's time.
Flickering.
Wow.
Okay.
Just play like 10 moves. Rook b6, Rook b7 for 10 times.
Wait, now she's claiming draw. The opponent. So first Shreya was claiming a draw. That was inaccurate. So Iris is now giving it a try.
I'm going to give you the minute back. I'm going to give you a minute back.
Oh, this is hilarious.
Both girls are just confused. Like, come on, we repeated so many times. It wasn't 3 times yet.
Right.
And I think that's it.
Wonderful. Draw.
Beautiful.
As we have round 5 in the history
books.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. Again, the number of decisive games continue to astound. I think we're around 60% for this one.
Right. In seniors, we have only 1 game that finished in a draw.
80% draw rate.
Right.
And here are the results for the day.
So in the girls section, standings after round 5, we have a sole leader, Alice Lee, one of the tournament favorites with 4 out of 5. And then there's a 2-way tie for the second place, Carissa and Zoe Tang with 3.5 a point each.
Well, for Carissa, that rivalry we expected. Zoe, welcome to the podium. Very, very nice.
And Rochelle was just behind them.
Exactly. And the juniors, where are the standings for the juniors?
In the juniors, we have a 3-way tie after round 5. Abhimanyu Mishra, Andrew Hong, and Arthur Goa, all with 3.5 points.
Brandon is smarting after allowing a checkmate, an oversight, because he would like to be in the mix as well, and in the seniors.
In the seniors, we have a sole leader, incredible play so far by Melik Khachiyan, 4.5 points out of 5, and then there's Maxim Dlugy, 3.5 points, and a 2-way tie for the third place, Gregory Kaidanov and Alex Shabalov.
Nice. And Cristian, sum things up for us. This was another great, eventful round.
No, absolutely. And as we are entering the second part of the event, it's obvious that nobody is running away with any of the events, and we're going to have fights all the way until the end. And I have to say, these players are ready. They're coming to the games, they're coming to the competition ready to fight. And as commentators, as fans ourselves as well, this is specifically what we like to see. And we've been seeing that for the past week. And we will be seeing that in the next 4 rounds. But tomorrow, it's a rest day. We're going to celebrate, I think it's World International Chess Day, as well as the St. Louis Chess Club's 15th anniversary. So I cannot wait for that. I will see you guys there. And after that, I will see everybody that's watching right now in a couple of days with round 6.
Bring your duck. You're in trouble.
Bring your duck.
Bring your duck. You're in trouble. Okay, sum it up.
Great day today.
Wonderful,
Yeah.
wonderful. Great fun. Enjoying it all the way. And
Me
we'll
too.
look forward to Friday.
Yeah, and looking forward, whoever is in St. Louis, visit us tomorrow for that wonderful celebration, for that face paint that Yasser is getting, or duck chess. Make sure to make it to the club if you can.
See you on Friday.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.